Salam alaikum, Kosh Kildeniz, Dostar! Ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome viewers from around the world, live and exclusive on YouTube. This is AIGA Global Champions League Final, where now only 4 teams left as they compete for a share of $1 million and to be crowned the AIGA Global Champions. Almaty, Kazakhstan, Давайте пошумим! So, ladies and gentlemen, our 4 teams competing today are Al Leone, Williams Elite Team, Universal Fighters, and Kasai. And before we begin, I'd like to announce our judges, our chief referee, Olshas Doshanov, our assistant referees, Ruslan Hishrailev, Maxim Kuznutsov, Amir Bekboa, Renato Sagino, Magomed Sakayev, and Omar Manarov. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've met the officials. It's now time to meet the fans. Almaty, Kazakhstan, make some noise! So, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to meet the first group of fighters. Please welcome on to the mat. They will be fighting in the red corner. They are Al Leone Team. Please welcome your first fighter onto the mat. In the 60-kilogram division, Daiki, Yonekura. And in the 65-kilogram division, Gianni Grippo. And in the 70-kilogram division, Deandre Corbe. And in the 76-kilogram division, Kenta Iwamoto. And in the 83-kilogram division, Chris Wojcik. And in the under 91-kilogram division, Devhonte Johnson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer for Al Leone Team! But of course, let's welcome their manager first, Valerie Kruglov. And Ian Daube. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've met Al Leone team. It's now time to meet their opponents, and they are Williams Elite Team. Please welcome firstly to the mat in the under 60 kilogram division, Felipe Machado. And in the 65 kilogram division, Dominic Mejia. And in the 70 kilogram division, Dante Leon. And in the 76 kilogram division, Oliver Taza. In the 83 kilogram division, Izaak Michell. And in the under 91 kilogram division, Luccas Lira. And in the plus 91 kilogram division, Daniel Manasoiu. And of course their team manager, Giancarlo Bottoni. Ladies and gentlemen, let's show one more time, Williams Elite Team! Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to invite both team managers to the center of the mat, and also our head official, Oljas Doshjanov, for the official draw. The first bout will take place in the plus 91 kilogram division. Followed by the under 76 kilogram division. Followed by the under 70 kilogram division. Followed by the under 60 kilogram division. Followed by the under 65 kilogram division. Followed by the under 91 kilogram division. And in your final bout, the under 83 kilogram division. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite both sets of fighters to shake hands in the middle. And as they make their way back to the dressing rooms, please could Ian Daube and Daniel Manasoiu remain on the mats for the first bout. So ladies and gentlemen, the first bout will be in the 91 kilogram division in the red corner, representing Al Leone team, Ian Daube. And his opponent in the blue corner, representing Williams Elite Team, Daniel Manasoiu.
Well, welcome back to the AIGA Champions League final here in Almaty, Kazakhstan at the Sadu Arena. This is day 2 of the Champions League final, and this is our first of the semi-finals in this team tournament. We have Team Al Leone going up against Williams Elite Team, and this is the first match in that 7-match series. In the over 91 kilogram division, Ian Daube and Big Dan Manasoiu. I'm Halti, joined by Kendall Rusing. We're back to call the action. It was a very long day yesterday. Lots and lots of matches. Some real standout moments. Some shock upsets. Some big submissions. Some really tough battles. And I think, Kendall, that we're expecting much more of the same here today.
Oh, absolutely. Excited is an understatement. We are getting rocking and rolling here between these two big boys who started off in our heavyweight division.
Big Dan immediately pulling guard, and Ian Daube is a last-minute addition to the Al Leone team. I believe that Declan Moody was originally on the lineup for the heavyweight division, but due to travel problems, couldn't make it. So Ian Daube stepping in on short notice and going up against the very imposing figure that is Big Dan Manasoiu. Big Dan, of course, no stranger to AIGA. He has competed here in the past when he was part of what was known as the Modolfo team, the 2023 season champions. And now back to represent what is now known as the Williams Elite team, which is, for all intents and purposes, is pretty much the same lineup as what we saw back then in 2023, with a few changes here or there. You know, very relaxed kind of start from Big Dan. He's very stoic, Kendall. He really never seems flustered in his matches, right?
No, he doesn't. And one thing that I really like that we're getting to see now is he has a... I'm not sure. Is there...
Oh.
Is he claiming there's a verbal tap, maybe?
I think he did. I think he... Yeah,
oh,
Dan
wow.
seems to claim that it was a verbal tap off that... the leg entanglement. Definitely something happened with Ian Daube. Oof. And that will be the end of the very first match in officially just a little under 1.5 minutes. Big Dan Manasoiu, you win it by leg lock.
Ladies and gentlemen, a referee will stop the action during the first round for your winner by a leg lock, representing Williams Elite Team, Daniel Manasoiu.
Seemed there was a little confusion there, kind of when it happened. Ian Daube tried to explosively rip his leg out of what was basically a single leg that was kind of looked like it was turning into a reap. Maybe tweaked something in the process, knee or ankle, but he's walking pretty gingerly off the mats. Yeah, here's a look at it. Talk us through it, Kenta. What do you think?
So I was about to mention that, you know, we get to see Dan's leg locks from the bottom quite often, and then right as I was saying that, we saw this exchange. I think that he had a, we're going to see it again, he has a hook on the heel early on, and gosh, that's tough. It must be his left leg that chopped over and created a lot of outward pressure on the outside of the knee, I think. If you watch Dan's left leg, shoot. Might have just been that Daube wasn't able to rotate as quickly as he needed to. Man. Yeah, we're gonna get a couple more looks at this. Yeah, I think that Dan had a bit of a bite on the heel that was hard to see. You can see his left elbow here, and then his left knee created a big rotation.
And actually, like Ian's hand, Ian's hand, I think, was up and ready to tap, but I think the verbal noise basically was the same as the submission. Well, 1-0 to Williams Elite Team.
So, ladies and gentlemen, after one contest, Williams Elite win 1 point, and Al Leone is still nothing. We move on to the second contest, which will be fought in the under 76 kilogram division. Introducing first to the mat in the red corner, representing Al Leone, Kenta Iwamoto. Now his opponent in the blue corner, representing Williams Elite Team, Oliver Taza.
Well, we continue here at the AIGA Champions League, this first semi-final round of matches. In the white and blue, Kenta Iwamoto of Japan going up against the Canadian Oliver Taza, representing Williams Elite Team. And Taza pulls quickly. You know, Kendall, Taza actually moved up in weight yesterday. He did weigh in at 76 on Friday, but the teams are able to choose you know, where the competitors go. Nice knee cut there, early back exposure from Kenta. Nice recovery from Taza, brief moment of danger there.
Yeah, I was going to say Taza's so well versed in this position. You can, you know, it's really interesting to watch the back exchanges between guys with this type of game because it has a lot to do with a couple of things. One, you see like when they make a grip around the waist, if they can get like a complete tight waist or complete gable grip. Two is if they can actually find the crab ride position with the feet behind the hamstrings, right? So those are two of the things that you look out for, and if someone can kind of evade those two, like Taza was able to do in his rotation, then they can stay out of danger, even though the back was technically exposed for a moment there.
Well, as I was saying, Taza moved up to 83 to go up against Pavel Jaworski of Team Eurotrash. Lost that one by decision, but he's back down to his original scheduled weight class of 76 to go up against the Kenta Iwamoto of Al Leone. And Kenta had a great performance yesterday, submitted Alexandre de Jesus, aka Hopinho of Aceh Republic, with a really nice leg lock after showing some great guard passing, some great back takes. And Kenta, very versatile. But this is interesting because we almost didn't see Taza on bottom at all yesterday in his match against Pavel Jaworski, and he was frustrated about that.
Yeah, it was very interesting because Pavel is such a well-known leg locker, and I think Taza wanted to test out his passing against that style, so we did see a bit of a different look from Taza than we normally do, and Pavel was able to take the win as well. But now we're seeing Taza back in more familiar territory, typically in his competition setting. Here he has, I think he has an ankle lock grip around the right.
He does, and he's got great elevation with that false X. Could drop straight into an attack on the right leg of Kenta Iwamoto, but look at the way Kenta was keeping it so high. Now that's better from Taza. Kind of in a 50-50 now.
Yeah, it's a great position for Taza. There's so many options from here. He can bring both knees behind and take a look at the back, and that leads to a lot of these crab rides positions we're talking about if he uses his left foot to hook the inside of the leg. But of course, a lot of leg lock options from here as well.
I love the defense from Kenta, though. He's got all the right answers so far to these leg entanglements. He's doing a great job of staying out of danger. Now gets in a little bit closer and starting to put some pressure on. Hasn't got his hands locked just yet. Kind of fingertips are just about touching. Oh, nice sprawl. And this is a good position.
Yeah, it was interesting to me that Taza opted to come back into the middle and go to like that unfair 50-50 position. Obviously, you can enter a lot of leg locks from there, but with someone like Kenta who has super strong awareness and ability to drop into leg drags, it's an interesting approach. Obviously, Taza had something on his mind, but now we see a bit of a change in pace. Kenta coming into this strong half guard position. See right there, though, I'd be a little bit careful when we get overzealous with the head and the chest connection and trying to bring the upper body so tight, and sometimes we risk the space of the lower body, so then Taza was able to bring his left butterfly hook inside and reset the guard position.
Nice elevation again from Taza, but Kenta skipping away this time. And I mentioned it yesterday, the way that Kenta was mixing up inside and outside passing. He seems really comfortable on the outside, can deal with the legs, and then he's really good at closing the distance. Definitely putting some pressure on, but now, for the first time, we see some close guard here.
We do, and the thing about close guard is it's typically when we see the time running so low, it's harder because oftentimes these close guard attacks, especially with high-level players, you have to work through 1, 2, 3, 4 sequences usually to get something really strong, or you have to cook your opponent for a while. Not always, but it is harder to get quick finishes from close guard, even though it's such a dominant position with less than a minute on the clock. It definitely can happen though, right? We have, you know, Taza, I think, has double underhooks, really great control of the shoulders and the posture. Kenta trying to cover the mouth and use that to, I was going to say maybe posture up. And there we see him kind of climbing up the body. His hands go from the mouth to the armpit, and they may now start to walk up towards the belly if he does want to posture up here. But seems also pretty content to stay nice and low.
With less than 30 seconds remaining now. There is one thing that Kenta needs to be very careful of, is not to get put on that stalling clock. That's just happened.
I was also going to say his right arm has to be careful of. He has his elbow pulled back a little bit here, which is better. But now we see a little bit of a look at a triangle. And
well, he avoided the stalling penalty, which would have given that round to Oliver Taza, but it looks like now, with less than 10 seconds, it will end 0-0.
Yeah, it's actually, you know, worth going over a little bit in case people are joining us on day 2 and they weren't familiar with the rules yesterday. The way that the rounds work is each match is 3 rounds of 5 minutes. Of course, unless there's a submission, it ends at any time like we saw in the first match. But there's 3 rounds of 5 minutes, and then it's a best 2 out of 3 score. So right now, this score is a draw, of course. But even if it was 5-0, for example, when they restart into round 2, the points don't carry over. We're going to see some of the action here. Kenta had a couple pass attempts, even forced a turtle from Taza, and that was that early, a little bit of back exposure. He wasn't quite able to get any control of the hips, so Taza, you know, you can see his drive his back and his hips to the ground and hip escape out there. This is the pass attempt that actually landed Kenta into the close guard, and we saw a couple of attacks from Taza. Kenta got put on the stalling clock, like you said, which is 20 seconds. If the stalling clock runs out in that 20 seconds and you haven't done enough to be more active, then you get a -1, and you're right, that would have pushed Taza into winning that round. But it is a draw, so they'll reset now for round number 2. 5 more minutes.
And you mentioned, Kendall, about the way that the rounds work. So in effect, what we're looking at, it's almost like 3 5-minute matches rather than 3 5-minute rounds. And if there is no winner by submission at the end, beautiful work by Kenta. Look at the pressure driving forward, trying to get around those legs.
And the persistence of Taza, too, doing anything to try to come back up. Oh, they're going to go right towards the edge here. That's going to be a tough one to reset.
Great defense by Oliver Taza in not accepting that takedown, but it did get scored because even though he was fighting to not concede it and go to his back, Kenta's control of the hips on the mat, that's an early 2 points. And as you mentioned, only takedowns score in the opening 2 minutes of each round. And that was a different strategy from Kenta. I think that was smart in just coming out like that quick, getting those 2 points on the board. So now the first round is a draw. Kenta is ahead. Let's say that he wins the second round. Let's say that Taza wins the third round. He'll actually go to a judge's decision because it's 1 round apiece and 1 draw. If there is no submission at the end of the 3 5-minute rounds, it is always tallied up. Either who won the most number of rounds, if you win 2 out of 3 or 3 on points, you win the match. But if it's a draw, it'll go to a judge's decision.
Oh man, great work from Kenta opening the guard there, standing up, reaching back inside. And now, man, this is some good passing from him.
Oh, look at the waist control.
Look at the tight waist, beautiful tight waist from Kenta. But look at Taza's left leg threaded back through.
Kenta was using his foot to kind of staple the leg to the mat, but Taza continued to roll through and is now in a much better position. But he's feeling the pressure here. Kenta is in second gear now. That first round, pretty calm, but this is a different Kenta Iwamoto.
It's really fun when you see Kenta get going because he has this, it's almost like a sleeper kind of a feeling because he moves, he's not doing too much, he's kind of taking his time, and then once he finds something, man, he is like a train on the tracks. So hard to stop. And you could really feel the energy from him right there in that exchange. But great work by Taza to continue recovering, staying resilient, coming all the way back to a really nice knee shield here on the left side. Taza does some great work from here. Sometimes we see him attack the Kimura of, you know, Kenta's left arm. That's an option. But he also scoops up this leg, just like we're seeing now, with the right hand. So lots of attacks here from Taza, especially now that he's threaded that left butterfly hook through.
You know, the one thing that we can say about Oliver Taza, we know that he's got great technique. We know that he's got absolutely bone-crunching submissions. But something else is he's got so much experience at the highest level.
That was a beautiful rotation, switching off to the other single leg X. But then as he started to go underneath, man, Kenta just kind of twisted and flipped there.
And you know, you really, like Taza lost yesterday, judge's decision, in quite a frustrating match. But he was really in serious danger, and you don't, I mean, I probably count on one hand the amount of times I remember Taza getting submitted, if at all, you know, it just never happens. He's such a resilient, solid competitor.
That's fair.
But I think in a match like this, it really comes down to who's pushing the action more, who wants it, and right now, it seems Kenta is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I really like to that we're seeing Taza seems much more aggressive today. And just wanted to note there as well that Kenta was actually put on the stalling clock for just a moment, but he was taken off after he immediately had some more action. I love the use of the stalling clock. It's not something that we see really anywhere else in Jiu-Jitsu, if I'm not mistaken.
And we should.
And we should, because it's different than just being aggressive with doing immediate stalling calls or a verbal warning, because there's not a lot of clarity around that. But it's very similar to wrestling when you get put on the shot clock. There is a specific timer, and if you do not score,
look at this.
There we go.
And that's good work from Taza. He doesn't follow through. Nearly puts Kenta down.
Wow, that was definitely Taza's closest opportunity to score. And Kenta did some great counter wrestling there to stay on his feet. We see
another
Kenta,
stolen call there against Kenta. So he's got 20 seconds to do something, right? And if he doesn't advance his position, doesn't do anything meaningful in that time, then he will incur a negative, which is actually a negative point. It's not a penalty point, it's a negative point. But that stalling clock has been called off. I love it. I'm a big fan. I'd love to see more of it, Kendall. I think it solves a lot of the problems that we have in Jiu-Jitsu and grappling.
Yeah, I enjoy it as well. Especially because it's not the same as a shot clock. Like in wrestling, you have a shot clock and there's actually a penalty for not scoring. It's not that Kenta has to score, but he has to change the pace of the match and he has to be fighting forward. So
it's so hard to score in Jiu-Jitsu. It's a bit tough to say, hey, you got 20 seconds to score.
Oh,
look at that.
Here.
Just over 10 seconds for Kenta to try and hang on here.
There's definitely some big pressure on that foot because Kenta had to he was forced to rotate through.
Yeah, it's a good attack, but no advantages here at AIGA. Nothing awarded for submission attacks. It's either a takedown, a jiu-jitsu control position, or submission.
Man, so this is a really close match at this point because the first round was the draw, even though, like, I think, you know, we can all probably agree that Taza, I believe, was more offensive in the first round and maybe a little more dominant, so maybe the nod could go to him. Second round, Kenta takes a 2-0 lead. And so the third round, if Kenta wins the third round, it will be a match for him. If Taza wins the third round, then it'll go to referee's decision because there'll be one round apiece.
It was the takedown. And Taza built height, but Kenta's forward pressure just kept putting those hips back on the mat. Ultimately, they ran out of space, but...
Man, that was a really great strategy by Kenta, too. I think a lot of times people in this position, they rush to go to the back, and they transition to the back because we're trained to do that, right? We're like, okay, I must find the back as soon as it's exposed. However, you know, in this case, you need to have the hips on the mat for a long enough period to get those 2 points.
Oh, there, I think Taza was smart not to allow the takedown this time. Pulled guard, much like in the first round, and immediately put in the leg on the shelf.
You're right to X, and we saw this. We've seen the sequence from him a couple of times.
Kenta showed yesterday in his match with Robinho as well, though, that he's got some little crab ride tricks as well. We've seen, I think that's something new from Kenta. I haven't really seen him use too much of that in his previous matches, but Taza he does still have the straight ankle grip. And he was showing me a really nice setup the other day. Such a simple thing from the straight ankle where he backsteps. You can see him kind of setting it up. He backsteps into an inside heel hook on the opposite leg, and that's exactly what he's done.
He had a pretty good bite there, but he's starting to slip out. Kenta really was great timing with clearing his knee line.
That's exactly what he showed me in the training room the other day. I was like, oh man, didn't expect to see it tonight, but...
1 more minute until points are on. You can hear the corners encouraging their athletes to just make sure they're aware of the time, because that makes a really big difference. We've seen many times throughout the tournament where there is a score in the first 2 minutes and there are no points for it. The only points that will score in the first 2 minutes of the match are going to be for takedown. So you can pull guard safely, you can get your guard past, whatever. But once we are in the final 3 minutes, all points are on, including a -1 point for pulling guard or a positive point to the other person. Kenta's been put on the stalling clock 1 more time.
Yeah, because he's got that deep kind of body lock. You can see it right there. But sometimes in the body lock, it takes a while to get through those defenses. And I don't think that's
honestly
quite fair to call it. No, okay, they've got to take that
yeah,
off.
I was going to say, honestly, that's very tough to be called for stalling in that position, because by nature, the body lock and those half-guard passing situations, they take some time to work themselves out. It is a bit of a slower position. It doesn't mean you're not making forward progress. However, with a rule set like this, you do have to be aware of that and maybe adjust your game a little bit. It's like, you know, something I would have to think about coming into here, because sometimes you like to stay there for 30, 40 seconds. It takes that much sometimes to kill the guard of someone who has really strong, really flexible, dynamic guards. That's what it takes.
Just a reminder as well, of course, that this team series, it's not just about pride. It's about going home with a lot of money, because there is a $1 million prize fund here at the AIGA Champions League final. The winning team of this tournament will take home $500,000, with the remaining $500,000 split between second, third, and fourth place. And then Kenta briefly managed to clear the legs, but actually decided to walk back in to this half guard. And that's a smart move, because sometimes guys can build height, they can give their back. Sometimes you put yourself in half guard, it's more difficult for the guy to escape.
Man, Kenta really picking up steam here. Oh, but he has to be careful with that left arm. Wow. I've seen Taza finish that many times before.
That's a great recovery right there.
It was very well timed. Kenta pulled out his arm to stay out of danger, but he had to give up his near pass to do so. So, yeah, great movement from Taza. Good control of that bottom arm from Kenta. And again, similar body lock style passing. He is getting, I believe, closer and closer each time as they repeat similar sequences. But once again, he's put on the stalling clock.
Again, taken back straight away. And you know, we're now just over a minute remaining in this third and final round. And if this does go 0-0, I believe it will go to a decision, as there was no majority winner. I could be wrong, right? Even though Kenta only had 1 round, I'm not sure if he will. I think he will. I think he'll be declared the winner by points.
I think we're going to see Taza get pretty desperate here now to score. And we also see Kenta, you know, he's being put on and off the stalling clock quite often, but he's doing enough each time to avoid the score. And also, you know, in all fairness, it's not the typical stalling we talk about. It's not like Kenta's not trying to move forward or being active. He's, you know, he's
just
doing
locking
it great.
Position and then taking a moment before he works. Yeah,
right, but with this rule set, I mean, it's not to say we don't see that. We do, and sometimes it's really, you know, bad stalling, strategic stalling, so to speak. But you know, Kenta just has to do with his style. And we're going to see wrestling up here. Yep.
Kenta catches it and throws him back down.
Yeah, that was a beautiful switch and underhook, almost pancaked him down, but...
And then because Taza didn't come all the way up off the mat, it's not a takedown for Kenta, it's just Taza conceding back to the guard. But the clock will run out. There's the end of the third round. And I believe that will go on points to Kenta Iwamoto of Alioni.
after 3 rounds of action, your winner by points. Representing Leone in the red corner, Kenta, Iwamoto.
So that is 1 match apiece so far here in this first semi-final series of matches between Leone and Williams Elite Team, with Kenta Iwamoto getting one back for Leone. A points win over the very tough Oliver Taza. Next up, we will move into the 70-kilogram division. Here's the takedown. Kenta Iwamoto just driving forward.
Yeah, and again, so well strategized. This won the match, really, right? Because that won him that 1 round that he came out ahead. So well strategized to stay on the hips, not get overzealous, go to the back. We saw a lot of attacks, really, from Taza as well. He wasn't able to score at any point, but almost was able to put Kenta down a couple of different times from sweeps. And again, there's that body lock detail. A lot of people would have run around, but I think, man, Kenta sticking his hips on the mat, looking for those 2 points.
Really smart.
Really, really smart. And Taza was doing everything he could, but, man, that was tough.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 contests, the scores are now level with 1 point apiece. Let's welcome your next fighters onto the mat in the 70-kilogram division. Please welcome, representing Leone, Deandre Corbe. And now would you please welcome his opponent into the blue corner, representing Williams Elite Team, Dante Leon!
Our 3rd match now. In the blue and white, Deandre Corbe. In the green and gold is Dante Leon. And Dante Leon had an absolutely savage submission win yesterday against Marcus Phelan when Williams Elite Team went up against Team Eurotrash. And Deandre Corbe.
Wow, what a single! Wow. Did you see that? Did you blink?
That was so fast, and he's not let go of it yet. That's going to be 2 for...
Man, but Dante was almost on the arm there for just a second.
That's 2 for Corbe. That's a big score, less than 30 seconds in, and he's up on the scoreboard.
Man, that was a beautifully timed single. And man, Dante, to his credit, has really great wrestling defense. He had actually posted out on his arm. He's, super dynamic there, but the control by Corbe was beautiful. There's a moment, too, with really great... competitors. I think we just saw this with Dante, where they realize, like, okay, I'm going to go down, and they decide, okay, well, if I'm going down on my terms, and they immediately try to turn it into attack. We did see that for a moment, but wasn't quite able to get anything off, and yeah, Corbe puts 2 very early.
Well, Deandre Corbe, he was only on the mat for 66 seconds yesterday when he tapped out Chris Han of Acai Republic, so he's already had more match time here against Dante Leon that he's had all weekend. Dante Leon had a strong win over Marcus Phelan, as I said, 3 minutes and 4 the first round, so 2 quick starts, but I have a feeling, Kendall, this one's not going to go over, not going to go quick. It's not going to be over so quick.
No, not with these guys. I mean, it's hard to say. You never know. These guys both throw up crazy submissions. They both had 2 early wins yesterday, so.
Yeah, Dante's top spin into the leg lock entry was a little surprising for me. I even said to him today, I was like, that was nice, and he kind of smiled. He's like, yep. You don't often see Dante kind of take, those kind of risks, even though he's a great finisher. And you're right, he can throw stuff up. Because Dante's got this great kind of game from bottom, awesome reverse De La Riva, wrestles up very, very well from this position.
Underhooked that leg twice now, bringing Corbe's left leg up towards his head, trying to bring the foot out to the hip.
Yeah, doing a really good job of trying to keep his base. Now he's got to bail on it. Dante's coming up, but nice counter from Corbe there in staying on top. Didn't concede the sweep.
Man, that was so beautiful by Dante. Very smooth, but I think it was almost even hard to see that Corbe caught the foot. He underhooked the leg. That's one of the greatest defenses to a lot of these sweeps, is if you can underhook somebody's legs, they usually, or one of those feet, they need it to stand up, right? So if you can put a foot on your shoulder and start to elevate that foot, then automatically it's going to make the person's hips go down, and so you can usually come back up on top that way.
Dante's wrist and hand.
It's not just taped, this is duct tape.
Yeah, that is extremely taped up. Looks like a probable thumb dislocation or something like that, which can be a really debilitating injury. I've done it myself, and it's absolutely horrific. It takes ages to heal.
I'm loving the duct tape, personally. Savage.
So we've got minute 40 remaining in this first 5-minute round, and Deandre Corbe still riding that 2-point lead. Dante Leon had a near look at a solid sweep. He's still working from this kind of reverse De La Riva position.
Oh, wow. Corbe comes out. He tried to push the knee down with his left hand. Dante's able to bring the right leg back inside. Corbe's right leg back inside.
Yeah, he's laced his legs over the top. Very shallow, though, below the knee line. You can hear Giancarlo Bordoni saying to Dante Leon, you've got 1 minute, 1 minute.
And I think Dante made an interesting call there, like a smart call. He could have chosen to wrestle up, but he almost, wasn't in the perfect position. And oftentimes what happens is if you rush that wrestle up there, the opponent on top can defend and break free. Whereas if you set back and you reset the position, you get to kind of keep what you have instead of losing the entanglement altogether.
Dante's right foot all the way up on the hips. That's going to make it really difficult for Corbe to go forward with any kind of knee cut style pass from this position. Now Dante again, he's got that underhook on the left leg of Corbe, and now he's getting deeper underneath the hips, but Corbe's balance in these positions, very, very solid.
Very short time as well, only 20 seconds, so really the pressure is, Corbe doesn't have a lot of pressure to push forward and pass, so.
But can't hand back too long for fear of getting put on that stalling clock, so. But he's been active, you can't criticize him for that.
Nice head control. That's a strong grip with the left hand there, pulling the head in, keeping some compressed.
End of the first round. Deandre Corbe takes that one, 2 points to 0, thanks to that early takedown. I'll have to see a replay of that, Kendall, because it was so fast. Jeremy Skinner in the corner of Deandre Corbe right there. Jeremy not on the list to compete just yet. If Leone advanced through into the final, we may see him come out, but just in a support role right now. Here we go, here's the takedown.
Man, beautiful snatch single there. And look at, he comes up to his hands, trying to back out. Corbe has a really tight grip on the leg here, which is something that I think a lot of jiu-jitsu players can learn from, is not just loosely holding the ankle where people run and kick out. He actually keeps it in the bicep, in the elbow, and he had 2 arms, both holding it very tight. It was great.
Both guys ready to go well before the end of that first minute rest period. Round 2 now. Dante pulls this time, denies Corbe any opportunity to score off the takedown. But here's the interesting thing, Kendall, that even if Dante were to sweep Deandre Corbe from this position, he wouldn't score until that is, of course, we've hit the 3-minute remaining mark, because only takedowns score in the first 2 minutes of each round here at AIGA.
I think that was very smart, though, to pull, because I would imagine Dante's expecting, because of what happened in the first round, it's going to take him a couple of minutes to really get into the right position that he's looking for to sweep, because he had a couple of attempts but wasn't able to put it together, and so maybe he knows that he needs more time, right? So to pull early and not waste any time on the feet if that's where he wants to go. And not to mention, the idea that he may opt to just come up and sweep even without the points here and then get into his passing and play from top. I wouldn't be surprised if he feels very confident that he can pass Corbe's guard and score there.
Great point. Dante's he's got this great reverse De La Riva. You see he's using like a knee shield now on top as well. plays so well from here. I checked out actually his Wrestle Up series on BJJ Fanatics just recently, and he's got a whole system from here. Adapted his hand fighting and his tie-ups. So good at destabilizing his opponent from this kind of position. Definitely recommend checking that instructional out if you're into it.
Oh, here we go. Now he has some big elevation with that left leg so over the top of the shoulder. It's not just the foot. He's got the whole hamstring there. Good grip with his right hand over the top of the hip. He's coming up. There's 9 seconds here. Oh, and now Corbe's on an attack of his own. Man, he has some extension on that knee, but look at the...
Almost,
man,
but look at this. Dante bolos his way out of it.
I'm not sure
Deandre's
how
still on top, though.
I'm not sure how this is going to be scored, to be honest, because...
Well, Deandre wasn't playing guard. It wasn't a reversal in the traditional sense. He was in a leg attack position. He wasn't in an effective guard to... Even though he came up on top, you can't call it a sweep. But Deandre, man, it looked like he was in a pretty good position to go after a straight knee bar, and Dante was able to bolo his way out of it and nearly got the back, but we're right back here where we started.
Yeah, Dante does a really great job of switching between attacking the near side arm and the near side leg. So you'll see like his frames on Corbe left arm, and then he switches between that and the leg. But Corbe, you know, one of the things we've noticed as he's been passing is you can see the wrist fight there with Dante's right hand and Corbe's left hand. Corbe trying to push the wrist to the floor and kind of staple that down, and the hand fight there is a really key part of what's happening. Dante rolls through.
He's a lot deeper now underneath the hips, and he's got one leg completely off the floor. If he can get the second leg light as well, that'll make it much easier for sweeping Corbe. You can hear Giancarlo Bodoni saying we're going to finish this wrestle up. No easy task. Corbe, of course, will be the 66-kilogram representative of the American Misfits team at the CJI at the end of August. He was the first confirmed member of that team. Dante deeper under the hips now. Going on a leg attack of his own.
Oh, man.
Comes all the way through.
This is looking pretty promising here. He's got a good grip on that left leg, but look at Corbe coming back up to the feet again. Man, his defense is incredible.
His balance has been so good, so good.
Well, and it's a combination of his balance, but his ability to detangle the leg position while Dante is trying to sweep him. That's not an easy task, right? Like, the balance is what allows him to have that time and space to do that, but we see so many people that can hop around forever, but at the end of the day, they cannot get their hips and their knees free. So I think, man, that's a really great thing to take away from Corbe's strengths here.
Yeah, he's just always exactly where he needs to be. He's rarely out of position. And even when Dante is able to force him off balance, he's very good at recovering. And we're going to end this second round with a 0-0 score. So, the end of the second 5-minute period. And so far, Corbe is in the lead.
Yeah, Corbe 2-0 win over that first round, and then a draw for 0-0 here. And let's see what happens in round 3. Anything could happen. And you can see, you know, there's a lot of encouragement in Corbe's corner, and in Dante's corner, you gotta wonder, like, the question mark here. We've got Giancarlo Bodoni and Jason Nolf. You gotta wonder where their mind's at with strategy, right? Because not only would Dante need to win this round, but ideally he wins it very dominantly, and also ideally there's a submission, right? That would be best case scenario.
If he wins on points, then it's one round apiece. It doesn't matter how many points you win, because even if he wins this match, or this round 10-0, and of course with Deandre 2-0 in the opening one, because it's one round apiece and one a draw, it still goes to his decision. You'd have to think that if you do score a lot more points in that round, you probably deserve the overall decision. But look at that, once again, Dante pulls, and we're right back into this open guard versus passer scenario. And I'd be interested to know what kind of adjustments he plans to make after talking with his corner. You got Giancarlo Bodoni and Jason Nolf in the corner of the Williams elite team. Be wondering what kind of advice you give somebody after what amounts to basically 10 minutes of trying to break down your opponent and not quite succeeding in getting those sweeps.
Yeah, he got close so many times, but Corbe seemed to have a pretty good answer to his entries. So, yeah, I know. I wish we had like a little microphone in the corner, like hearing what they're saying. Scoops up that leg again. Here we go.
That time I actually heard Giancarlo saying, put his hands on the mat.
That's different, though.
That is good. Boloing through.
So there's
but Deandre comes back on top.
Man, that was a different attempt there, and maybe this was one of the adjustments that they made, because instead of Dante staying high on the thigh, he went to the ankle. So that creates a very different issue for Corbe to deal with. When you're on the thigh, he was before backstepping and swimming his foot out. But when somebody has your ankle, you're not able to do that. So it's more of like, it turns into either a classic wrestle up with like a single leg finish, or the person turns away and then you can climb up the body to the back, which is what started to look like it was going to happen. But and Corbe came back to the top after that. A little bit of a look at the back.
So we've got less than 10 seconds until the points comes into effect. Which really is such a huge factor when trying to decide your strategy, right, Kendall?
For sure. Points just came on. So I think now we may also see Corbe get much more insistent on the passing. Now, that can be great for him, of course, because he's going to be looking to score, because he also needs to score. He doesn't want this to, he doesn't want to be on the back foot. But at the same time,
Dante's coming up with that X again.
His insistence can open him up. And
can he keep Corbe down here? That is the key.
Man.
Yes, he almost. Oh my gosh. Big wizard kick there. Dante. Oh, Corbe with Iwamoto. And you hear the Williams elite team calling for two because they were on their feet. What do you think, Kendall? Would you call that a takedown for Corbe and call it a throw? I would. I would say I feel like Dante was on his feet long enough. I feel like there was maybe a case for it, but the referees have not put any points on the board.
Well, for example, Howell, and this may be a question you can help me out with. For example, in IBJJF, it's very clear that when you're standing up, 3 seconds, and then is that the rule here? Is it up 3 seconds or?
Generally, but I mean, they were up and down pretty quick, so maybe it was just less than the required time.
I see. Man, that was really tough too, because I also think there could have potentially been a case for the two for Dante. I think both of them were really close calls.
They never really settled in the position quite long enough, I feel, right? But it was close, like you say, so close.
But what was interesting is, you know, again, I think that shifted adjustment of going to the ankle rather than the thigh that Dante did. And if you notice, you know, we talked about this yesterday, his sequences are getting tighter and tighter each time. He's getting closer each time. So there's enough time for him to go one more and see if he can make another adjustment to put Corbe down. And here we go. Corbe rolls through again. Here we go, same sequence, but this time, man, that's going to be two for Dante. That's going to be two this time.
That is a clear 2 points.
Made another adjustment. Little by little, he's making an adjustment on the position.
And Dante's got a body lock. He's got his hands clasped around the back. He's in a great position on the restart now.
Man, and Corbe...
One round apiece with only a minute left.
It's crazy. Yeah, Corbe rolled through again on this similar thing that had worked for him a couple of times. The prior time, he actually grabbed Dante's ankle, and that's what saved him. He was able to come up with Dante's ankle in the transition. But this time, Dante in one of his best scoring positions here. He is a magnificent, like, tight, close distance passer. But we also might get to see the butterfly guard of Corbe. He definitely has time to score back. There's still a minute on the clock.
Yeah, I feel that was a little unfair. Our referee, Maxim Kutsesnov, I mean, obviously he's doing his best, great job, but I feel like Dante was robbed of that reset position. He had a very tight body lock on the reset. But
I think Corbe is going to be looking to stand up here and try to wrestle if he can, rather than trying to sweep Dante. Because if he comes up, he had success with his wrestling earlier on. But I think Dante's very smart to keep elevating that leg and not let Corbe maybe backstep his right leg out and like do like a safe stand-up or technical stand-up here.
The problem is, though, if this runs down, this clock runs down to 0, and it's 2-0 for Dante, well, that will make first round Deandre Corbe, second round a draw, third round Dante Leon.
We're gonna go to race decision.
Not a clear winner on the cards.
Oh,
very close.
Big pressure there from Dante as the time runs out. And this is a really close one.
End of the third round, 1 round apiece. It's going to go to a judge's decision.
Oof. Man, super tough. I gotta say though, you know, round 2, so that's really where the question mark is. Oh, we're seeing Corbe motion to the Uchimata, maybe calling for
the
just
2,
reminding,
yeah.
or not calling for the 2, but also reminding the referees as they're making the decision to take that into account, right? Because they're looking at who is more active in these rounds. So looks like it's going to come down to a referee's decision. Let's see our winner. Man, talk about suspense. This is a big part of the bracket here.
Rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards for your winner by decision. In the blue corner, representing Williams Elite, Dante Leon.
Man, win for Dante Leon. And you know, I was thinking before they made the call, I was going to say, if you're looking at 1 and 1 apiece and round 2 as being the draw, what happened in round 2, kind of dissecting that. And I really believe that it was Dante on the action that entire round. He wasn't able to put Corbe down. Corbe had great positioning. He was very active by all means, but at the same time, you know, Dante was the one with near scores multiple times. So man, that was a close match. That was great.
A very close match. And Dante had to dig deep to win that one. It was all Deandre early on. He had some real brilliant moments throughout. And Dante Leon tested to the limit. Here's a look at some of the key sequences. There's that takedown.
That early single, so well done by Corbe. And the control to finish with those 2 arms underneath the calf, not leaving any space for Dante to kick out. Swept that leg out from underneath. And at that point, Dante had a quick look at the arm, but that was what won Corbe that first round.
And then Dante, his open guard, absolutely excellent. His use of the X-guard, the reverse de la Riva. And Corbe just proved so difficult to hold down. But here is where Dante was finally able to keep him on the mat long enough to score those sweep points. Every time that he tried sweeping before, Deandre proved extremely elusive. But Dante Leon was finally able to score 2. You can see here, there's where he locks the hands together before the referee stops it. So he was definitely denied that tight body lock on the reset. But a strong win for Dante Leon. 2-1 to Williams Elite Team.
So ladies and after 3 contests, Williams Elite Team now lead over Al Leone with a score of 2-1. As we enter the 4th match, which will be fought in the 60-kilogram division. Please welcome firstly to the red corner, representing Al Leone, Daiki, Yonekura! And his opponent in the blue corner, representing Williams Elite Team, Felipe Machado.
So this is match number 4 between Al Leone and Williams Elite Team. Daiki Yonekura of Japan going up against Felipe Machado of Brazil. In the white and blue is Yonekura, but Felipe Machado in on the grips and forcing Yonekura to pull. Now he can pull with no penalty in the first 2 minutes.
It was really well done. Felipe was on and on leg for a second, and Daiki was able to really sprawl his leg back and use that whizzer and then use that to pull into a strong guard. Now we're into the legs here already. Look at that grip that Daiki has on the right foot of Machado.
Yonekura was able to win his match yesterday with an Aoki lock against Maxim Richov of Asahi Republic team. That was a first round submission, if I remember correctly. But now he's on top, testing the guard of Felipe Machado.
Big pressure here. And both of these guys, they are fast. They're super fun to watch. They are very explosive, continuously attacking. You see potential leg weaving and shin pinning. Well, I mean, potential, but that turned into very solid leg weaving and shin pinning from Daiki there. But look at that recovery from Machado. The right knee is still inside.
Yeah, and that'll kill a lot of what Machado was doing yesterday. He was throwing up some rubber guard, even had some funny interactions with Eddie Bravo here at Madside, who was kind of coaching him through it. And Felipe Machado talked to him mid-match and actually got penalized for it. So he learned his lesson there. But look at that, straight ankle. Tight straight ankle. That's tight. Very tight, belly down.
Look at the left leg coming inside, though, from Machado. That was really smart. Got inside position with his left leg, was able to relieve some of that tension.
Not out of danger, though, is Machado. That leg was, or is still, very much trapped on the left arm. Yonekura's got the straight ankle and still holding on to it, adjusting his grip there, but now has let go.
Going to reset the center.
Yonekura, we've seen him in action a few times here now at AIGA. Felipe Machado also, he was on the Modolfo team last year at the Champions League final, in 2023. And there's a very different kind of personality, you know. Yonekura is the stoic, kind of very focused, disciplined Japanese. Machado is the big personality. He's the, you know, the kind of the Brazilian swagger to him. He really loves to play up to the crowd. He's very, very different approach, but the jiu-jitsu, very evenly matched. Yonekura manages to draw that leg in, though. He's got that straight ankle grip. And he's got the foot off the floor, and that is what you're looking for when you want to get the straight ankle. You don't want the foot on the floor. You want to elevate your opponent's hips. Bump them down to the side. There's a really deep bite.
Machado was doing a great job of trying to come up onto his right foot to actually stomp his left foot down like you're talking about, Howell. But then that can be used against you as well, because Daiki turned the other way and then tried to re-attack. But I'm not sure if there just wasn't a lot of pressure or if Machado just has a great poker face. But either way, he looked.
Now look at the right knee then was interesting, because he's got both hooks on the inside, didn't have the foot on the hip.
Oh, here we go. Wow, look at this position from Machado. Is able to find a little bit of connection there, not enough to get to the pass. Great recovery from Daiki, keeping his knees in super tight to his elbows, and just enough to find some space.
Trying to hip switch his way out of that. He could come up. Decided to bail on it. Go back on the legs. I thought we might see Yonekura try to wrestle Machado down. Just over a minute remaining. Yonekura now throws in that Delahiba hook. Inverts over.
There's about 45 seconds left in this round.
Oh,
no.
Pants have come down.
Oh.
Got a wardrobe malfunction.
Wouldn't be the first time. All right, here we go, 45 seconds. And Daiki really insistent on these straight ankle locks.
The way he tries to draw that knee back in. Machado managed to clear the knee line, but then Yonekura kind of just maybe adjustments. So now it's got back exposure.
Look at the grip that Machado has on the feet, on both of the feet. And Machado actually motioned, he counted to 3 with his fingers, I guess saying that now they're on the feet. And maybe he's going to be looking for a takedown here in the last 15 seconds.
Crab ride.
Oh, steps on the back of the knees to get that extension and put him down. Back up to the feet.
Less than 10 now.
Machado rolling through, but look, he almost tried to grab the leg and attack here. 3 seconds.
Clock will run down. Great defense, great balance there from Felipe Machado and not conceding the points. Beautiful work from Yonekura with that tight waist and the crab ride, and like you say, switching it to kind of just kicking into the back of both knees. Really creative work from both men here. I'd love to see a replay of that. Here it is.
And Machado grabbing both feet, I think, is so interesting. He started with one, then grabbed both, and he's actually pulling, like bending the knees of Daiki. And then he almost locked in his elbow there, like he tried to step his left leg over the arm. Then went to this crab ride. Then he pops off of this and puts his feet on the back of the knees. So wait till you see he jumps and then kicks the legs out.
Wow.
Whew.
Pretty amazing, though, that Felipe Machado was able to defend that position without conceding a single hook. And then they fall again here, roll through. Machado was able to survive that first round, 0-0. So immediately pulling guard is Daiki Yonekura. Oh, they're going to do the VAR. I think that Yonekura did not have sufficient grips to pull, and we saw that happen with Junny Ocasio yesterday. He got penalized in his match for pulling without meaningful contact. That's the way it was explained to me, that you've got to have a real grip of your opponent to be able to pull. You can't just touch hands and then just the moment that you're actually touching each other, fall to the mat.
We just saw Gabriel Souza a minute ago too in the corner of Machado, kind of pre-coaching him for as the match begins or restarts. And he was mentioning to Machado to make sure he's doing a lot of outside passing, not going into the guard, staying on the outside. Uses speed.
Smart.
And,
Yonekura is really good at sucking in those ankle lock grips, that's for sure. This is match number 4. 1 to Al Leone, 2 to Williams Elite. Just a quick recap. Dan Manasoiu was able to win by submission against Ian Daube. Kenta Iwamoto got the points win against Oliver Taza, and Dante Leon with the judge's decision after a draw against Deandre Corbe. So here's a look at the replay. I think they need to go back a little bit here. Yep, there it is. So we'll see what the grips are. They touch hands. Yonekura drops.
Oh man,
that's going to be a negative
super tough because they had the grips, right? And then as he sat down, Machado pulled it back, but
which
that's
is smart.
The rule. Oh, it actually looks like they're not awarding the... Okay, so yeah, there's not a penalty, so the grip was in play.
Okay. Ignore my opinion. That's why I'm not a judge. Machado's passing style, definitely looking to keep his legs away. Now using that kind of stomp pass, leg pinning system. Popularized, of course, by the Ruotolo brothers. So good at that. Dropping back on his own leg here now.
Yeah, and this is definitely the time to do it before points are on, right? So there are no sweeping points inside of the first 2 minutes. I think really smart there of Pedro to try that on for size. We saw in the first round, Yonekura very insistent on these straight ankle locks. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of that, but now we're seeing some of this passing here. He was doing some really nice shin pinning and leg weaving earlier on in the first round. Big pressure coming in now, his right knee behind, and you can see that Machado did a great job of keeping his right knee open rather than allowing it to be collapsed. That really saved him there, but more of that leg weaving and shin pinning from Yonekura, really nice.
Yeah, Yonekura, he's got great mobile guard passing, but I like the way that he uses his own legs in the process to kind of leg fight against his opponent's legs, kind of maneuvers him into leg drag positions without really like forcing the leg across using his hands. It's very subtle, it's very effective.
Points
Again,
just come on.
Back on that straight ankle.
In this position now that they've entered point, how is Yonekura? I think he's in top position technically, right? So if Machado comes up with this B2. I'm not sure if he was in established top position or not. We're gonna find out though. as soon as someone comes up, we'll see if there's a score or not.
Really hard for Yonekura to get the leverage that he's looking for. That's a little bit better. Oh, big extension there. Had a real moment. Had a stretch through that foot and the ankle. But Machado
back steps over. Yeah, stays out of danger.
He's got the right answers. He's always going in the right direction. He's always able to relieve that pressure. I bet his ankles are going to be a bit sore tomorrow, though. He's been eating some deep bites, that's for sure.
The 2-on-1 control of the left arm. Here, I'm not sure if maybe Pedro will be looking to drag that by. One thing we see from Yonekura over and over is the left hand grabs the top of the knee and the hamstring, or the quad, excuse me, and tries to drive that through.
Felipe inverting all the way through, but look at the way the Daiki just kind of closes it down again. Machado is the kind of guy, he likes space. He likes space to move. He's got a very open game. Yonekura is very much the opposite. He's very tight, really likes to kind of close the gaps on his opponent, whether from top or bottom. Putting on some pressure here, really leaning his hip on top of that knee shield and his head in the jaw.
Nice frame there from Felipe Machado. Keeps his left forearm underneath the chin. Oh.
Briefly jumped over the bottom leg. Chaining his passes well, side to side. Hasn't finished yet. Look at that shift. Look at the way he just shuffle stepped from one side to the other. And he's gotten closer now. This is the first time we've really seen him make like an upper body connection with Machado. Machado gets his knee shield back in to save him, but Yonekura is closing the gap.
We saw Felipe Machado for a moment there, maybe look for a K-guard entry. He was kind of scooping under with his right leg, but Daiki was able to switch sides, and his relentless side-to-side movement is so impressive. He's one of those people, oh wow, right hand around the waist. For a moment, oh, he still has a look at this pass. Not able to put Machado flat yet, but look at that.
Machado working hard to recover there in the final 10 seconds of the round. Yonekura still hasn't let up the pace.
And that was so well timed. He inverted him through his leg over the top to avoid the pass. But
0-0, but
even with a 0-0 score, I mean, man, Yonekura had such a lot of dominant moments in this round.
That side-to-side guard passing, Kendall, I got to say, I'm so impressed with that. It was relentless.
He's one of those people we talk about that is a great combination of outside and inside passing. So he's able to move so quickly from side to side and then close the space as soon as he finds a little bit of what he thinks is an opening. Man, Machado's retention here as well cannot be underestimated. It's like he almost came over the top, even had a look at maybe putting some hooks in. We see that defense sometimes, but they return here. And just like you mentioned, Howell, even with like 4 seconds left at this point, Yonekura is still pouring on the pressure.
There is Giancarlo Bodoni talking to Felipe Machado in this 1-minute rest period. One more 5-minute round to go. There's the Al Leone team. And Daiki Yonekura first up to his feet. And I love the energy from the Al Leone team. They're very loud, they're very supportive of their teammates. Because this is an important match for them. Williams Elite team, they need this win because right now it's 2-1 in favor of Williams Elite team, excuse me. Al Leone need this win. They both need the win, of course, but Al Leone really need it. But look at that. Look at that from Felipe Machado. Manages in the wrestling to get a rear body lock. Now Yonekura rolling through. But will they score
But he
two?
could score 2 here.
I think that is definitely. He's managing to keep him on the mat now.
We haven't.
Where are the points?
We haven't seen it come to the board. I don't know if maybe they are going to call that the position was off of a back take, right, rather than a takedown. But man, that's a tough one.
That's a fine line. Fine line.
Oh man. Yeah, that's got to be frustrating for Machado, but nonetheless, a much more dominant look from him than we've seen in the match so far. And we definitely saw some big palms to the face right there as well. And Machado maybe coming in with a different strategy here this time around.
Rips his leg out this time. Yonekura not chasing him.
We, you see Gabriel Souza in the corner, and a couple of times he said, stick to the outside passing and go to the back, right? That's what he's looking for. And I think, judging by the early flurry that we saw, it wouldn't be a surprise if that's his focus. Cartwheels over, but might get his right leg in danger in the process.
Yeah, Yonekura is really good at sucking in those legs. So good at getting his grips. And that really is going to impede Felipe Machado's progress.
Especially because we're in the points series now at this point, so have to be a little bit more careful of sitting back and playing in the leg positions, because if you end up on bottom, you're going to give up that 2.
50-50, spinning through, trying to look for that heel is Yonekura. Machado spins with him, still not out of danger, but keeping his foot flat on the floor is the first line of defense. Now it's exposed, but the knee line looks clear. You see Daiki Yonekura switch his grips. He did win his first match yesterday via Aoki lock.
Daiki may be looking to rotate out to the back. You can see his left hand found the leg of Machado. Machado trying to free himself from these entanglements and gets back to his outside passing. He rotates through. Yonekura does such a great job of continuously attacking the ankles, even when people try to back out or kick out. It's really annoying, because, in a good way, because when you are consistently attacking the legs and the ankles, the person, not only do they have to stay really vigilant, but they'll also start leaning over, potentially exposing their head, or they'll come back into the guard where Daiki really likes to be instead of playing that outside game. So it's a great way to get people to come back to their knees. For example, if you're really attacking the ankles, the arm, the head when they're standing, if you want them to play in a more close passing position, then you threaten them there and then they come in closer again.
Machado's doing his absolute best to try and separate those legs, to get his leg free. Yonekura making it extremely difficult. That's a little bit better for Machado. The noise from the Al-Leone team, so supportive. Machado's got to be really careful of the Aoki here. His foot was highly off the floor, very light indeed.
Man, this is so crazy how, 2-0-0 rounds so far, and they're about to potentially end in the third, and it's going to be a complete draw all the way through, if so. And Daiki's had a lot of great looks at different scores, but we also saw, of course, Machado have a look at a back and a potential takedown in this round, too, so it's a very close round.
Nice wedging back take there from Felipe Machado, or an attempt, I should say.
Oh, and Machado was in on his own ankle at the very end, too.
Another 0-0. Judge's decision. Wow, the Al-Leone team seem pretty confident of who they think deserves that victory. We'll find out very soon which way the judges will call it, but I think that was a very even contest, Kendall, but I have to say I do feel personally like Daiki was maybe initiating some more of the action, let's say.
Well, and one of the things is we're still seeing the call from their corner about those 2 points for the potential takedown in this most recent round. So tough to know if the referees are going to be looking at that or how heavily that's going to weigh in their minds. Not necessarily put the points on the board, but for the potential win.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards for your winner by decision. In the red corner, representing Alione, Daiki, Yonekura.
Well, it is now 2 wins apiece. Alione even the score. Daiki Yonekura's judges' decision win against Felipe Machado now puts this 7-match series at 2 each as we go into the 5th match. And Yonekura earned the win against Felipe Machado. Here is a look at some of the best moments, Kendall.
Man, that early potential back take or back attack here from Daiki was so good. He pops his feet out, kicks the knees out. Now, Felipe Machado had amazing defense here, back up to his feet, but the relentlessness, too, of Daiki. I mean, even at the end, he was still on the attack as they went out of bounds.
The leg locks attacks, I mean, I lost count of the amount of leg locks that Daiki Yonekura was going for against Felipe Machado. Didn't actually seem at any point like Felipe Machado was ready to tap. But I do feel that his feet are probably going to ache a little bit tomorrow because he was stretching on that foot and yanking on that Achilles. But Daiki Yonekura with an important win here for Alione.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 bouts, the scores are now tied with 2 points each. We now move on to the 5th contest, which will be fought in the under 65 kilogram division. Introducing first to the red corner, representing Alione, Gianni, Grippo. His opponent in the blue corner, representing Williams' elite team, Dominic, Mejia!
All right, here we go, match number 5. And man, this is a really, really important moment in this match because they are even up 2 matches apiece. Of course, this is a best 4 out of 7 matches, with each lineup having 7 athletes coming out to fight for the win and move forward into the finals. And that may be 2 points for Dominic Mejia. I'm not sure if they're going to call it a pull or a takedown. It looks like they're calling it a pull, I believe.
Oh, they're going to do the VAR. They are looking at it. I mean, you could hear the Williams elite team were calling for the 2. And I think that Grippo was kind of like I've never seen Gianni shoot a takedown in my life. You know, he's always pulling guard. And it felt like, to me, it was a kind of a sliding guard pull. But they're going to look at it for sure.
Yeah,
the referees are watching it right now. Here it is. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're right. I mean, Gianni was definitely shooting his hips forward to pull. However, based on the forward pressure on Dom, they could call that, as a level change here. Yeah, so Dom had a level change rather than a shot. Yeah. And then after Gianni was pulling, Dom also reached for the leg. So it won't be 2 points. You can hear Dom's corner calling him to control the top leg and cut the corners, not going straight into the guard. Gianni immediately with that strong grip, he had his right hand on the ankle, switching back and forth. He's so good from this position.
No, Dominic Mejia and Gianni Grippo have actually faced off once before, with Gianni Grippo beating him at the ADCC West Coast Trials 2022, winning by decision in a close match.
That was a breakout moment for Dominic Mejia. I mean, I remember that so clearly because Dominic, I've known him for a long time. He's trained with me quite a bit, and I was like, man, I know this kid. And when I watched that match, I was like, this is going to be crazy. But a lot of people didn't know him at the time. They were like, who's this guy that got close to beating Gianni Grippo? Who's this kid?
That's what I love about the ADCC trials. You often see that because, in tournaments where people are grouped together, obviously by belt rank, then, you seem to generally the same old faces, entering the divisions. But with ADCC trials and tournaments like this, like AIGA as well, you'll have no-gi grapplers going up against each other you might not otherwise see. And it does give an opportunity for people to make their name, and Dominic Mejia has definitely been doing that the last couple of years. He's been very active since moving to Austin, Texas, and joining the New Wave team, and training with John Danaher and Gordon Ryan and all those guys, and will now be part of the Kingsway squad.
Dom cranking on his foot a little bit here.
And that's why, of course, Dominic, with that experience of training with them, they obviously know what he's capable of in the training room. And that's why he got invited to be part of the Williams Elite team.
Johnny kicks that foot out. So we have entered the points period. Johnny's on bottom. Obviously, if he were to come up on top, that's going to be a score of 2. So Dominic's going to be really aware of that as he is playing this double-seated guard. And, to be fair, I was going to say it's not typical for Gianni to come up and take 2. He's often looking for the back, but he just did right now. So he's going to put 2 on the board here.
You want to know an incredible statistic about Gianni Grippo? He's a veteran black belt at this point. He's in his early 30s. He has been on the scene a long time.
Oh, wow.
Nice roll through from Dominic.
Man, that was a nice little bite there. And, I want to correct myself earlier, too. There's not 2 points for the sweep, because I think what I didn't realize that I'm learning is that when the points go on, if they're double-seated, there's not someone who is on top, even if they were on top 10 seconds before, if they're double-seated at that 3-minute mark. So that must have been part of Dom's strategy, to sit double-seated before the points went on. So, yeah, obviously no points scored here. Dom had a little bit of a look at
He's got false rebound
he
right here.
He does.
Gianni doing a good job of maintaining a very good grip in the back of the neck. But Gianni has had over 300 matches in his black belt career, and he's only lost 9 of them by submission. Like, it is very rare to see Gianni get caught, especially by our leg lock. He's a berimbolo master, and he's also really good at putting on the pressure in these kind of positions. And look at that crossface, Kendall. That is a smashing crossface.
He has the S grip now too, and it's not really about the pain. It's more about the mechanics of it. I mean, the pain matters, but more about the mechanics, because Dom needs to be able to turn on his right side, and if you're turning the head completely in the other direction, he won't be able to turn his upper body. Look at this pinning of the shoulder as well from Johnny. He's cranking that tighter and tighter.
Almost steps over at the top in nice recovery from Dominic Mejia there. Now this is Gianni's bread and butter. He loves the head and arm choke from top. He has finished many matches in that specific fashion. But Dominic Mejia, with 20 seconds left, looks like he's going to make it through into the second round.
You see a last-minute flurry here. I think Dom was going to be looking to come up on top in those last couple seconds if he could create any openings, but it's going to go to a draw for round 1. Now the 1-minute break before they come around for their next 5-minute bout.
That's a draw then, yeah. 0-0. And we see here Dominic Mejia of Williams Elite Team. Giancarlo Bodoni and Oliver Taza in the corner. There is Gianni Grippo talking to Deandre Corbe, who is something of a rival. They've actually fought each other many times, including at the No-Gi World Championships in the final, I believe. That Gianni has wins over both Gavin and Deandre Corbe. Isn't it cool to see them on the same team and actually coaching each other through these matches? It just goes to show the openness and the kind of the relationship, the brotherhood that exists in the jiu-jitsu community. Gianni Grippo was first out of the corner, back up into the middle of the mat, ready to go for the second period. Now Dominic Mejia comes back out. Round 2. Once again, 2 matches apiece. 2 for Leone, 2 for Williams Elite Team. Every match is so significant because these results matter. It's the first to 4 wins who will advance through into the final against the winners of Universal Fighters and Kasai Team in the other semi-final.
And we actually saw the...
back exposure there.
Oh, knee bar!
Straight knee! Dominic Mejia! Dominic Mejia with the knee bar win against Gianni Grippo. Less than 30 seconds in the 2nd round. That is a huge win for Dominic Mejia. I said it earlier that it is very rare to see Gianni Grippo get caught. That is only his 10th career loss by submission as a black belt. Dominic Mejia, 28 seconds of the 2nd round for the knee bar win.
Ladies and gentlemen, the referee can't stop the action during the 2nd round. For your winner by knee bar, representing a Williams Elite Team, Dominic Mejia!
Massive win for Dominic Mejia. Not just for the Williams Elite Team, but for him, particularly as an ascending athlete in the sport of jiu-jitsu and grappling.
I told you not to be surprised by that kid. I mean, man, he's so good. I've been watching him and training with him since he was really young. And we always knew that there was going to be something super special. You can see he's got so much chemistry with the guy on his team.
Yeah, brings that energy back to the corner of Williams Elite Team.
There's
Here
a lot of
Kenta.
momentum that gets built in a duel situation like this. When your teammates win, oh my God, it brings the energy up. And look at this, we have the
So he goes outside
lock.
Ashi. Yeah.
And right here, look at the hip switch. He's right perfectly on the back of the knee. He had so much hip extension that it didn't even take a second of that extension for Gianni to tap. That was so well executed.
Grippo is looking to bolo his way out of it. You can see that Dominic Mejia double outside Ashi, switches the grip though, and then as Gianni tries to roll, he lands in a fully extended knee bar, and there is no gritting it out, there is no defending. That is just a dead to right submission. Very impressive submission win there for Dominic Mejia.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 contests, Williams Elite Team lead over Leone with a score of 3-2. As we enter the 6th contest, which will be fought in the 91 kilogram division. Introducing first to the red corner, representing Leone, Devhonte Johnson. And his opponent in the blue corner, representing Williams Elite Team, Luccas, Lira!
All right, so we move on into the 91 kilogram division. And right now, Devhonte Johnson in the blue and white up against Luccas Lira of Williams Elite Team.
Talk about a little bit of pressure as well right now on...
Oh, okay, there was a wristband or a watch on Luccas Lira's wrist. So
I didn't see,
restart.
but I bet you it was a whoop. I bet you it was, unless it was just like a hair tie. But if it was looking like a watch, it was definitely a whoop. Maggie, if you're listening, I got you.
You're gonna restart it on standing. Yep. And the clock's actually being reset to 5 as well. So there it is. Luccas gets the guard pull that he was looking for.
So I was gonna say, man, talk about a lot of pressure on Devhonte Johnson, right? Because Luccas Lira, their team, They're at 3. Okay, if they move forward 4, that is a win for them to move on into the finals. It's a best 4 out of 7 situation here. So Devhonte has to win this match to keep them in the game for the team race. They'll complete all the matches regardless, so you will see everybody go through with the 7 matches, but
yeah, the result of this match right here could determine where the Williams Elite team go through into the final against Universal Fighters or Kasai team.
Man, there we see Devhonte with those double unders. He is
relentless
so
with it.
Strong in this position. It's one of his best positions. So strong here.
Great stack there. He's got the hips high off the floor. Now he's got the feet on the floor, driving forward. Look at that, putting Luccas Lira into a deep stress position. Captured the hips. Managing to turn Luccas Lira, and he's got back exposure. He's got the seatbelt.
Look at the leg pickup from Luccas Lira. Luccas Lira's not out of the game here. He picks up his leg and brings it in front of his body and tries to sweep him back. Oh my gosh, it's really tough right there on the edge because they've now gone off the mat, and that portion off the mat is not padded. I do really love that about the stage here at AIGA.
Huge, yeah.
It is amazing because we have a very large mat, but it's not only that. There is this giant section as wide as like a typical tatami mat outside, so that they have no risk of going off the stage. That's one of the issues a lot of times with like stage shows. You can fly off. It's happened to me before. It's not very fun. So I really love the way that things are set up so that we can see a proper reset and these guys didn't have to stop the action.
Yeah, they're gonna double check the reset position. Devhonte's in a position to go for a crucifix here because that arm is trapped, but he rolls through. Seatbelt grip. He's got a really tight seatbelt, and he did finish his match yesterday, Kendall, via rear naked choke. Devhonte Johnson tapped out Marco Aurelio in the very first round with a rear naked, and he's in a great position to attack here, but Luccas Lira out of trouble.
You do not want Luccas on your legs either, I gotta tell you.
Devhonte very easily withdraws his leg, but he put a lot of pressure on Lira early in that round there. And Luccas Lira is in a much better position now from which to both attack and defend. He's got a high knee shield and a reverse De La Riva on the bottom. Back into just a kind of a knee shield half guard. Devhonte is such a great pressure passer, and I mean, if you've trained with Murilo Santana for so many years at Unity Jiu-Jitsu like he has, then your top pressure game should be on point, right?
For sure.
Definitely what Devhonte is known for. And he's been with Murilo since, I think, blue or purple belt, you know, since I think Unity opened all the way back in like 2015. He's been there for over 10 years at this point and has actually opened his own branch of Unity Jiu-Jitsu in New Jersey, where he's originally from. Still, of course, goes through to the main gym right there in Manhattan, and look at that! Nearly clearing the leg. Devhonte Johnson had the underhook, but Lira able to recover to see the guard. Classic clash of styles here between guard passer, pressure passer, and a fantastic guard player like Luccas Lira, who's got a great active guard. And I feel we were talking about earlier that dual meat fashion. You know, the submission win of Dominic Mejia against Gianni Grippo, the energy that he brings back to his teammates, it's something you just, it's one of my favorite things about team competitions, and especially here at AIGA. The question is, of course, whether that momentum can continue or whether it's actually even more motivation for Devhonte to get it back for his team.
Yeah, Devhonte was coming out with some really strong energy as well. You know, I think I was trying to hear what he was saying because he was looking over and smiling as he was pacing back and forth. I think he had a mantra he was repeating over and over, and he looked good, looked happy and comfortable and ready to go. So we see Luccas was in there deep on the hamstring, but he's kind of rotating his right leg between the hamstring on the left side and the ankle and the shin on the other side. And he's trying to, you can see him kind of escaping his hips and kipping his hips a little bit to try to get some movement and get underneath Devhonte Johnson, but man, is that
Devonte's rock solid. Absolutely rock solid. Devonte's got the near side underhook.
That's amazing. Man, that near side underhook is a game changer because he can sprawl that left leg back now, and Luccas really needs to keep that underhook on the leg. So
beautiful body lock.
Yeah, he sprawled that leg out and then brought it back to the hip, had that body lock like you said. Still has the near side underhook, and this is Devhonte Johnson's happy place, that is for sure. Very, very difficult to be here, and the time's gonna run out before we score, but that's a big statement opening up this match.
Okay, first round ending 0-0. Luccas Lira goes back to the Williams lead team corner. Giancarlo Baldoni, team manager and representative. He's not competing in this round. This is his weight category, actually, the 91 kilogram division. There's Devhonte Johnson, Dan Schwad, Jeremy Skinner, and Kamal Akakundu. Oh, look at that. Big Dan with the towel, Universal Fighter style. It's pretty warm in here.
He's learning. He's learning from the wrestlers. All right, here we go.
5 minutes on the clock for this second round. And this is an opportunity for a bit of a do-over for Luccas Lira. Because I love this about the 3-5 minutes. An athlete can go back, kind of use that 1 minute break to strategize, talk with his corner, forget about what happened in the preceding in the earlier round, and treat each 5 minute round like an individual match. Much more like how people train in the gym as well, right? You do these kind of shorter rounds, generally quick break, and then you back out at it.
Yeah, I love this because we get to see a lot of different versions of the same match, potentially. And now, as I say that, though, we may see something similar here, considering that we've got Luccas, you know, here on bottom, and Devhonte Johnson is going to be looking to close the distance and get some close passing going. Luccas is someone who I really enjoy watching, though, because, oh, wow, big hip pressure there from Devhonte. He's trying to have his left hand on the top of the knee, the quad, to clear that bottom leg of Luccas. Luccas is so good at continuing to bring that right knee up and always keeping his elbow and his knee connected and not getting stretched out. But that's exactly what Devhonte is strong at. He's so strong. He drives his hips forward like this. He pushes the knee down with his left hand.
Just got to be careful that he doesn't settle for too long and get put on the stalling clock.
Yeah, it's hard for this style of passing. We saw that earlier with Kenta. Has some similar approaches.
Luccas kicking his legs free, comes back up into this seated guard. Hand fighting here. And you look at the size difference as well. I feel like Devhonte, even though they are both in the under 91 kilogram division, Devhonte looks substantially bigger than Luccas Lira in this match.
For sure.
Nearly cleared that near side leg. Dante comes back in with a one knee up. Match number 6 of 7 matches, and it's 3-2 to Williams' elite team. Devhonte kind of closing the distance a little bit more now, but Lira puts him back into that knee shield on the opposite side.
Yeah, Luccas has a well-rounded game, but one of the things he's really well known for is his leg locks and his leg entries. And so I think it's tough to have that game move forward with someone like Devhonte Johnson, because Devonte's hips, his base is so heavy. He is not one of those people. Big kick there from Luccas, and I guess kicked and his hair came out as a result or something like that.
It's like a Jasmine Hosha style kick.
But yeah, with someone like Devhonte, he's not someone who's going to like step into your guard. Like, one of the things that you don't see happen to him very often is not being put in like single leg X and X guard.
His leg hasn't been caught once so far.
But those are the people that are easier to get in on their legs if you can start to put them in X and single leg X. And a lot of people excel passing from there, so they don't really mind. But Devhonte is not that guy. You know, he keeps his hips back and low, and he has an ability to really avoid his legs being entangled. It's very impressive.
Devhonte really trying to clear those obstacles. Oh, there's the double under. Back to his A-game, the stack pass, and he's got really, really good position here and taking his time, driving his knee into the shoulder and the armpit, and now forces the turtle. This is big. This is good for Johnson.
Man, this is really good for Devhonte because he has that hook in now. I was going to say, also sometimes you can open up your leg in the turtle position. There's a lot of ability to roll through on knee bars. And see on the neck here, I think he has this locked up, Howell. I'm pretty sure his arms are, I can't see from our angle, but
there it is.
Oh, it's right over the face, but that's a lot of pressure here.
Oh, that is deep. That is really deep.
No, but look at Luccas, though. Look at his hips coming out. Man.
Big pressure, but Luccas just manages to turn his shoulders and his hips to the mat. No score, and gets out of that deep submission attack. I mean, it's a bit of a kind of a meme at this point, but it really is true that anything below the eyebrows can work as a choke, right?
It's my favorite sentence of all time. Everything below the eyes is neck. What do you want from me? If you tap, you tap.
A tap is a tap, and with 20 seconds remaining, that was Devhonte Johnson's best moment in this round so far. And Lucas Lira, I feel like the pressure in that second round now, even though it has been 2 0-0 rounds, that should the third round go again 0-0, I feel like it's Devhonte Johnson who's clearly in the lead, should the judges be required to render a decision. End of the second round.
Man, not only decision if it were to go to a draw, but we're also thinking about as the fatigue that continues after being, kick. Yeah, there's that kick there.
And here's the pass.
Man.
I like how Devhonte kind of got him, but he didn't rush the turnover.
No, look at his left knee. Look at his left knee. That is so brilliant, the way he keeps the shoulders stapled, because that keeps the person from turtling too quickly where you can't chase the back. So it gives him enough time. He kept his left knee on the shoulder long enough to be able to then come behind Luccas without Luccas being able to escape. Now, if you see Lucas's hook on the foot there, I think he was thinking about the legs, but Devhonte found himself on a choke here with only one hook in. Man, hard to say what would have happened if he had tried to go for the second hook and put some points on the board there, but went for the kill, and sometimes that wins you the match, sometimes it's a big risk, but either way, they ended with a draw, and they're going to come back for one more 5-minute round.
Round 3 here.
Round 3.
Devhonte Johnson has not had to initiate a single takedown so far in this match. It's Luccas who has pulled each time. And this is the longest we've actually seen Luccas on his feet.
Yeah, I'm interested in the approach here as well. Devhonte has a very strong wrestling. He's very good on his feet, but so is Luccas. Like, I really enjoy watching his stand-up too. He's very scrappy, great scrambles. You can really see the size difference too when they're on their feet as well. I'm not totally sure, I'd have to ask, but I don't think that Luccas is normally having to fight up to this weight class. I believe he's normally a bit lower, and I wouldn't be surprised if Devhonte had to do a little cut to make this, so.
Yeah, Devhonte's been up as high as, we've seen him up at like super heavyweight quite regularly, which is like 220, it's like 100 kilos. But then I also remember seeing him right down at sort of 88, so he's gone up and down a bit in weight, whereas I would say that Luccas is much more of a natural 88 kilo kind of guy. This weight category, 91, probably didn't have to cut a lot for it. It's Devhonte with the inside position here. There is the pull.
It looked like Luccas was pulling to try to break the posture down on Devhonte. Oftentimes you'll see him do that, where he has a really good grip on the upper body, and he'll pull and he'll scoot his hips far underneath and get the person's weight to already be over his head so that he can enter during the pull. But man, Devhonte, I mean, it's hard to say like how telegraphed it was in his mind or if it was just instinctive, but his ability to immediately bring his hips back on the pull keeps him in the driver's seat here.
Again, with that left hand kind of against the ribs, should he close the distance, it's right there for the near side underhook, and shuts down so much of Luccas's game on that side. Drops for the double unders, so good at catching them, but Luccas Lira a little bit more hip to it now. You know, twice now, once in each round, he's been caught with that double under stack pass. And this time, a little bit more attentive to it. The Alioni team really bringing the energy here. Close guard for the first time from Luccas Lira. Devhonte, great posture, reaching back inside, manages to open the close guard.
It'll be interesting to see here with 2:20 left if Luccas keeps the same game plan, or I was going to say if he shifts maybe a close guard or even some wrestle-ups, right? Because there was some space there for a moment where Devhonte was on his feet. We often see Devhonte closing the distance quickly from the passing. He brings his knees in tight, or he stays on his knees and he looks for those body lock positions or those double unders. So when he was standing, I was wondering if Luccas might try to wrestle up or use that to enter the legs, but he actually ended up in the opposite, came to the close guard.
And look at that, the entire Williams Elite team in the background, watching very, very closely the result of this match, because if Devhonte Johnson can get the win, well, that means that everything's going to come down to that last match between Isaac Michell and Chris Wojcik, which will come up after this one. Devhonte Johnson, so far, I would say that should this go to a decision, is clearly the one to take it.
It's interesting how whenever he gets here, you can hear his team yelling so loud for him because they know that this is his favorite position. Look at the right hand went across the waist, but Luccas was actually going under on the leg as well in that moment. But here's a front headlock from Devhonte. He is very strong from this position. And he has a tight grip on the head and the arm together. Luccas standing up and reaching for that single leg. He could be trying to score two here, but they are on the edge of the mat.
Devhonte with a good front headlock, looks up the anaconda. He's managed to figure four his hands.
Oh man, that's a tough position to try to stay in the mats. It's very tough to reset when an active submission is in play.
Devhonte has sprawled out here. Luccas Lira has got about 45 seconds on the clock here to defend. Devhonte sits through.
Oh wow, Luccas almost able to step over, but look at Devhonte now.
Oh,
this is a
tight.
stronger finishing position here.
Extremely tight now. Luccas Lira in deep trouble here.
He's trying to, oh wow.
Devhonte Johnson, 4 minutes and 31 seconds of the final round. Gets the anaconda choke.
He keeps Alioni in the game. Keeps them in the game. This is now 3-3. These teams are 3-3. It's gonna come down to match 7 to see who is gonna punch their ticket into the finals. Wow.
Devhonte Johnson with the late submission win. This match, this team match between Alioni and Williams Elite team, as close as you could call.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee can't stop the action in the third round. For your winner by Anaconda choke, representing Alioni, Devhonte Johnson.
A big win for the American Devhonte Johnson of Team Alioni, who extremely happy with that result. Because not only does he get the submission win for his resume, but Alioni versus Williams Elite team all comes down to the final match in the 83-kilogram division, which will be coming up next. And look at the scenes. Alioni extremely happy. Luccas Lira, he put up a great fight. He really did. Here's a look at the replay, Kendall. Here's the finish.
Man, look at the bend in the neck, the absolute compression there from Devhonte Johnson. Such a tight grip. Luccas was doing everything he could to use his arm to keep the legs and the hips at bay and try to rotate back to his knee. But Devhonte, he kept rotating through, bringing his legs and his hips closer and closer to Luccas, compressing, and here he was able to get the finish. Incredible match from these guys. He had almost stepped over the top there.
Yeah, Devhonte uses the anaconda to turn Luccas Lira here, and when he lands on his back here, that's when it was pretty much done deal, right?
Brutal, brutal.
As you said, Devhonte walks his hips a little bit closer. Here he is, and the pressure just too much. Luccas Lira can't resist anymore and is forced to tap out. Huge win for Devhonte Johnson. And Al Leone still in the game. 3 matches apiece. Everything comes down to this match now.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 contests, the scores are now tied. Al Leone have 3, and Williams' elite team also have 3. And we will go to a 7th bout, which will be the decider. The next contest will be fought in the under 83 kilogram division. Please welcome firstly into the red corner, representing Al Leone team, Chris Wojcik. And his opponent in the blue corner, representing Williams' elite team, Izaak Michell.
All right, here we go. This is the deciding factor for who moves into the finals. Chris Wojcik and Izaak Michell here are going to determine who moves forward.
In the blue and white, Chris Wojcik. In the green and gold, Izaak Michell. Wojcik looking to pull very quickly, but Izaak Michell not allowing him those grips to do so. Isaac's got phenomenal wrestling. And there it is.
He's in on that
Good
single.
shot.
Man, that's a deep single. Oh, look at... Look at that! And he gets the tap! He's gonna push him right to the bottom. Incredible finish there from Izaak Michell. I don't even know how he found that arm hobble. That was like, I have no idea how that even happened. We are gonna have to rewatch that. Look at this celebration from these guys running onto the mat. Incredible finish there. I don't know the exact time, but it couldn't have been more
21 seconds.
21 seconds.
At the very first round, Izaak Michell shoots in. Chris Wojcik tried to lock up an arm with what looked like a Kimura trap. Izaak Michell flipped the position, extended the arm, and locked in the armbar for the win.
Ladies and gentlemen, the referee can't stop the action during the first round. For your winner by armbar, representing Williams' elite team, Izaak Michell.
Well, Izaak Michell proved to be the anchor for Williams' elite team and has confirmed their spot in the final later today against the winner of Universal Fighters and Team Kasai. And he could not have done it in any more decisive fashion. I mean, when we see the replay, we can just replay the whole match because it was only 21 seconds. But look at the energy in the Williams elite team corner now. That Izaak Michell, not only the submission, but the chance to fight for that share. Here it is,
he goes in on that single. And Wojcik was rolling through. He had a Kimura trap of his own, and that's what I missed. I didn't see the Kimura trap. He used it to turn to his own armbar. He almost got out and rotated there, but finished with 2 legs on the side of the head. Got some insane extension here. We're gonna see it again. Over the top of the Kimura trap, tries to roll through. Izaak telegraphed that armbar, stepped over, and ripped that wrist across. That was insane. What a moment for this team. That was crazy.
Huge win, huge win. Very impressive submission for Izaak Michell there. And Chris Wojcik is as tough as they come, but it was just such a great technical sequence there. The defense to the Kimura trap, absolutely perfect from Izaak Michell. And the face of the Al Leone team, Devhonte Johnson, after such an amazing win in his own match, he feels the heartbreak.
Yeah, it was brutal.
Of his teammates.
Man, the team Al Leone did great. They looked so good. They had such great matches, but in
we'll
the end...
see them back. They'll come back for the 3rd place match later.
Right.
But let's hand it over for the official results.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 contests, the scores were tied. Each team had 3 points each. It all went down to a 7th deciding battle. And your winner with a score of 4-3, let's cheer for Williams Elite Team! And let's cheer for your runner-ups, Al Leone! I now invite all the fighters to shake hands.
What a match, what a series of matches between Williams Elite Team and Al Leone. It went right down to the final match. 3 wins for Al Leone, but 4 wins for Williams Elite Team, catching that all-important submission in the final. So many submissions, so many highlights throughout that contest. Dominic Mejia with a huge win over Gianni Grippo by way of that straight knee bar. Big win for the young man from Williams Elite Team. Devhonte Johnson showcased his trademark pressure passing and then locked up this match-ending anaconda choke against Luccas Lira. That was match number 6. And it all came down to the final match at that point. The anaconda just got tighter and tighter, finished it with only seconds left in that final round. But then this armbar from Izaak Michell in only 21 seconds of the first round. And you can see the Williams Elite Team in the background just exploding with happiness and with joy, knowing that they will go through into the final later today. But Al Leone not done. We'll see them back for the 3rd place match.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next semi-final, and it will be between Universal Fighters and Kasai. It is now time to meet the Universal Fighters team. Introducing first, competing under 60 kilograms, Magomedbek Temeev. And in the 65 kilogram division, Magomed Tagayev. And in the 70 kilogram division, Zaur Hamedov. And in the 76 kilogram division, Kazi Magomed Kaziev. And in the 83 kilogram division, Eldar Adilov. And in the 91 kilogram division, Murad Abdulatipov. And in the plus 91 kilogram division, Ruslan Abdullayev. And let's welcome their team manager, Mohammed Abdul Kadirov. Ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer for the Universal Fighters! And it's now time to meet their opponents. They are Kasai! Introducing first in the 60 kilogram division, Junny Ocasio! In the 65 kilogram division, Diego Pato. In the 70 kilogram division, Fabrizio Andre. In the 76 kilogram division, Elijah Dorsey. In the 83 kilogram division, Pedro Marinho. And in the under 91 kilogram division, Roberto Jimenez. And in the plus 91 kilogram division, Kainan Duarte. And of course, let's welcome their team manager, Mateus Luccas. Ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer it for Kasai! I would now like to welcome head official Oljas Doshjanov to the center of the mat along with both head managers. We will now conduct the official draw. And the first bout will take place in the under 60 kilogram division. The next bout will be in the under 83 kilogram division. The next contest will be in the plus 91 kilogram division. The next contest will be in the under 65 kilogram division. The next contest will be in the under 76 kilogram division. And the next contest will be in the under 70 kilogram division. And your final match will take place in the under 91 kilogram division. I would now like to invite all the teams to shake hands in the center of the mats. So ladies and gentlemen, as the athletes make their way to the back, please could the under 60 kilogram division remain on the mat.
All right, so the team draws have been done, and we will start off with a match in the 60 kilogram division. Junny Ocasio representing Kasai, going up against Magomedbek Temeev of Universal Fighters. This is the first of the 7 matches.
Will take place in the under 60 kilogram division. Introducing first in the red corner, representing Universal Fighters, Magomedbek Temeev. And his opponent in the blue corner, representing Kasai, Junny Ocasio.
Well, the action about to get underway here in this first match between Universal Fighters and Kasai. Universal Fighters, of course, the team hailing from Dagestan, whereas Kasai is something of a super team put together by team managers Rich Byrne and Mateus Lutas, bringing together Brazilian, American competitors. In the red, Temeev, Magomedbek. In the black and red, Junny Ocasio. Look for Junny Ocasio to pull guard. He is a renowned leg lock specialist, phenomenal submission hunter. And we saw yesterday, Kendall, that Temeev, in his match against Joey Deal, great submission awareness, great submission defense, positionally and physically very, very strong.
Yeah, you definitely get a sense in these smaller weight classes sometimes when there is a competitor who is seemingly overpowering people. It's not, oh wow, in on a shot, but countered, and Junny now trying to suck this right leg in.
And that was interesting because he denied Temeev the takedown points with that cutback style Kanipasami leg entry, and has ended up on top here, which is really smart because Temeev probably has the wrestling advantage and he shot that good single, but Junny had a nice technical counter straight into a submission attack and has put him on top.
It's such a good point, Howell, because I was actually speaking to, steps over the top. I was gonna say, I was speaking to Junny last night about this match. I was asking him about it, and he was saying that, you know, a lot of times with this particular style, this team they're going up against, there's a lot of strategy for the person to stay on top, and we would look for a decision by staying active enough if they don't get the takedown points. And so Junny was talking about how he was gonna have to play guard in a certain way to deal with that. And so I do think that this is such a great turn of events for him to be able to actually use his attacks off of the early shot to come up on top. It's very, very great scenario for him.
We don't often see Junny in this kind of passing position. You know, he's such a leg lock hunter, and I think very smart. He just took a quick look at the clock before the points became active, and is now sitting back in this double guard pull to look for legs. because he knows that if he was to concede bottom position after that points period had been called, then he would have dropped 2 points.
Yeah, smart. Now he has the option. He can play top or bottom and not have to worry about that.
And Temeev, I think, also very smart in not rushing to come up on top, making sure that his leg positioning is solid.
Yeah, Temeev is doing a great job over and over of swimming for inside position with the feet. So he definitely has a lot of positional awareness here.
Junny with the De La Riva hook with his left leg. Temeev, his hips on the mat. And one thing I noticed again and again yesterday, Kendall, watching the Universal Fighters team, is that they don't have like a kind of a very technical answer to the leg locks. They're just positionally very, very good at not getting sucked into those positions and just staying kind of safe, but they know the right moment to escape. Very rarely you see them get caught dead to rights.
Get the left hand of Temeev controlling the thigh of Junny. Interested to see if he's going to try to suck that leg up and bring it on top of the shoulder and enter into an X guard. That would definitely play into the wrestle ups that we typically see from Universal Fighters.
Smart from Junny, and he's got his left arm underhooking the top leg of Temeev. That'll make it difficult for Temeev to get his hips underneath Junny and get any kind of elevation necessary for that. And Junny, black belt from Murillo Santana, training out of Unity Jiu-Jitsu in New York. Even though he is a great guard passer, a great guard player and a leg lock hunter, once again, if you're out of that room, if you're coming out of Unity Jiu-Jitsu, your top game is going to be on point as well, because you're training with some of the best guard players in the world every day. Final minute of this round. No sense of urgency from Temeev on bottom.
No, I think with short time here, probably somewhat comfortable with this going to a draw rather than overextending himself and not exerting, but exposing himself by going for something here on bottom in the flurry. But Junny is still pouring the pressure on, even though there's short time. I mean, you could see him kind of wrestling between the head and the arm control on the top side, inching closer to the head. And
they're so aggressive with their hand fighting as well. You can see this. There's the end of the first round. 0-0. Temeev goes back to his corner. Got the Universal Fighters squad giving him advice. There's Junny Ocasio in the Kasai team. They've got two towels. Matias Jimenez, Roberto's brother, and Obiano Malaquias. Both trying to cool down Junny. It's very warm in here. That's a factor, actually, that we should consider as well. Very hot, very humid here in Almaty, Kazakhstan in the summer. Very warm inside this arena. These guys are pouring with sweat, even just after a relatively kind of pedestrian first round. Both taking full advantage of that 1 minute break between rounds.
All right, here we go, round two. Draw for the first round. They're going to come in 5 minutes to go here in round two. And I'll say it again, just in case you haven't been with us too much so far. It's a best 2 out of 3 scenario. So there's a draw in the first round, and now we're going to see if they can put some points on the board, or obviously a submission would win the match at any point, but they're trying to win 2 out of 3 rounds at least to move forward. If they don't, then it will go to a decision overall, which I think we've only seen one time, if I'm not mistaken, if there were 3 rounds of 0-0. We saw that earlier today for the first time.
That's right. We only have one judge's decision so far, and that was it was Deandre Corbe versus Dante Leon, and Daiki Yonekura versus Felipe Machado, but the only one with no points scored at all was Yonekura versus Machado. Now we're seeing Temeev on top, having to deal with this. Good leg entry from Junny Ocasio. Manages to scoop grip the leg, but
Man, great work from...
No points for the reversal, though, because no points, only takedown points still, first 2-minute rounds.
Yeah, great ability of Temeev to be able to suck his leg out of those positions, because Junny was in pretty deep there for just a moment.
Junny on top now. Didn't have any success in getting past this kind of half guard, knee shield style position in the first round. Temeev Magomedbek looking for the underhook on that right leg of Junny Ocasio. Junny Ocasio has the top leg underhooked.
Yeah, we saw this in the first round as well, right? Similar pattern that's developing. About 10 seconds till points, and we just saw Junny sit down to a double-seated position, just like he did in the first round, and you had noted, Howell, that that's so smart, because as the points go on in 2 seconds from now, Junny can choose to play top or bottom without having to worry about being scored on, rather than sitting back now if you were on top and giving it the 2.
Yeah, that's really good awareness from Ocasio. And Temeev does come on top now. Junny again has got that underhook over the bottom leg.
He's in again. Oh man, but look at, it's like as soon as there is a bite at all, Temeev literally explodes and shoots himself back. This should be 2 points though. Believe there's gonna be, and there it is, 2 points for Junny Ocasio. Yeah, that's one of the things that we were talking about when I asked Junny about this match last night, knowing that they were coming into this semis, is he was saying, he was talking about the strategy, but then he kind of laughs and he goes, it's not going to be that fun of a match. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, because of the strategy, the way you have to play this with this rule set with this particular team, the way they fight. And he's like, but I'm going to do my best to make it happen. So you're seeing a little bit of that now. I think really great blend of going for the kill, like that's Junny's style, right? He's going for the legs, but using that to sweep. If he can't use it to finish or take the back, he's still using it to put something on the board to come up and get the nod for the second round, so that he can be in the lead moving forward, since they were in a draw first round.
Temeev, exactly the same pattern as you mentioned as the first round and the earlier part of this second round. He's playing that knee shield half guard, looking to underhook the free leg.
And the thing that's interesting about this, as they wind down, minute 15 seconds on the clock, is we haven't seen Temeev have an active guard. We haven't had to see him play on bottom yet. So it's a difficult task ahead, right, with 60 seconds to sweep Junny Ocasio. I mean, I'm not totally sure what the approach would be. We do see the Universal Fighter team, the Dagestani guys, they have some great bottom wrestling. They wrestle up from the guard quite a bit, but they need space in order to do that. They can't do it from this close knee shield position. That's why I think we see him underhooking the leg, hoping to bring the leg on top of the shoulder. But as you mentioned, Junny counters that again, a third time now, by bringing his left hand back and hooking the top leg here. Because I do think that would be Temeev's approach. Or if he were to maybe kick away and get some space and try to get Junny to stand up and pass. But I think Junny's very smart here to not stand up and do some outside passing, because that gives Temeev the position he'd be looking for.
Just over 20 seconds remaining now in this second 5-minute period. Junny Ocasio putting on lots of pressure from top, really not giving Temeev much space to work with. And Temeev doing his best to try and get underneath. There it is again, reaching with that underhook. And Junny mixes up that frame on the upper body and scooping underneath the top leg to just kill any entry for Temeev. So now it's 1 round up for Junny Ocasio.
Quick 1-minute rest here, and then we're going to get to see who's going to take this match. 5 more minutes. It's been a nice strategic battle with some small moments of explosiveness here. We see that attack from Junny that led, did that lead to the sweep here? I think this was the one that did, and he came up with this and scored those 2 points. And there he goes, clears his left leg, comes up, takes top position. To me, he was trying to attack the right leg of Junny, but Junny took the 2 here, and that's really what won him the round.
Here's another look at it. I think what was really smart was Temeev he was able to clear his knee line completely when his hips hit the floor, and Junny was able to build height. Conceded the sweep in the process. And you can see Temeev a little bit more active now with his footwork. There is a shot. Good sprawl from Junny, and he sits off it as well. That's really smart. Outside passing now from Temeev.
Yeah, now Temeev is where he wants to be. Has that 2 hands on the ankle. Oftentimes we see him go 2 hands on the ankle and try to slide that by, very like Toriano-esque style, bullfighter pass style, and go around to the head. But it's going to take more than that to pass the guard of Junny Ocasio. Jr.'s guard retention is so strong. His dexterity, his flexibility, and also his ability to be aggressive from those positions as well. It's one thing to have great guard retention, but it's another thing to be able to actually find attacks off of those positions of like being bent in half and being, you know, forced to turtle and stuff like that. We see him now had a bit of a look at the left leg of Temeev, but Temeev kicks out.
Right back to this outside passing. And I think that's probably a result of the advice given to him by his Universal Fighters teammates, just not to get in too close, not enter into the kind of the half guard of Junny Ocasio, because Junny's had really good success in locking in to the control of the legs, which gave him the sweep early.
Yeah, you can see Temeev, he's trying to control both hands and then almost like dive in with his head to go around, because every time he comes in to try to make Junny go on his back or to go supine, that's when Junny's able to get an attachment. And again, Junny almost sucked up that leg.
So points are now active in this 3rd round. Just under 3 minutes remaining. Temeev Magomedbek a little bit closer now, trying to put some pressure on.
Oh, that's a tight bite here. That's a strong gable grip, but kicks out.
He's in and out so well, right? He doesn't hang around. The moment that he feels that his leg is compromised, he is just gone. Really good at resetting this position. Very hard target for Ocasio.
Now he's a deep underhook with his right arm here on the top side leg. He looked like he was maybe looking for double unders there for a moment, now trying to go to the outside.
Yeah, we saw Temeev use the double unders yesterday when he competed against Joey Deal. And he's definitely got great squeeze as well. But Junny is just not letting him get close. The upper body is what Temeev wants to control in these kind of positions. And Junny's playing a very smart game in controlling the distance here.
Yeah, and the strategic point out as well is that Junny actually doesn't need to score to win here. If he goes to a draw, if this is 0-0, then he's won the only round that there was a win in, and so it will go to him.
That's absolutely right, and there's only 90 seconds left for Temeev to either put points on the scoreboard.
And you can hear and see the Universal Fighters corner going crazy. They were slapping the mat and screaming quite a bit a moment ago. A lot of intensity here, a lot of pressure on these matches as things get closer and closer to the finals.
Well, there's a sense of urgency here, right? You know, you got just over a minute left to win this match.
For sure. And there's a lot of momentum that happens from these matches. Like we just saw that, of course, with the Williams elite team. I mean, when your team wins, like once you get on a streak, I mean, it changes the chemistry of a team. It's something that's unique in this dual setup versus, you know, traditional like super fights or bracketed events.
45 seconds remaining now in this final round. Temeev just hasn't really been able to find any opening in Junny Ocasio's guard.
Oh, wow,
now Junny goes close guard. And I think that's smart. 30 seconds left. It's going to be Temeev who is, you know, all responsibility on him to try and get out of this position. And if he does bury down too much, There's always the chance of stalling clock, but I don't think that'll be a factor now. We have less than 20 seconds remaining. Guard is open again. 10 seconds remaining. Ocasio can just cruise to victory here. And that is the end of the match. Not the prettiest of wins for Junny Ocasio. He did say to you, right, that it might not be the most exciting fight, but he gets the win for Team Kasai, and that's what matters.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, your winner by points, representing Kasai, Junny Ocasio.
So, one match in. And Kasai get the first win, thanks to Junny Ocasio's points victory over Magomedbek Temeev. Universal Fighters, their next match is going to be the 83-kilogram division. Well, let's take a look at this. This was the sweep.
Yeah, this is the moment that won him the match for sure. This is in the second round. He came up, scored 2 points from here. And it is funny, you know, it literally is exactly what he telegraphed to me last night. This is something that the Kasai team is well aware of. They were watching the matches yesterday and reviewing what needed to be done strategically to beat these guys today. And even they told me, even if they're not, I mean, we're going to look for the submission. We're going to look to win any way we can. But if it needs to be strategic, we're moving forward in the finals. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, ultimately, the overall victory is what counts. And they want to go home with that prize money. They want to go home with the $500,000 for their team. So submissions are always desirable, but ultimately, a win is a win.
Ladies and gentlemen, after one bout, Kasai lead with a score of 1-0 over Universal Fighters. The next bout will take place in the under 83-kilogram division. Please welcome firstly to the red corner, representing Universal Fighters, Eldar Adilov. And his opponent in the blue corner, representing Kasai, Pedro Marinho.
Here we go. Pedro Marinho steps out to represent Kasai against Adilov Eldar at 83 kilos. This is round 2, or match 2, round 1. Now, what's interesting about this match to me is we know that a lot of the Universal Fighter guys come out and have great wrestling, but we always say, like, it's a very scary thing to shoot on Pedro Marinho. He's known for his guillotines, otherwise known as the Marinho teens.
But he's got great wrestling too.
And great wrestling, and great wrestling in general. So I would expect, and I think that's what we're seeing, some very big, heavy hand fighting, really aggressive start to this match. And that's what we're getting, it looks like.
I'm sure that Universal Fighters have done their homework as well. If anything, it's a lot easier for these guys to research their opponents than it is for Team Kasai, because there's just
not that much footage.
No, you go online and it's very easy to find footage of Pedro Marinho competing all the way back to purple belt. And, well, he's a very well-known competitor, who's #1 champion, ADCC veteran. And he had a very impressive first round guillotine win against Carl Peggers of checkmate yesterday. But look at that, trying to look for the neck. Here's Pedro Marinho.
Man, I love that about Pedro's style, is you're going to see foot sweeps, you're going to see throws, you're going to see shots, you're going to see front headlocks, and we get to see him mix it all up. Such a beautiful combination of attacks. He's really attacking every area of the body.
Adilov lost his match yesterday on points to Islam Mamlov of Battle Force. Conceded 2 in the final round. That was the only score. I believe it was a takedown right in the end of the match, but he is a formidable wrestler, that is for sure. Very solid, very, very solid. Points now being called. Nice shuck there from Pedro Marinho and clearing that collar tie. Gets the inside position. And Pedro Marinho, Kendall, is just so physical. Like, it's never a nice, easy, technical match with Pedro. It's a fight.
It's a war, for sure. No, and that's why I think this is such a fun matchup to see, because that's how a lot of the Dagestan guys come out as well, right? They're super physical. Like, I think you mentioned it yesterday, but a lot of them also are big into not just jiu-jitsu, also wrestling and MMA. They got big MMA backgrounds, so they're good for it. They're ready to come.
Yeah, they don't break easy, these guys. They're tough as they come. Like you said, multi-sport athletes, grappling, jiu-jitsu, and MMA. And Eldar Adilov very patiently standing in front of Pedro Marinho here. I think he's almost waiting for Pedro to shoot. Adilov knows if you try and go in on the legs of Pedro Marinho, there's a very good chance that you're going to go straight into a guillotine. I think Adilov getting a little frustrated with those hard foot sweeps, stroke, leg kicks from Pedro Marinho. Pedro's just ready to go. He is in his opponent's face.
Notice too, Pedro almost maybe looked at a little duck under there. But you'll notice, like, Pedro's style of wrestling is pretty dynamic for someone who stands straight up. Oftentimes when people are standing straight up, you don't see as much diversity with their wrestling game, but he stands straight up and he still will drop low at any time. He'll foot sweep any time. He'll try to duck under and go to the back anytime. So it's really fun to see. But man, I mean, Eldar Adilov is having some pretty great answers as well. I mean, he's been stopping everything that Pedro's thrown at him so far. Yeah,
defensively very sound. And not risking anything either in the process. I mean, we do potentially have a 15-minute match here, you know, total of 3 5-minute rounds. There was an inadvertent eye poke where Pedro Marinho apologizes and they continue. Seems to bother Adilov though, he seems still kind of blinking his eye. Pedro level changing, telegraphing the legs. Oh, flying armbar! Pedro Marinho in the last 30 seconds.
Oh my God, there's 20 seconds left. Do you think he's going to be able to extend this arm out?
He's looking for the turnover. He's trying to get the roll here, trying to catch that leg.
Oh man, that's a tough grip to break, but he could do it. Look at the base though of Adilov, keeping his knees on the ground.
10 seconds to work. Very, very dangerous position. He gets the extension.
He extends the arm, but he's going to jump over the top and escape just in time.
Never expected to see a flying elbow from Pedro Marinho like that, but that is a very interesting dynamic attack. And the Dagestan crew very unhappy with Pedro Marinho, it seems. Whether it's the antics or whether it was the eye poke earlier, but...
No, I think what happened is that Pedro Marinho raised his hands, like cheering a little bit at the very end as he went off.
This flying armbar, look at that.
And there was a little bit of confusion because Adilov was kind of in the realm of where the arms were going. Nothing happened though. They're just
working really hard to get the turnover, tried to pull him over. Adilov stayed very heavy. Got a brief moment of extension there, but Adilov jumped over the top.
Yeah, very well played. Adilov jumped all the way over and was able to escape with just enough time. And then there was just a couple of seconds winding down there at the end.
Mateus Lutz putting ice on the face of Pedro Marinho. It's a very physical match. They've taken a few knocks, both of them. Pedro just seems so pumped up, full of energy, ready to go. Adilov hasn't really changed the expression on his face at any point.
I think we can expect to see more of the same of them on the feet and definitely fighting for top position here for sure. There's really no reason at this point for any of them to force bottom at all or pull.
I mean, Pedro, you rarely see him play from bottom. He's not exactly known as a guard player. Great wrestling, great top game. And I'm absolutely certain that Adilov knows that and he's certainly not willingly going to give Pedro Marinho top position. He's going to try and fight his way there. Nice leg kick there, or excuse me, leg kick. It was a prop, it was a block. He got a really good moment of unbalancing on Adilov, who was, all his weight was on one leg there for a moment. But have you noticed, Kendall, have you noticed that Adilov is entirely defensive? He's not initiating anything here. He hasn't made one takedown attempt, hasn't really tried to unbalance Pedro Marinho at all. Pedro Marinho is the one really pushing the action here.
He was baiting his leg right there too, which is really funny. He went for that footsie, then left his leg up quite a bit to see if Adilov would shoot in. But I have noticed that, how I'm glad you brought it up, and I think it says a lot about the respect for Pedro's counter wrestling, to be honest. I think that anyone coming in, the second you start watching Pedro matches, you're going to see him guillotining everybody left and right and counter wrestling them very well. So it puts you in a tough predicament if you don't want to be on bottom, but you're not able to really shoot in and be very offensive. So I'm wondering what the strategy is here. Is maybe Adilov's hoping to counter wrestle. It's difficult to counter wrestle with Pedro though, because he doesn't leave himself very exposed. He doesn't drop to low singles. He doesn't really shoot to his knees. He picks up snatch singles like that, and he puts him down, comes around to the back. Seatbelt grip here, he's got his left hook in. Oh, he switched to double unders here.
Points are active.
Very
he got that right as the points were called.
Looks like they're gonna probably put points up in a moment, and here we go, 3 points on the board. Very smart for Pedro to switch to double unders. If you notice, he had a seatbelt grip. It's difficult to not fall off the back in this position with a seatbelt grip, so he took his right hand out behind the arm, and he can use this chest wrap here to stretch Adilov out and try to make him go down to his knees and put him on the ground. But look at the balance of Adilov, and as I say that, he's able, falls on belly down here. He's gonna be fighting for a rear naked choke. Man, tall tasks to submit these guys. These guys do not go out easy. They rarely tap at all. But he's covering the mouth here now. That can cause a lot of frustration, but it also forces the person to bring their hand up to peel the arm off of the mouth. And then when that happens, they can go under the chin, because now the hands are no longer defending the neck. We also know that Pedro has amazing arm triangles. We could easily see him switch off to an arm triangle attempt here if he's able to dig his left arm deeper.
Yeah, Pedro Marinho is in a great spot here. He's got options, and Adilov completely on the defensive. Pedro Marinho aggressively smothering and covering the face of Eldar Adilov. Pedro Marinho looking over and kind of listening to his corner. There is a nice escape though from Adilov, who manages to turn his body, get on top inside the close guard. And we don't see Pedro here very often.
I was gonna say, you mentioned that we don't see Pedro on bottom very often, so we're gonna get to see it right now. Now we know he does have, like, he's a well-rounded player, and I've seen him in this position, especially in training before, but it's different competitively.
And look at this, Adilov answering with smother and fingers in the face. It's a gritty match, that is for sure. Adilov did not appreciate the physicality of the first round. He didn't appreciate the smothering when Pedro was in control. And he's looking to answer, but he really needs technically to try and figure out how to improve his position from this close guard. Look at that, just putting his hands in the face. Postures up now, trying to get a hand back between the ankles to break open the close guard. With less than 20 seconds, Pedro can afford to just hang on to this position and run down the clock with a 3-0 lead. And there is the end of the second round, which went 3-0 to Pedro Marinho.
Man, very, very well played by Pedro. Oh man,
that was the finish.
Straight to the back. You'll notice here he almost started falling off with his seatbelt. He had the left hand, he had to look at a choke, and then when he realized that wasn't gonna be secure, switched that right hand behind to double undergrips for that chest wrap, and he had both hooks in. That's right when the points came on, right? Able to get those three. Look at the squat from Adilov. Stayed super strong here for quite a while. Was able to rotate through and actually come up to top position. Man, incredible, incredible work here. It's gonna come down to this third round. Now, the first round that they had was a draw. Second round, Pedro comes out with the points victory. So the third round, if Adilov's able to put something up here, he'll even out the score. It'll go to a ref's decision. Or if Pedro takes it, or if there's a draw, then that'll move Pedro forward. Of course, submission would end at any time, regardless.
Pedro Marinho, look at that, ready to go. Athletic stance, waiting for Adilov to come back out. Nice show of sportsmanship with a brief hug at the beginning of the rounds, but this has been a physical match from start to finish, Kendall, and I don't think that's going to change. Oh, there's an eye poke just as I say that, yeah. Adilov looking to dig an underhook from standing. Oh, Pedro briefly manages to get the head down. Not able to lock in the control, but that's the first time we've really... Oh, huge foot sweep.
Got some great air time.
And Pedro's been looking for that non-stop. But you know as well, Kendall, that one thing that Pedro's really good at, that when he throws the guys to the mat like that, he'll often jump on the guillotine when they're kind of like finding their balance,
coming back
right?
up, yeah. And it's a perfect example of how you can attack the lower body to expose the upper body. Pedro does that so well from the feet. It's incredible. And vice versa, right? Oftentimes you snap someone down, you attack the upper body, they posture up, and I think that's how he actually got into, oh, there we go, possible shuck by there.
It was a nice pinch headlock from Pedro Marinho briefly.
I think that's how he got into the single earlier, as he was attacking the head, and the head popped up. He reached down for that snatch single.
Yeah, first time we really seen Pedro get in close with an underhook like that, make a real bodily contact in the tie-up. He's just always looking for those little foot sweeps and trips. It's very hard for Adilov to stand solid.
It's funny, you see Pedro's face, he's having a lot of fun. Every time they reset, he's smiling, he's got good energy. We just saw it again right now. I think Pedro is feeding off of the frustration that Adilov is feeling. He's noticing Adilov's getting frustrated. Now Adilov is returning, laughing a little bit.
You know what? It takes a lot to make these guys smile. And Pedro's energy in this match, Adilov's kind of smiling like, yeah, okay, I get it. We're having fun, but it's serious business.
Oh, another snatch single there. Picks up this leg, they're right on the edge. You have to be careful, he goes to sweep the leg out, but instead of falling into the referees, they're gonna restart in the center. And just 2:30 left here in the last 5 minutes of this round.
Good Pedro, the way he baits. He just lifts his arms up completely, baiting Adilov to come in.
One of the things you see from Pedro a lot, which we saw him get into that snatch single a moment ago when they went off the mat towards the referees, is he does a lot of double feints. So he'll feint to a double leg, and then as the person backs out, he'll go to a snatch single. And we're seeing some capoeira also now come into play, which is actually funny because the Kasai guys posted some videos of doing some capoeira, I think, yesterday.
I saw them doing it next to the pool this morning. They were messing around with it, yeah.
Apparently it's a part of the strategy.
Look at Pedro just almost offering his leg to Adilov there. Pedro again looking for that duck.
I mean, Pedro's always a pretty high energy, happy guy, but I don't think I've ever seen him smile so much in a match. Look at that. Beautiful. It was an arm drag to that single. Another single on the edge. They're going to disconnect here and reset.
Just runs out of space. Almost gets the waist control, but a little head movement there from Pedro Marinho. Now look at the stance. He lowers his stance all the way down, almost offering an opportunity for Adilov. And Pedro Marinho, these mind games, you know, they're tough nut to crack, the guys from Dagestan. But Pedro is really just taking Adilov. He's taking any momentum and energy away. It's really, really hard for him to get anything going. He can't figure, oh, there's a shot. Into the guillotine.
Oh, here we go. There we go. Now Pedro's in his zone right here.
A game for Pedro Marinho.
He oftentimes steps over the body with that right leg. We saw him try to step there, but the left arm got in the way. You see Adilov's left leg reaching for that leg to prevent him from stepping over to sit back. Oh, but he starts to sweep him over anyway. Oh, here we go. 10 finger.
This is the Marinho team.
Wow,
big pressure. And Pedro actually likes the fact that Adilov was able to survive. He's like, yeah, you know what? I respect you.
And Adilov shot right back in as well. Man, incredible.
Tough match. Very physical. Very physical. Pedro Marinho really took it to Adilov from start to finish, and Pedro Marinho going over and apologizing to the Universal Fighters guys, saying, you know, the eye poke and stuff, it wasn't intentional, he apologizing.
Yeah, and I think too, just clarifying that there's no bad blood, I don't think he did anything wrong, really necessarily need to apologize for it, but just resetting the energy a little bit.
So the final round ended 0-0, but that means your winner is Pedro Marinho by points.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, your winner by points, representing Kasai, Pedro Marinho!
Big win for Team Kasai. That's going to put them at 2-0. They did have a clean sweep yesterday in their opening round in the quarterfinals. And they are definitely looking to repeat the pattern here with a 2-0 win opening them up. Next up, we're going to see Kainan Dwarch and Ruslan Abdullayev, excuse me. It's a tough task to add 3-0 to the board, but they're going to be looking for it for sure.
Yeah, this is a big match coming up, but let's take a look at some of the replays, the best of the action.
There's that feint to the snatch single. Swept him right over. Man, that was what opened up that back take.
And can you believe that was the only scoring moment in the entire match, was the 3-point back take in that second round?
There's that feint again.
The snatch single was beautiful. The way that Pedro was opening himself up, almost baiting his opponent, and then just quickly diving in and snagging that leg. The guillotine. Pedro's chin strap and then switching to that 10-finger. Adilov was in real trouble there, but he was just able to turn, kind of go to his back.
That big explosion that he did right here. Look at this big bridge and bench, basically.
And Pedro appreciates, he's like, yeah, you know what? You got out of that, I respect you.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 contests, Kasai now lead with a score of 2-0 over Universal Fighters. We now go on to our 3rd contest, which will be fought in the plus 91 kilogram division. Please welcome firstly to the red corner, representing Universal Fighters, Ruslan Abdullayev. And his opponent in the blue corner, representing Kasai, Kainan Devhonte.
Well, we've got an intriguing matchup here, Kendall, because you've got Ruslan Abdullayev from Universal Fighters, who is one of, if not the best heavyweight grappler from this entire region, fighting out of Dagestan, representing Universal Fighters. He's taken some big names, some big scalps in his career, but he's going up against one of the very best grapplers of his generation, Kainan Duarte, two-time ADCC champion, IBJJF world champion, Gi no Gi. And Ruslan's pretty much beaten everybody in front of him in AIGA. But has he ever gone up against somebody of Kainan's level?
Man, I don't know. I mean, it's interesting when we talk about when two people who wouldn't normally meet up because they fight in different regions come together. Because like you said, Adilov is so dominant, right? He's often on the UWW circuit. We talked about that yesterday, like Universal Fighters, they're out of Dagestan. They represent, you know, the country of Russia when they go to compete in these big international events like the UWW World Championships, and they do a lot of the tournaments in Europe, but they don't often come to the States or the tournaments in Brazil, for example, or a lot of the big super fight shows we're used to, which is one of the reasons I love AIGA, because we get to see this clash of so many different people come together. It's not a fight we normally get to see. So Abdullayev, you know, you asked the question of like, oh, is it, you know, got what it takes to be Kainan Duarte? I don't know if anyone really has the answer for that, because we've never seen him match up at this kind of level. You know, Kainan, multiple-time ADCC champion, multiple-time world champion. He's won everything there is to win. I'd be interested to see his strategy coming into this match.
Yeah, the guys from Dagestan, they often say Russian passport, but nationality, Dagestan. They're very, very proud of that. Very, very, very proud of their history and their culture and their traditions there. And they really are a very warlike people. You know, they've been fighting for centuries in that part of the world, the Caucasus region, very turbulent region. They passed through many difficulties, and it's made them tough as a result. And they carry that through into competition in all kinds of combat sports. I mean, Ruslan Abdullayev, I want to say that he has over 10 MMA fights to his name.
Shoulder crunch here from Kainan. Kainan was looking at a butterfly sweep. Abdullayev came back to the other side. It looked like he was out of danger, but did you see Kainan's feet on the hips he used to sweep him over? And look at the impressive escape from Abdullayev, coming straight up to his feet. Kainan immediately pulling back to close guard. Man, Abdullayev is in the game here. That was impressive.
But that is the first time I've ever seen anybody sweep Ruslan Abdullayev from bottom like that. Like, he gets on top, he gets into this kind of position, he drops his hip into people's knee shields, and they crumble under the pressure. And Kainan Duarte showed that it is possible with the right technique, the right leverage, and the appropriate amount of physical strength that you can wrestle the bear that is Ruslan Abdullayev, but hard to hold him down.
Now we saw earlier, Kainan had this
going
underhook.
Again, possibly.
He had the underhook with the right hand, and then he brought the left hand under as well, and had an S grip, and he had actually made a body lock here. Looked like he was going for a classic butterfly sweep. But then the same sequence is the same exact thing that happened before. Ruslan came back to the left side. Kainan went on the shoulder crunch with his right hand, with his right arm, and then he used that. Feet on the hips. Here we see it again. We're repeating the same pattern. But he could use it, instead of the sweeping over, he could use it to go to an omoplata, which we almost saw there for a moment. I would be surprised if we saw Kainan go for a triangle attack here, even though they'll be open. I think he would probably opt for the omoplata, because that'll be a much easier path for him to sweep and come up on top rather than try to finish a triangle on someone like Abdullayev. But yeah, I never say never, right? Never, it's Kainan's arch, right? So never say never.
100%. I don't imagine that Kainan will throw up a triangle from bottom, but you never know. We're going to go underneath now. But that's twice that he's had a really good bite of that shoulder crunch. And once he had the sweep. Second time, he had good extension on that arm, but Ruslan was able to just turn his arm out and rip it out that time. Because that, remember training with Braulio Estima, you and I were in the training room, and Braulio beat me up very nicely, beat me up. Well, the first thing he did was he got me in that shoulder crunch, straight arm bar from that position, and he's like, oh, it's simple, just turn your arm. And I'm like, yeah, it's not simple against you, Braulio, but it is the right thing to do in that situation, and Abdullayev did manage to just rotate his arm enough to take the pressure off the straight arm lock.
We also have seen a couple of times now switching passing sides here, but a moment ago Abdullayev was really looking for the near side underhook, which is not necessarily uncommon, but it's not usually everyone's first route. They kind of look for the top side underhook when they're passing. Look for the near side underhook there.
End of the first round, 0-0.
Wow, all that effort from Kainan, not able to put anything on the board, but did have a look at mount, almost mounted Ruslan Abdullayev off of that sweep. And
that's the key thing, right? It's like, it's not just sweeping these guys, it's holding them down. Yeah. Look at the work being done on the corner there, Universal Fighters. Here's the sweep.
Yeah, look at this. He brings his feet to the hips. Big extension there. Wow. Almost mounts him here. That is impressive. Abdullayev's right hand on the leg of Kainan, and Kainan almost finished the sweep here as well. Abdullayev was back up to his feet.
And he cleared the position so well. Look, watch now, when he kind of rolls through, he comes up to his knees now, and look how he backs out, makes a frame. So much space between their bodies, and Kainan chases him down and pulls again. Will we see Kainan pull again?
I think I would not be surprised if he pulls or even jumps to close guard. I think with someone like this, especially considering the rule set and Ruslan's wrestling pedigree, I mean, Kainan's amazing on his feet too, don't get me wrong, he's very strong in the takedowns, but here I think we see the reason why Kainan was looking to pull. He has a guillotine in this.
He's past the legs though.
I was going to say,
if Ruslan could get his head clear, that could potentially be a clean takedown, but no. Kainan clears his hips, still on the head and arm.
That's one of the things about how the front headlock from that position is you don't have to finish the choke. If you can just keep the head attacked to allow yourself to come out to your knees, you can avoid being scored on, even if you don't continue using it after that.
And we talked about Pedro Marinho's guillotine. Kainan Duarte also has a savage guillotine of his own. But Ruslan rolling through, didn't let go of this, still pulling forward. Back onto their feet. Kainan looking for a foot sweep from the tie-up, but now they're back at distance.
Inside ties here from Ruslan Abdullayev. That was a great shot. I wouldn't be surprised if he shoots in again. And he had a really good look at a takedown there from Kainan. He was all the way past the legs, like you mentioned. Oh, and Kainan sits here. Looks like the Dagestani guys are wondering if there was a grip made on the pull.
Oh, it's going to be a negative against Kainan.
Wow.
No, I could see the guys, the judges are looking at it.
Oh, they're reviewing.
They're gonna pause it to take a look at that sequence, because I do feel like Kainan let go of the grips and then sat, and that's not allowed. Well, they'll take a moment to look at the VAR here. The grips go off, and then Kainan sits, so he didn't have contact when he went down. That could be a negative.
That's, you know what though, if you kind of watch as he lowers his body, he still has his hands on the wrist when he's in a squat position. If they play it again, you'll see, look, right there, because he was about halfway sat before the grips were released. So I'm not sure, based on...
Was the pull initiated before they lost contact?
I mean, From my perspective, I think it was. It's not the same, though, as like Gianni earlier when he was like a flying guard pole, right? He's scooting in. It's a little less obvious the way that it's played out, but Kynan was squatting. He was already like halfway lower to the floor.
Okay, let's see. No penalty awarded. Or issued.
Here we go. There's the left-hand underhook of Kynan again, digging for a similar game. I wouldn't be surprised if he has the same approach because, man, it was very successful. He wasn't able to score off of it, but he had two near scores from the same series of attacks. And as the match continues, I think that based on his experience with these positions, it's not unlikely that he'll be able to make the adjustments needed based on starting to learn and feel out Ruslan's responses and awareness and reactions. See, now Kynan's reaching for that bottom leg for a moment. Earlier, we were seeing Abdullayev really hunt for the near side underhook, so it would be his right arm trying to underhook, and you can see Kynan combating that by shooting his arm down of his own. Look at this big sprawl from Abdullayev. Oh, and there's the body lock again. We saw this earlier. Kynan's right leg's not in, though, so earlier when he had that body lock, he had a right hip foot into the butterfly, and now he could use this and come up into, it looks like he's shooting for a deep half now. He has that underhook and half guard. He's trying to bring his left arm underneath. He now has a grip on that hamstring for a moment.
Switched his legs as well, but that gives Ruslan kind of the knee.
Wow.
The knee on the mat, so.
An incredible defense from Ruslan. He is, oh wow. He was a big kick there for a moment and try to get some separation and potentially come up, but now Ruslan closing the distance.
Yeah, man. This is good for Ruslan. It's the first time that he's really had chest-to-chest contact. Now he's gone crossface. Kynan's got the underhook though, but Ruslan putting a lot of weight down on his opponent, and this is the first time I really saw him in that position. But look at this, Kynan straight back on the butterfly guard, looking for the shoulder crunch, but Ruslan is getting hip to it.
115 here. That was definitely the best look that Ruslan had throughout the entire match. But Kynan showing his great abilities with his guard retention here. Now comes all the way to a close guard.
Just under 1 minute remaining now in this second 5-minute period. Still 0-0, and now there's a stalling call against Ruslan, or stalling clock has been started.
Yeah, he's gonna have 20 seconds here. And it's called back. Yeah, it's interesting to study when the judges call back the stalling warning. And right there, it looked to me, it was when he stood up and he started to stand up and initiate the pass.
Yeah, because he's trying to progress. He's trying to better his position, not just waiting in the close guard. You have to be going forward. Less than 10 seconds remaining now in this second round. Zero once again. So hard for Kynan Duarte to really budge Ruslan Abdullayev. I mean, that kick was one of the only moments he's managed to really disrupt the pace of Abdullayev in that second round. And Abdullayev, just the exertion in this match. Well, actually Kynan as well lying down flat on the mat. I think it goes to show the effects of carrying so much weight. I'd like to know what Ruslan actually weighed in at. We didn't get the exact weight, it's just heavyweights. So, could be 110, could be more, I have absolutely no clue. Kynan pulls immediately. And right back into this pattern. This is something interesting, right, Kendall? Because we see this again and again, that sometimes the 5-minute round, when it's over, you come back out and you see a different kind of strategy. And sometimes you see guys persist and just insist on doing the same things over and over, the same patterns, hoping that they've made the necessary adjustments, the breakthrough.
And it really can go either way. I mean, we do see the insistence win make or break matches. Sometimes people come back and they refuse to change strategies and they are not getting any closer to finishing, and they're like, you know, kind of winding down their energy as they're chasing something that's not working. But we also see the complete opposite, where someone comes back and they're adjusting micro little movements as they learn the person's responses, as they feel them out, and they're able to adjust on the spot and come out with a win.
Sometimes I wonder whether that persistence is stubbornness or whether it's a confidence and a belief in their techniques.
I think it has to do with the experience of the competitor, right? Like someone like Kainan, he has so much experience. He is going to be able to, I think, know for himself, like whether he is moving closer or further away from something. So I think there's a lot of trust that the competitors have in themselves when they have that much experience, but also their corners, they're going and they're collaborating and they're wondering what, you know, their guys or girls are seeing. So I think it depends on the person.
Half guard here, and Ruslan's posture now in this kind of half guard, a lot different to maybe what we were seeing earlier. Heavy, he really likes that kind of posture where he sprawls and puts his hip down onto the knee shield. He's looking to close the distance now, much different approach. But because he's so low and heavy, it's proving really hard for Kainan to get underneath him, even with this underhook that he has.
Yeah, Ruslan does such a great job bringing that left, like he's sprawling that left leg out so far. And you can see as his left hand, or did have for a moment, on the hamstring of Kainan, kind of pulling that leg up. It kind of now switches to a knee shield here, has a really deep underhook on that side. Could use that to come out to, you know, the half guards like coming up to his knees and coming out behind, like we tried to see him do earlier, or you see him try to do earlier. For a moment there, we saw a stalling, potential call or the clock go on for Ruslan, but it was taken off.
Ruslan has been quite vocal actually in calling for a match with Gordon Ryan, because Ruslan feels that he's one of the best heavyweight grapplers in the world, and he'd like to prove that with a match against the #1 pound-for-pound Nogi grappler in the world.
And there you got that near side underhook. This is the best position we saw from him earlier when he had that near side underhook. And you can see Kainan re-digging there on the left side.
If Ruslan Abdullayev could pick up a decision win or score points against Kainan Duarte in that match, that would establish him within the upper ranks of the heavyweight division. Near side underhook from Ruslan.
Man, look at the shoulder pressure as well. He's doing his best to keep Kainan on his back. Kainan almost able to turn back in. Then he had that hook sweep. Man.
Nearly passes. Oh, he's passed. Kainan turning his back. Ruslan forces the turtle.
Wow.
He slipped the far side hook in. Kainan strips it. I said earlier that Ruslan, he just keeps putting on the pressure on his opponents, and he makes them crumble. And look at this, he's in an attacking position.
Oh my God.
He could have this rear naked choke here.
No, Kainan's still in it. He's still turning. Look, he's going to try to turn it back into his own half guard, man. But that was crazy. With 50 seconds left on the clock, you've got to wonder what's going through the referee's mind. Even if nothing gets put on the board, Kainan certainly was dominant the first 2 rounds, but nothing like this. We didn't see anything close to this.
The Universal Fighters all on their feet,
and they're
urging Ruslan Abdullayev on.
They were cheering for him to put his right hand in the underhook and maybe look for an arm triangle here. They were urging him to dig that arm in.
Just over 20 seconds remaining now in this match. Kainan Duarte very much in survival mode. Ruslan Abdullayev on top, not a scoring position, but could go for the arm here. Going for the straight armbar.
Man, Kainan trying to come to his knees. That is some extension there, even though it's not the perfect angle, man.
But it's a submission attack that we haven't seen from anybody else. 2-1, end of the match.
Wow.
Well, 0-0 across the board. It will be a judge's decision. But what decision will it be?
I speechless. Like, I literally do not know what they're going to decide. Kynan was definitely extremely dominant for those early 10 minutes, but we didn't see anything like what we saw in that last 60 seconds.
I'm not so sure I would say he was dominant in the second round. I would definitely say first round, 100% Kynan.
Okay.
Third round, 100% Ruslan. The question for me is which way the second round goes.
Well, the second round, I think the reason I say Kynan was dominant is because he was more offensive and he was creating more of the offensive movement, so he's more in the driver's seat, even though he wasn't able to necessarily get to a dominant position.
Well, Ruslan feels that he won. Look at his reaction and look at the posture of Kynan.
Of course, I mean, for Ruslan to have nearly taken the back of Kynan, wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. For your winner by decision, in the red corner from Universal Fighters, Ruslan Abdullayev!
Surprised by that decision there, and man, you see Ruslan, oh my gosh, that is a big man to pick up and take off the stage. I wouldn't be surprised if we hear again from Ruslan about the request to fight Gordon Ryan after that win. Wow.
I mean, he just beat a 2-time ADCC champion in Kynan Duarte there, and sure, it was a close match, but Ruslan proved once again in these AIGA rules, unbeatable. So it is now 2 matches to 1. Kasai versus Universal Fighters. Here's the early sweep. Still can't get over this technique. Beautiful elevation.
To me, this is very similar to the almost back take, right? And an almost mount. And then we saw, you know, this was the shot that, you know what, now that I remember this, it's true. That second round was maybe a little closer than I realized due to that almost takedown from Ruslan. Answered, though, by the guillotine of Kynan Duarte. Brought him back up to the feet. There was no score after this, after they broke away from each other. Big extension, tried to wrestle up there, but this was the sequence that shocked everybody in here. Had a little bit of extension there, kind of cleared his head out, so he wasn't able to be kept down. He was able to come back up to his knees.
Wow, what a match and what a win for Universal Fighters. Ruslan Abdullayev with the win over Kynan Duarte. And it is now going into match number 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 contests, Kasai still lead with a score of 2-1 over Universal Fighters. As we welcome the next athletes to the mat in the under 65 kilogram division. Please welcome firstly to the red corner representing Universal Fighters, Kashi Magomed Tagayev. And his opponent in the blue corner representing Kasai, Diego Pato.
Here we go, Tagayev versus Pato, 65 kilos. Let's get started.
In the red is Magomed Tagayev. In the black and red, sitting guard very quickly, is Diego Pato. And not a surprise, because we didn't see any mat work from Tagayev yesterday in his match against Beksad Kapashov of Battle Force. It was basically a 15-minute wrestling match, Kendall.
Yeah, that was kind of a crazy one that we didn't. I don't think we've ever had, or we haven't had another match like that at all. Seeing Tagayev looking to go around the guard of Pato.
This is Pato's first match here this weekend. Yesterday, Dorian Olivares was the. Excuse me, no, Pato was yesterday.
Oh man, this is a deep arming guillotine from Pato. Oh, he's got a strong bite here. You can tell by how far the head is peeking out under the armpit. But Tagaya's still in the game, for sure. Look how he's controlling the foot.
Pato switched the anaconda.
Oh, he did.
And he's starting to drop off to the side. That will start to put on the pressure.
You can see Tagaya trying to control the feet so that Pato can't, well, before it was so he couldn't step over the back, but that was when it was an arm and guillotine. And now with the rear naked choke grip. Oh, and he switches back to a gable grip here, palm to palm. Wow. These guys are hard to finish in front headlocks. I mean,
very much
these
so.
guys, their awareness of front headlock defense is so incredible.
Pato did fight yesterday, excuse me. He went up to 70 kilos and had a submission win over Temeev Idris. That head and arm choke in the very first round. Nice arm drag in on the legs, but Tagaya proven to be elusive. Pato back down to his regular weight of 65 here for this match. And you're right, that the Universal guys, they do have really good resistance against any kind of choke attack from the front head. That's got to be the wrestling pedigree, right?
Yeah, I was going to say wrestlers are really, notoriously hard to guillotine. They just spend so much time in that position defending the front headlock. It's such a big part of what wrestlers do. Oh, here we go. Pato finds his way to the leg. Kicker entry here.
Pato has savage leg locks.
Oh, look at the knee line being cleared, though, from Tagaya. Beautiful work.
But then again and again, we've seen it. These Universal Fighter guys, it's really hard to tie them up in the leg entanglement. They're so good at disengaging from these positions, right?
The thing is, that's funny about them is I feel like we keep saying, oh, this submission, that submission. They're just hard to submit. Like, they're just so hard to finish. These guys are tough as nails. Like, they're super, super tough. But they also, I think, have excellent positional awareness. I think one of the things that's so fascinating about the Universal Fighters team is how well they prepare for different rule sets. The way they strategize is very impressive. So I think they come into something like this knowing, okay, well, people are probably going to think they can leg lock us. They're probably going to think that they can pull and get underneath. And so they spend a lot of time being aware of how to exit those positions quickly. Look at this.
Chest wrap now for Diego Pato. Going for seatbelt grip here.
Man, he could turn this in. I can't tell from the angle, but he may have a crucifix opportunity with his legs. I believe he might have his legs threaded around the right arm of Tagaya.
I think he does. I think he does, yeah.
I'm not sure what he's looking up at the referee for. He's making, like, very clear eye contact with the referee. It may have something to do with potentially a stalling call for Tagaya, but that's a hard call to make when you are being threatened, like with technically it's a submission with the crucifix position.
Switches to the grip of the far arm now. Now goes back to hunting, trying to look for a seatbelt, but Tagaya proving to be a very tough nut to crack. He's shelled up in this kind of position. You're right that Pato does have the legs triangled around the right arm of Tagaya in a crucifix style position.
It looks like it's going to be very difficult to break the grip of Tagaya's hand, so he's actually now going to roll over potentially, because he could try to roll and get him to lay on his back, maybe sit back to the left side.
Tagaya's base is just so solid, right? Pato's trying to work for a turnover or something here, and Tagaya is just rock solid.
Yeah, we're winding down on time now, so it's unlikely at this point that Pato's going to be able to score from here.
Doesn't have the crucifix anymore.
Yeah, and crucifix doesn't say it takes a couple of transitions in order to. We are actually seeing the Kasai team calling for the 2 points as well. But the reason the 2 points cannot be awarded is because Tagaya still had a hold of a single leg technically. Pato would have had to clear the hips, right? That's what scores you the 2 in that position. It's not a front headlock, it's not crucifix. You have to go behind and clear the shoulder line of your opponent. So if the arm is still included, it will never be called a score.
Tagaya defensively very, very sound. Pato was really looking for any opportunity to enter into a kind of attack there, but
early guard pull here from Pato.
This is where he managed to snag the head and arm.
Man, I think that was pretty deep. You can see how much the head was popping out. It shows you how deep he was on the neck. He ended up switching that to that anaconda. right off the pole. And that's a really smart strategy, I think, too, when you're fighting people that keep their heads so low. They're really cagey when they're passing on their knees. You can use the head attacks to, of course, attack the head or to make them posture up and open them up. Oh, Pato working to pull here without giving up the negative because the grip's being broken, because Tagaev's smart strategy there, trying to break the grips so that he can come out and wrestle. Pato, though, even though his strategy is to pull in this match, he has great wrestling as well.
Yes, he does. Yeah, we've seen that at ADCC.
Chest wrap. Yeah, great control of the upper body. Oh, looked to be stepping behind with his right leg. He was going to try to step behind that ankle and sweep him back. But man, Tagaev back on the leg. Now he switches off to a head and arm.
Nice turnover there for Pato. But back up to his knees. And Pato very cleverly pulls to a close guard now.
Yeah, great sequence there. Maybe looking at attacking the left arm of Tagaev. I think he has a bit of a shallow... He was looking at an underhook there on the left arm. Called for action red here. 20 seconds on the stalling countdown. Pato switching that arm over the top, could be looking at attacking the left arm of Tagaev. Oh, and you can slam out of submissions. I'm not saying he's going to do it, but that is something that is allowed. So
he's got the shoulder crunch.
And since Pato is able to attack that left arm, there's a submission in play. He could slam. Postures all the way up.
Pato actually close to getting a body triangle from this position here. Gives up the shoulder crunch now, possibly looking for the Kimura here.
Oh, he's going to get a figure 4 grip. Now, the arms are locked of Tagaev, right? So that's a really tough grip to break, but it does give him the opportunity to attack a submission, and you can get a lot of momentum, especially if the person on top like sits you down, because as they're sitting down, you can pop that wrist up. Oh man, shaking, trying to release the grip of Pato. Sets him down, and Pato goes back into the legs.
Wow, coming up on the back.
Oh, he's going to be chasing the back.
What a sequence. The defense of Tagaev, he's just so strong. Keeps everything where it should be. Pato are really working to try and find an opening, but it's just, so far, it's eluded him. So we're over halfway through this second round now. Once again, looking for this front head is Pato.
Tagaev really digging his head down low here.
Tagaev's actually got double unders now. Slips the one arm out, possibly in an over-under pass.
Yeah, it's pretty good position. He's over the knee line on the right side, and as I say that, Pato is able to pull his knee out and recover.
Diego Pato, a black belt world champion, both gi and no gi. ADCC medalist, training nowadays at the Art of Jiu-Jitsu in Costa Mesa, California with the Mendez brothers. And has been a regular face on the competition circuit since really a juvenile blue belt. Came up all the way through the ranks, just winning titles at every single belt rank. A world-class competitor in every way.
And we could potentially see another draw here in this second round of this match. There's only a minute left here, still 0-0 on the board.
Pato more of an open guard now, foot in the bicep.
See some no-gi spider guard.
I love to see it.
Oh, back on the head. Yeah, very, very smart strategy here from Pato when people play so cagey in their passing positions with their head low. Coming up with another arm and guillotine, but Tagaev, look, he has a grip on the foot of Pato. Still, just lost it. Now, Pato oftentimes uses this to finish. He steps behind the leg. We saw him try to do it earlier. It's going to be a tall task with Tagaev because he knows it's coming. Oh, this is a pretty deep bite here. He could use this to come up even to the mouth. He could. Oh, he doesn't have his hands together, though. He just has the right hand underneath. It can be finished here, though.
He's still got a chin strap, it seems. Now the head is out. So it's just 10 seconds remaining now in this second round. Still 0-0, much like the first. Time is called. We'll go through into the third round. No score whatsoever in this match yet. You want to know interesting stat, Kendall? That,
Always.
That match between Ian Daube and Ruslan Abdullayev was the first match that Kasai have lost in any AIGA competition.
Wow.
Through all the AIGA qualifiers and then obviously the opening round yesterday, they maintained a perfect record. That's the first match they ever dropped.
Oh man, that close guard sequence was beautiful. We saw a couple different attacks. Started with the shoulder crunch, turned it into Kimura, then dropped down, went in on the leg. But you know, Tagayev has a, oh man, that was a deep bite there.
It was. He lost the hand separated. You can see Tagayev trying to strip the grip from underneath his chin. There was a tight chin strap for a bit.
You can usually tell the threat of a guillotine by how willing somebody is to go to their side or their back, right? So you can see Tagayev relieving. He didn't go all the way over, but he was tilting to his right to relieve the pressure. To almost, you know, people give up the mount oftentimes for that, and they'll escape it as well. So.
Your third and final round.
In the red, Gazimagomed, Tagayev in the black and red, Diego Pato. As Pato walking forward, you can actually see the Universal Fighters guys in the background saying, come on, pull the trigger, let's go.
Hard to want to shoot in on Pato after all those guillotine attempts, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, wow, that was really well played by Pato. They shot in at the same time, and then he used that to pull. He's had definitely met some... Wow, look, that's such an interesting position here.
Oh, Pato, good entry on the legs here.
He almost has that figure four grip, but look at Tagayev has that left hand to undo the figure four, and his left foot is also trying to find inside position, but this is the best bite that Pato has had, and he...
Looking for the heel hook. He's got a decent grip. Oh, there he gets it! He gets it. Pato with the submission win. Pato with the third round heel hook victory. 1 minute and 8 seconds of the first round. Third round, excuse me.
Man, the Universal Fighter team coach is looking a little bit upset. They're always a little spicy.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee calls stop the action during the third round for your winner by heel hook, representing Kasai, Diego Pato.
Not sure what the confusion was about, but there's no love lost between those guys. Oh, and Mohamed Shabanov getting into the action there.
My God, dude.
Yeah, ready to go.
Trying to calm things down a little bit.
Security.
Oh, here we go, and here's the finishing moment there.
Didn't see what the issue was with here. Pato gets the heel, taps
I think it's because Pato started celebrating while they were still connected.
Yeah, Pato, uncharacteristically, Pato kind of gets a little bit in his face, gets the leg here.
Yeah, and I think it's because they were just so close together. It's not he wasn't looking at him. He wasn't screaming at him.
But he talked some shit. That's what it was. Pato, the one thing about the Dagestan crew is they take disrespect extremely seriously, and Pato getting in his opponent's face after winning by submission, that's a red flag to those guys, and that is why things started getting a little bit emotional.
We'll see this angle and see if this will be a better angle. Oof, gosh, that was a lot of extension there. He said something about tapping.
I think he was actually saying, why didn't you tap kind of thing.
He's saying something about tapping.
It definitely looked like he said something about tap.
Yeah, that's why it didn't seem to me like it was a disrespectful, like...
Well, it could be perceived that way if you don't speak English.
No, of course, that's true. That's true.
Absolutely. Yeah, so there's a lot of security now in place at Matt's side here. as we take one final look at the heel hook. And the Universal Fighters very unhappy with that. They were up. One of the teammates actually got in the face of Diego Pedro and gave him a shove.
Yeah, and then Umpliano had to chase him down.
Yeah, I think
or not chase him down. He actually just met the chasing that was coming towards him is what he did.
All right, I think they've actually removed a couple of guys from that side. Matthias Denise is over there, still talking. Things have not calmed down yet.
Well, they're gonna have to chill out and keep fighting, or someone is gonna get DQ'd. You know, that's kind of the way that these things go. They're gonna have to be able to move on to the next match or not, but the event cannot be held up for this. It's crazy.
Well, I think it's better that we let things settle down before restarting.
For sure.
The last thing we need is for this to continue. I think as these guys both go back to their corners, I mean, it's not just pride and respect, it's also, there's a lot of money on the line here, so tensions are high, emotions are running wild.
It's one of those things too, like when you're in the energy of fighting, like the adrenaline, the energy is so heightened compared to when you're watching as a spectator. It's true, there's a lot that's going on chemistry-wise that we don't feel.
Let's take another look at this submission here.
I think it may have been, oh, I see, because he tapped there. You can see it in the video. Did you catch that? He actually tapped originally, and then he did not stop fighting. And then that's why Pato said something about him tapping. Watch here, watch his left hand.
But it's not a tap, tap, tap.
So
it's
on
just
this,
a little touch.
On this angle, it didn't look like much. But on the angle we just watched, because I didn't see it before. On the angle we just watched a minute ago, man, it looked like. But who knows? I mean, we're not in there. We can't feel what these guys are feeling.
We'll try and find out later.
Yeah. See, on that angle it seems, but you know, it's hard to say.
There's still words being exchanged over there between the Universal Fighters and the Kasai team. They're not happy with Pato whatsoever. In fact, they're trying to remove him. Team manager Mohamed Abdulkadirov extremely upset with Pato, it seems. And I think we're ready to continue the action now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And after 4 contests, Kasai lead with a point of 3-1 over Universal Fighters. We now enter the 5th contest, which will be fought in the under 76 kilogram division. Please welcome firstly to the red corners representing Universal Fighters, Kazi Magomed Kaziyev. And his opponent in the blue corner representing Kasai, Elijah Dorsey.
Okay, so after a little break, we're now back with the action, and we're into the 76 kilogram division. Kasai have a lead of 3-1 over Universal Fighters. But now, Elijah Dorsey in the black and red, you see him right there, the young American, will go up against Magomed in the red. Elijah Dorsey had a great match yesterday, winning on points against Mateus de Luna, showcased the work rate, the wrestling that he's known for. I don't think you'll see Elijah pull guard, and in fact, it's actually Kaziyev who pulls guard. Very long, very lanky, We saw Gaziev yesterday. Remember, he put his opponent to sleep with the guillotine choke, the high-risk guillotine, Kendall?
Yes.
And then ended up winning on points, by submission late in the third, so he actually choked his opponent twice in that match. Dangerous submission hunter. And we saw a lot of guard work from him yesterday. And that's exactly what we're seeing again here, because Elijah Dorsey, not really known as a guard player, great top game, great wrestling, great positional work.
Yeah, you can hear Junior Ocasio coaching Dorsey to keep moving side to side and pass the outside, maybe to find the head or to go around. Dorsey, I mean, he's one of these guys that every time we see him, he has like massive upgrades. He's so fun to watch. He's just better and better every time, especially I feel like in the last year or so. He's just on such a great trajectory.
Oh, absolutely. Since he went out and won the ADCC East Coast Trials, I think that was just a turning point in his career, right?
For sure. Oh, wow, and no leg here is...
That's a good entry.
Well, I just cleared the knee line now. And there are no points in play here, so sweeps wouldn't score. But that was a good look for Gaziev.
It was. Points are almost active now, only 10 seconds left.
Wow. Big movement there from Dorsey. Look, he's going to settle in. Now, points are not active yet, so if he does get past here, he will not score, man. He literally passed 1 second before the points came on.
He actually secured that north-south position right before the points were called.
Man, look at the legs.
He's so flexible, wow.
But that has a lot to do, I think, you know, just looking at, I was mentioning the coaching from Junny. He was saying go side to side, find the head. And that's really where Dorsey was able to excel. He went around and he passed the north-south. And, you know, we did see Gaziev kind of possuming in that position yesterday in his match. But he didn't have Elijah Dorsey on top when he was doing it.
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, Gaziev versus Silhan Bolakbek yesterday was characterized by some really unusual kind of double guard play for extended periods, like very, very long periods. It's like double possum guard, there was some showboating and
stalling calls.
A lot of stalling calls, and honestly not that much jiu-jitsu.
Right.
But Gaziev showed that he doesn't need much of an opening. He was able to slap on a really tight high-risk guillotine at the end of the second round. There was some confusion about that nobody could hear the bell, so Bolakbek went to sleep, and then there was another match-ending choke right at the end of the third.
Oh, wow.
Heel hook.
Man, he's cranking on. He doesn't have the knee line, but I swear that probably still created some pressure because that was a big crank, even though he was a little low on the leg. And Dorsey returned with his own toe hold, which is often used to just release the position. It doesn't always get you the submission, but you can force your opponent to kind of let go of what they're doing and rotate and release and reset. Just about 110 left here. And, you know, we did see that pass earlier. No points on the board. It was right before points came on.
Yeah, but if he can do that again, I mean, he showed it once. Oh, false sweep entry here. There's an opportunity for a false sweep for Gaziev, but Elijah staying very heavy here. Smart move. Trying to backstep his right leg over the top of the bottom leg of Gaziev, preventing him from entering into the cross-ashing from bottom. Gaziev very calm, look at that.
And there we go, now he's starting to get underneath. Look at the right leg of Dorsey. He had it stapled inside, and that was keeping him at bay, but now as he released that leg, could have a knee bar here.
Knee bar.
10 seconds. Great work by Dorsey to turn out.
Dorsey head first, driving. End off the first round.
Man, that was some
0-0.
great stapling work from Dorsey to stay out of danger. And then Gaziev was so brilliantly able to remove the staple and go right into a potential knee bar. Didn't get too much extension, but man, it was still a really good look. And Dorsey got a big kick to the chest right after that, right at the end of the round.
Just take a look at this. Here's that early heel hook you were talking about.
Yeah, I think that it's hard to say because I'm not in Dorsey's shoes, but that looked like it was painful even though it wasn't too high on the leg.
Dorsey was firing back with the toe hold, yeah. And you're right, I don't think the knee was deep, but then you could still feel it in your foot and ankle for sure.
Well, and you can see that Dorsey was kind of telegraphing that toe hold for a long time before he actually got the second hand grip in there.
Yeah, the Universal Fighters representative is straight back out into the middle of the mat. Elijah Dorsey very calmly walks out. You know, one thing you can say about every single representative who comes out of the Team Lloyd Irvin gym there in Camp Springs, Maryland, it's just their mindset is so strong. They're trained and they're conditioned in sports psychology in such a way that they're great competitors in that sense. And Elijah just came out looking so calm, so focused, unflustered. It's definitely a defining trait of the competitors out of that particular room. Gaziev manages to pull the guard, and again, that kind of very strange, like almost like crisscross kind of like open guard, seated guard that he plays. Look how his knees go flat to the mat like that. It goes to show how flexible he is.
Yeah, yesterday we saw him sitting like crisscross, like completely crisscross applesauce.
I mean, Dorsey, he knows that there are no points for a pass, but it's not going to stop him working. And you can hear Junny Ocasio saying, watch the false reap. He's in the corner there, coaching Elijah through these positions. And if you want somebody coaching you through leg lock attacks, it's going to be Junny, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. Nice ankle control from Dorsey. He's able to use that to spin to the side and almost got past the legs, but Gaziev's retention it's really great because of his flexibility, but it's also just his awareness of like where there are any openings for his feet and his knees to come through.
Just a reminder, this is match number 5. The current tally is 3 matches to 1 in favor of Kasai team. So if Elijah can win this one, that means that they will confirm their participation in the final later today against Williams' elite team. Oh, Elijah on a leg attack of his own here.
Right on the edge here, man.
Outside heel hook, but they run out of space.
Man, that is brutal.
And they'll get reset in a neutral position. He had a good bite on that.
Yeah, he did. That was definitely the deepest look we've seen. And, you know, we saw the Kasai team
they're gonna reset in the position?
Oh, my goodness. Wow. That is a very difficult position to reset. There's so much momentum that goes into finishing these heel hooks. Luckily, they have the video replay so they can kind of explain where the position should be. But we also hear Dorsey's corner calling for him to fight for his position and to really get the exact same position he had, because on these resets, if people can make the position better for themselves, they will.
They're going to check the video to actually get the correct reset position, it seems. And this is it. This is the reset position that they're going to go with. They're going to check the video.
Yeah, it's funny because we saw some people giving thumbs up like they were ready to go, but you hear the Kasai team screaming, that is not the position, that's not the position. And you even see, and then we saw our center referee go over to double check on the video and see for himself before he finishes the reset. Now, it's actually interesting to note that we're at 3:01, so 1 second away from points being on the board. This would be considered a double-seated position, of course, so there isn't a bottom player. So no matter who comes up on top, if the submission's not finished, it'll be a neutral score. Yeah, a lot of pressure right now on Gaziev as well, right?
Here's the leg lock attack from Elijah Dorsey. Catches it.
Yeah, it was actually initiated from Gaziev. Yeah, because you can see here, he clearly has the cross-ashi position threaded all the way through. I believe his left leg is threaded underneath.
Right.
Yes, it was a figure
so it
four
wasn't
all the way.
entangled, but it was the reap position, I think. I don't think he actually triangled. Oh, he had.
He has
You're
a
right.
figure four,
He
yeah.
did,
It's a complete triangle.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you can see he has.
Yeah, you can see it on the big screen. Look, they're going to replicate it.
Yeah, and as they roll through here, this is exactly where they went off. And you're right, the referees are watching here in the center. Oh, and you know, this is interesting because where they are resetting it is at the edge of the mat, not the edge of the end of the sequence.
Yes.
When they untangled it.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Makes it a little more complicated because they're mid-roll, right? That's really tough.
It is tough. It's tough for Gaziev. He's in an active submission threat.
The other questionable act here is the foot and the heel.
Yeah.
You know, like that's going to be interesting to see how they put that together.
Lots of conversation, lots of argument going on here about it. Gaziev doesn't want to give his foot up for it.
They're continuing the video replay here. You can see at this point already, he has the figure four right when they're going off, I think. Yes, he does. He has the figure four, but it's kind of hard to tell because Gaziev actually has his left foot threaded up in between.
Yeah.
Or in front of, not in between.
Looks like we're ready to restart. Gaziev rolls. Rolls again.
Able to use that foot to push off and start to get some extension here. Points are on now as well. They're gonna reset.
Oh, it looks like Elijah took
maybe a kick.
A kick to the groin there in that sequence. But they're back into the center of the mat. Points are active now. Elijah Dorsey stalking forward.
There we saw a look again at him getting past the legs towards the head, but another grip on the leg from Gaziev. Just 2:10 here in the second round. We see an action call for red, so Gaziev is going to be put on the shot clock, or the stalling clock.
Not very often that you see the bottom guy get hit with a stalling call like that.
Oh wow, big another pass attempt here, but look at the right knee of Gaziev coming inside to save the day. Dorsey does such a great job. He gets past the hip line, so if you notice, like he uses his hands to pin the legs, and then he gets past the hip line, and then he dives chest into the chest.
It's very Ruotolo style way of passing, actually, all the way. Rather than go to side control, they go straight to north-south, right?
And it's specifically with like certain kind of guard players, right? And you can see great passers adjust their passing based on the kind of guard they're dealing with. And I think we're actually seeing now a shift in Dorsey's approach because the time is running down. He hasn't been able to put points on the board. And so instead of going to the outside passing, he's going to try his hand at this close style passing and this pressure passing here. So they're both on the stalling clock now. Dorsey has stapled the bottom leg. His weight is very heavy on the top knee shield as well, or was for a moment, and Gaziev was able to hand fight here and create some space. Both of them were taken off the stalling clock also. Just 40 or 50 seconds, excuse me, left in the match, or in the round, and then we'll go to round 3 as well. Again,
Elijah Dorsey, his forward pressure. And again, there is a call against Gaziev.
Oh, and he's going around. Not able to get past that top leg as he dives for north-south, but this is a different look. He locks up a head and arm. He has an arm in guillotine. I can't tell if his hands are connected. He might just be hand fighting with that left hand, trying to remove the wrist from the equation.
Yeah, he's got his hands connected, and he's gone back and he's stapled that top leg as well. More of a controlled position than an active submission threat right now. But good step in the mounts. On top of the knees. Doesn't have the control to score the points, and there's the end of the second round.
Man, that's tough. You know, 2 times now I think we're seeing Dorsey in the very end of the round looking like he's close to scoring, and then time runs out. So we have now 2 rounds of 5 minutes with a draw each time. So they're going to go into round number 3. So if there is a winner in round 3, then they will take the decision. If it is a draw again, then they'll go to ref's decision.
This is the heel hook that after the restart, and Gaziev was able to roll and get his leg free. Dorsey nearly getting into the north-south. Oh, that's actually where he snagged the head and arm.
Yeah, that's a great transition when you're passing, when you're attacking the pass and the person is forced to expose their head in defense, and oftentimes they start to turtle and you can snatch onto that front headlock. Really great work by Dorsey, and Gaziev very resilient, not allowing any score to be had throughout that entire sequence. So they're going to come into this 3rd round of 5 is a best 2 out of 3 approach in these matches with 3 rounds of 5 minutes. So far we've got 2 draws. So the match is to be had by anyone at this point. If anyone were to put a score on the board and win this round, they'd be the winner. Wow.
Now there's a question. That was a shot from Gaziev and a kind of a guard pull off it. He's not conceded bottom though. I was wondering if they could potentially score that for Elijah Dorsey, but now he pulls, and I wonder if Dorsey was looking at the judges like, hey, he didn't have grips.
Right foot swims over there. Oh, another outside pass attempt here from Dorsey. Look at the control in the hips this time. This is a little different attempt than we've seen. He's been diving chest to chest up until now. Now he has a good grip on the hips. Could potentially be in a leg drag, but the right knee opening of Gaziev keeps him safe. Opens that right knee instead of getting it collapsed to the other side.
Yeah, that was interesting because he didn't have the figure 4 off the leg like a half guard. He kind of triangled his legs over the top of the knee and the thigh. But you're right, just the way that he opened his knee was enough to kind of put just a little block in the path of Elijah Dorsey.
Now at the end of this pass match, we saw Elijah almost put something on the board from this smash passing position. He had a lot of attempts from the outside passing. He wasn't able to put anything on the board. He switched strategies in the last maybe minute or 2 of this last round, and then he got very close to scoring with that front headlock. So I'd be interested to see if he opts to maybe start that pattern a little bit sooner in this 3rd round and maybe have some more time to cook Gaziev down. The thing about someone like Gaziev is he is ultra comfortable in that outside passing, even though it can be the way to pass his guard. Obviously, we've seen Dorsey get close many times, and he did pass earlier just before the points period. It is his comfort zone. He is not, you know, he's very, very comfortable there, and he needs that space to be able to go for the leg entries that he's looking for too. So it works out in his favor in some ways.
Yeah, his super long, flexible guard, definitely a big factor. A very, very tough puzzle to solve for anybody. Elijah Dorsey's come very close a couple of times so far in this match, but reverse cloak, no reverse triangle.
Oh wow.
Reverse triangle from bottom here from Gaziev.
He has a full figure 4 locked as well. I mean, Dorsey looks to be very, very composed in this position. He's trying to step over the body. Look at the grip on Dorsey's left foot. Gaziev has Dorsey's left foot bent, and he might try to use this to sweep, but Dorsey comes back up. Wow.
Well, that's the best moment that Gaziev has had in this match so far, but Elijah Dorsey very coolly, calmly, and comfortably defending his neck in that position and maintains top position throughout. Less than 90 seconds remaining in this 3rd and final round.
A lot of pressure on Gaziev, right? If Dorsey wins this match, that's going to secure the win for Team Kasai. They've already won 3 matches. This would be the 4th that they need to punch their way to the finals. So Gaziev's going to do everything he can to keep them in the team race. Just 1 minute and 5 seconds left here, and we've had a total draw so far. So any points on the board right now would win the match.
Again, threading through for that. Reverse triangle from bottom is Gaziev.
Now, Dorsey looks super comfortable. He never looked too threatened from this position, but what it does open up, which we saw a moment ago, is it opens up the sweep. So Gaziev might not be worried about finishing, but he can use this to off-balance and attack the leg of Dorsey to maybe knock him down. Dorsey looking like he has a very, very strong base here, though. He might try to thread his arm back through if he has the opportunity, or pull his other arm out. But what's important is that he's keeping his heel compressed to his butt. He's not allowing his leg to be popped over.
Gaziev in reverse close guard now. There are leg attacks. Yeah, with a body triangle. There are leg attacks from here. Looking for it, looking for a toe hold.
Yeah, very hard to finish anything here without isolation of the leg. But
knee bar.
Tries to turn the knee bar in the last seconds.
End of the round.
Gonna go to a referee's decision after 3-0-0 rounds. Super tough rounds, though. There was so much action, a lot of almost scoring possessions, a lot of submission attempts. We actually did see a guard pass outside of the points period earlier, and we saw an almost look at a sweep and a last-minute knee bar attempt from Gaziev. It's a really tough one to score.
Both teams are loudly campaigning for their athlete to be declared the winner. The judges in conference at the head table. A lot of conversation going on as to how they feel about this match and who they think should win. And not clear-cut, I feel, Kendall. There's definitely an argument for both men.
Especially in the last 45 seconds,
yes,
right?
The first round, 100% Elijah Dorsey. Second round, this the heel hook attack from Elijah Dorsey, probably the most significant moment. Third round, definitely Gaziev had his moments, but I think in totality, there's a strong case for Elijah Dorsey. Let's see what the judges feel about this. Elijah Dorsey just impassive. Look at that, just waiting calmly for the result to be declared while Gaziev stalks around the mat. Okay, we're gonna find out who is the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. For your winner by decision, in the red corner representing Universal Fighters, Magomedbek.
Wow. Big upset here. Gaziev taking the referee's decision over Elijah Dorsey. I guess the last 45 seconds of that round were enough to push him through with the referee's decision, but definitely a close one to call. Wow.
And look at the respect between Kasai and Universal Fighters. Gaziev goes back to his corner to celebrate, knowing that they're still in the game. It is now 3-2 in favor of Kasai. I liked how Elijah Dorsey just went over, it was off screen, but he went over to the Universal Fighters corner, and every single one of them shook his hands. Very respectful. Same for the Kasai with Gaziev.
There was that toe hold. Yeah,
the early heel hook in the first round from Gaziev. The heel hook in answer from Elijah Dorsey in the second.
And that's the heel hook that had been restarted from the one that went out of bounds as well. There was that guard pass that led to the guard pass attempt that led to the head and arm in guillotine here. Ran out of time after this, but this was a really good look from Dorsey, turning it into a smash pass as well. You see his foot stapling down that leg. Really great position. Time had run out at that point.
Wow, look at the face on Gaziev when he heard his name announced as the winner. Very emotional.
And after 5 contests, Universal Fighters are closing the gap, and there's only 1 point in it, as Kasai lead with 3 points to 2 as we enter the 6th bout. The next bout will be fought in the under 70 kilogram division. Please welcome firstly to the red corner, representing Universal Fighters, Zaur Hamedov. And let's welcome his opponent to the blue corner, representing Kasai, Fabricio Andre.
Well, this is the first time that we've seen Fabricio Andre in action here this weekend, representing Team Kasai at 70 kilos, going up against Universal Fighters Zaur Hamedov. And Fabricio Andre, one of the biggest pops of the crowd so far. And his power gets a huge cheer from the crowd. This guy is a superstar and a massive fan favorite. Our referee, Dr. Renato Sugino, gets the action started for this match number 6 in the 7-match series between Universal Fighters and, oh, in the shot and on the head and arm, on the neck, Fabricio Andre. Guillotine attack here.
Man, that is really deep. Look at the gable grip here. But again, these guys, these Universal Fighter guys are so confident in defending front headlocks. They're so comfortable. They spend a lot of time here in wrestling, a lot of time here in MMA. But man, look at Fabricio Andre starting to use his elbow now to actually pass the right arm through. That right arm is kind of keeping him at bay. You could see him almost use his elbow as like a windshield wiper there for a second to try to thread the arm underneath the belly. But
Zaur gets his head free, and they're back onto their feet.
yeah, Hamedov really aggressive in that single leg right off the start.
Zaur Hamedov is actually one of the head coaches at the Universal Fighters team. He's also an active competitor. We've seen him in AIGA Champions League a number of times. He's one of the main instructors there, along with Mohamed Abdulkadirov.
Big foot sweep there from Andre.
And the one thing that we know is that the Universal Fighters guys are very, very familiar with Fabricio Andre. It was one of their guys, Gayabek Ibrahimov, got the huge upset win over Fabricio Andre when Universal Fighters went up against Team Adolfo in the 2023 Champions League season. And that was a huge win for them to take out a name as big as Fabricio Andre. But Gayabek, ADCC veteran, ADCC trials winner, not here this weekend, unable to compete for some reason, we're not sure why. So it is Zaur who has the responsibility of taking on Fabricio Andre.
Quick defense there from Hamedov.
Fabricio Andre is just so fast, so explosive.
Oh,
but look at the
wow.
shot from Zaur.
Man, that was so well timed. Hamedov in on those legs. Fabricio jumped on the head, and then both of them backed out.
But Zaur is shooting from the outside as well, not shooting from tie-ups, right?
I think that's smart with Fabricio, right? I don't, you know, tying up with Fabricio is not a super fun idea for most people. He has great throws, he has great lateral throws, he has great inside trips, he has great foot sweeps. I mean, he is really, really dangerous in that close pocket. So if you're Hamedov, I definitely think approaching the distance shots is the way to go, trying to telegraph, maybe looking at some feints like we saw from Pedro Marinho earlier, and then shooting it off of that.
But Fabricio is just stalking forward.
Yeah, Fabricio does a great job of closing the distance. He's definitely staying on the inside of the mat and controlling the space here, always driving forward. Ankle peg, beautiful. Comes the back Beautiful ankle pick to the back, and look at this 4-point stance. They're going to reset them in the same position. This position you mentioned earlier, Howell, is, you know, for these Pakistani guys, they're not only very comfortable here in the 4-point position, they also are offensive. Like they attack from here. They have beautiful throws, but they'll switch, they'll cut back, they'll gravity roll through. But Fabricio is so well versed in this crab ride position, or in the back takes in general. Puts a hook in. He's going to start to climb up. He got double unders on that chest lock. Very, very smart. A lot of pressure coming down from his hips.
Izaak is keeping the other side pretty tightly closed. His knee and elbow are tight together. That's going to make it difficult for Fabricio Andre to insert the second hook. But there are attacks from this position. You know, there's the infamous Suluev stretch, which is a very, very devastatingly powerful leg lock. And you can see
he has the leg involved now.
Yeah, Fabricio Andre has put a hook over the top of that supporting leg, the opposite side. For what we see here on the screen, he could go for the stretch. He is possibly looking for it.
The angle now, that's going to be it, I think.
He's got it.
Oh my gosh! I cannot believe he bent his leg out of that. That was a full extension.
Izaak felt that for sure, and Fabricio has not lost position.
No, he reclimbed back up. Great back protection. He's going to go for it again, I think. Look, he makes a gable grip here behind the leg. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the same exact position here and may even be able to get it. I mean, Ahmedov, that defense, I mean, he ate some of that for sure, but also his ability to rotate his knee and bend his leg back in, very impressive.
Fabricio Andre also isolating an arm here. He's back on it. He's back on the Suluev stretch. There is the tap. There is the finish. Fabricio Andre wins for Kasai, and they will go through into the final of the Champions League to face off with the Williams Elite team. By way of leg lock, the infamous Suluev stretch, Fabricio Andre wins via first round submission. Well, he looked for it once. Didn't quite get it, but the second time was the charm.
Ladies and gentlemen, a referee call stop the contest during the first round. For your winner by leg lock via a Suluev stretch, representing Kasai, Fabricio Andre!
Man, a lot of Kazakhstan support for Fabricio Andre. They love him here.
They really do.
We didn't see it on camera, but Fabricio was not only being cheered on and hyping up the crowd for himself, he was also clapping and pointing to his opponent and hyping up his opponent and asking the crowd to clap for him, shaking his hand and showing a lot of respect. And yeah, great match between these guys. Kasai team's pumped. They've just punched their way to the finals.
Absolutely. There is one more match to come. It's a formality at this point because Kasai will go through into the final later today against Williams Elite team. 4 matches to 2 so far. There is Zohar Ahmedov. He was able to defend it once, but the second time was the charm from Fabricio Andre. Let's take a look at it here, Kendall.
Now, he actually had reached to grab the arm, and then, whoa, gets a big extension on the heel. And it was hard because I know he was saying he was defending rather than tapping. It's hard to tell exactly from the video, but man, I think either way that
was a clear tap. It was a hard one slap. Fabricio Andre let go. I think it's almost like a panic tap. Zaura briefly kind of said no, 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 but he was dead to rights there. If Fabricio Andre had pulled any more on that leg, he could have got seriously injured. So, done deal. Referee stops the match, and Kasai will go through. We have one more match to go in the 91-kilogram division. That beautiful Suluev stretch here that Fabricio Andre hits. Catches the leg right at the end of the lever, the heel and the ankle. Massive extension. And Zohar Ahmedov put in one of the most devastating leg locks that exists in jiu-jitsu. If you don't tap to that, it can just shear the hamstring clear off the bone. very happy is Fabricio Andre.
So, ladies and gentlemen, after 6 contests, Kasai now lead with a score of 4-2 points and will advance to the final. But there's still one bout left with only pride on the line, and it will take place in the under 91 kilogram division. Please welcome firstly into the red corner representing Universal Fighters, Murad Abdulatipov. And his opponent in the blue corner representing Kasai, Roberto Jimenez.
And here we go, the last match between these two teams, match number 7. Kasai's already punched their ticket through to the finals, but they will complete the 7th match here to round us out.
91 kilogram division in the red, Murad Abdulatipov and Roberto Jimenez in the black and red. First time we've seen Roberto competed actually yesterday, won by rear naked choke against Gabriel Almeida.
Crazy match.
Yeah, Murad Abdulatipov won via judges' decision against Alibi Orazbek of Battle Force. And he showed some excellent positional work and defensive wrestling against Alibi's many attempts to fight from the half guard. But that's not Roberto's style. This is going to be a very different match, I feel, Kendall.
Shot in there a little. Look at that single.
Roberto can wrestle. That's the one thing that we know. Roberto has absolutely no problem wrestling with his opponents. You know, he's a lifelong jiu-jitsu practitioner, a black belt under his father, Raul Gacho Jimenez. And he also wrestled in high school, you know, coming up. So he's not just a jiu-jitsu guy, not just a submission grappler. But with Roberto, you never know what to expect. Flying attacks, flying triangles, wrestling, crazy submissions, you name it. I don't think we'll see Abdulatipov pull guard against Roberto.
Big underhook there from Roberto. Lots of level changes from these guys. This is the kind of matchup between these two. You really can't relax. You can't let up and stand straight up without having your hands in your head as your first line of defense. You can see they always kind of have their hands. When they're not connected, they have their hands out, stretched forward, so if someone does come in, they're ready to catch the head or block the shoulders or redirect the shot. And it's a perfect example of what we just saw right there as Roberto shot in.
One thing that we noticed from Abdulatipov yesterday is that he's very cagey and he doesn't initiate a lot of action. He's definitely like more of a counter fighter. He was really solid against Alibi Orazbek yesterday, but he had a lot of answers for Alibi, but wasn't really pushing the pace, didn't really affect takedowns and such.
There's a bit of a drag-by attempt there from him. He had a 2-on-1. Roberto definitely eager for the head and for these underhooks. Seen a couple of times now he digs in on that left underhook, or he also looks for the head with his right arm, trying to snap it into his right armpit. And typically those two things work really well together. If you play a left side underhook, then you typically will be eager to play a right side front headlock. So I think that's going to be something that we continue to see throughout this match. Of course, with Roberto, you never know because he can throw up something totally different at any time. But again, see that collar tie heavy on the right. on that single with the left. Pops back up, he has double unders, I think, here. Now, Murad did a great job bringing his hips back, and he actually pinched Roberto's elbows together, which is a very, very smart defense to the double under. If you can do that before they grab their hands together, it really prevents them from making a full lock behind the back. And it
Which
also,
Roberto loves to use. He loves the body lock to the back transition. That's one of his go-tos.
It also prevents the even one underhook from being very usable, right? Because what you could do if you can't make the back clinch is you can keep one underhook and then just kind of cheat off to that side and jack that up and then use it as an underhook. But not if your elbows are pinched together. It kind of imitates the feel of a wizard. Big Uchi attempt there from Murad.
That was nice because that was the deepest underhook that Roberto had managed to get so far, and that was a kick there from Abdulatipov. Jimenez is so active though, his footwork. Oh, nice duck.
Wow, big duck attempt there from Murad, but a bite on the head from Roberto in answering. One thing really smart from Roberto, oh,
That's a better body lock now, he's got double unders.
Tries to throw it back, but gets Uchi in the process. Will he get stuck though is the question. I don't think that he will. Man, beautiful throw by attempt, countered by that Uchimata, but he's not put down long enough to score and jumps up Roberto.
Roberto had that whizzer and he with the overhook and he was going to go for a flying triangle, but Abdulatipov postured up and was able to defend it. But it goes to show, like I said, counterfighter Abdulatipov. If Roberto commits and goes in deep in the tie-up, he's got some stuff. Abdulatipov has some traps, has some weapons, but apart from that duck, we didn't really see him initiate too much. He's very patient. The throw was a beautiful throw. That was a kick, sending Roberto down to the mat, but Roberto very cleverly just didn't concede position and wrestled back up from there.
Yeah, this match is really interesting. If you're a takedown person, if you're a wrestling nerd like me, then this is a fascinating match because my mind immediately goes to like what happens in this next round. Because we're seeing Roberto repeat a lot of his similar sequences over and over. He's going to Deandre, he's going to the front headlock on the right side. He's telegraphing that, or he's telegraphing that he's hunting for that. And he's also looking for the single with his left. So he goes outside single. So that sequence together, it covers the 3 bases of takedowns.
Second round.
Where you're constantly looking for the head, the back, and the legs interchangeably, and using one, threatening the one, open the other 2. But at the same time, we've also seen Murad now in on that Uchimata 2 times. So that also tells a bit of a story. So I'm really curious to see where this goes. We saw a couple of looks at double unders, like you mentioned too, how he loves that position, but he wasn't able to get his hands locked at any point. There's that single again. And also whizzer.
This is better. He's picked up the leg and he's put it on the shelf. He's got it on the hip. That kills the Uchimata, right?
It does kill the Uchimata, but there's a lot of other stuff that can happen from here, and we're seeing some of that action now from Murad. When someone has a deep whizzer like that from that position, especially someone savvy on the feet like this, that's not jiu-jitsu wrestling, right? That's pure wrestling, okay? So
Roberto pulls.
So when we see that position where the foot is placed on the outside of the hip like a hook, man, there is a lot that can come out of that, and he actually did try to sit through and come behind Roberto, and they ended up more neutral, but then it was Roberto that pulled.
I am so impressed by Abdulatipov's counter wrestling, but look at this now.
Is Roberto on an arm? I can't, oh no, he didn't have it.
He wrestled up from the Dela Heaver and shoots back in once again. Abdulatipov, very comfortable here,
whizzer and foot on the hip, and now he frees the leg, going over for the Uchi, but is Roberto going to be able to come up again? He does.
Builds his base.
Oh, look, he's trying to come over the top. Murad is trying to come over the top. That was very smart by Roberto to bring his hands out and kind of push the hips away and cut to the left, because I think what Murad was trying to do was sit over and do some sort of a crotch lift where he reaches between the legs of Roberto, grab his hand together.
Abdulatipov's going to have, I think it's a chest wrap from this position. No, he's just got the whizzer.
Potential Uchimata coming again, but wow, limp arm. That was beautiful. Roberto limped arm that arm out. Here's that chest wrap. Oh, he has the, I thought he had the leg for a second there. Is he going to come to the top position?
Roberto on the legs.
Roberto still trying to wrestle up.
Roberto's relentless. And the defensive wrestling, the counters of Abdulatipov are just a case study of what to do when somebody is in on your legs, right, Kendall?
Yeah, he is, his defensive wrestling is very impressive. And it's really multifaceted as well. You got to see a little bit of that after, you know, he had the foot outside of the hip and he couldn't go for the uchi anymore. We saw that sit through. And then we also saw the potential look at the crotch lift when he sat over the top of the body. So, but Roberto, like you said, relentless, trying to come up and wrestle up. He had a little bit of a look at a butterfly sweep a moment ago, but Rod's base on top, proving to be very, very strong.
Roberto, this is where he came up from that De La Riva with the single leg earlier. And you could see the way that Abdulatipov just straightening his right leg. It offers a single leg for Roberto, but Roberto's not taking the bait this time. He's not coming up. Now he does. Now he builds base. Trying to build height. Abdulatipov with an overhook.
And here we go again. So there's this whizzer. The foot is hooked on the outside, and it has very different possibilities when the foot's on the outside versus the foot's on the inside. But as the person defending the single, you want your foot on the outside like that. You don't want it threaded through between Roberto's legs. Wow, he uses that to reshoot. Unbelievable. Not many people are in that situation with Roberto Jimenez, and they can actually reshoot and face their opponent. Incredible wrestling exchanges we're getting to see here.
Roberto tried to get a seatbelt, but couldn't lock it in. Abdulatipov is proven to be a very difficult opponent to hold.
1 minute remaining here in round 2. Inside tie control. You notice Roberto, when he enters, he's always looking for that inside position, fighting his hands inside. Again, we find him on the right-hand collar tie. Very consistent. Oh, wow, big duck entry. And he gets to the single. His head's going to be on the outside. He's trying to connect his hands.
Nice.
Swipes back with that right arm. But look at Roberto trying to find his way to the back still. Man, Roberto is not giving up that 2. Look at this. He might even find an arm here, maybe a leg attack, but he's going to try not to give up the 2 points. I think that's going to be 2 here. I think that is going to be 2 from Murad.
Abdulatipov scores 2 in the last 30 seconds of this round as a result of that takedown. Roberto almost had a look at the back, almost had a look at possibly an attack, a triangle, but Abdulatipov, his posture and his persistence, we'll see him just kind of run down the clock now with only less than 5 seconds remaining. He takes that one 2-0, Kendall.
Man, what an action-packed round that was. We got to see so many fun exchanges. Whew. First round, 0-0. Second round, Murad takes it by 2 points. So third round is a best 2 out of 3 format. So third round, we'll get to see if Roberto answers back or if Murad's going to take this one. That was that duck right there at the end, turned into a single. He tried to make it a double. You'll see him try to connect his hands on the outside, but then he swipes over the neck. Oh my gosh, you know, we saw a couple similar situations like that yesterday, I think with Puya, if I'm not mistaken. Then Roberto tries to go for the back, tries to go for the arm. He also grabs the leg right there at the end. I mean, this guy is relentless.
Yeah, you mentioned Puya there. It's that combination chain wrestling, right? It's something we don't see as much of in jiu-jitsu, but with these guys with the wrestling pedigree, they're just going to show how effective it is.
And I think more and more the wrestling is advancing in jiu-jitsu. I think it was way further behind, you know, 5-10 years ago. But every year now, the wrestling is getting higher and higher level, and this is definitely a situation that contributes to it.
The final round.
Right into our third round here. Now, obviously, we know, you know, Kasai team has already punched their way to the finals. So this match is just to complete the last of 7. But that doesn't mean that there's not a lot of not only pride and like individual pride, but also team pride. Like everyone wants to go out on top with more wins on the board. Not to mention the energy that contributes to the further rounds that they're going to have. Kasai's going into the finals, but the Universal Fighters are going to be fighting for third next up as well. So they want that good energy coming in for sure. And there's a big cash prize difference between third and fourth place. So that's an important energy to be carrying forward into their next match.
You're absolutely right. The winning team here at the Champions League final will take $500,000, and then the remaining $500,000 will be split between second, third, and fourth place. Still a massive amount of money to go home with. Really can't be said enough about how much money has been invested not only into this event, the production of this event, the whole year-and-a-half long process to get here. Of course, we had the 4 international qualifiers in Europe, North America, South America, and Asia, and then here at the Champions League final, bringing together the best grapplers from all over the world to compete at the Champions League final. This is an event to remember and will go down in the history books.
Again, similar sequences here. Roberto in on that underhook, looking at that single a little bit. Now I'm wondering if Murad's going to have some more confidence after that exchange. Maybe we see a duck again. Maybe he gets a little bit more offensive. Because like you've been saying, how he's pretty defensive in nature. He's a counter wrestler, an excellent counter wrestler, though. You know, it's not that the match has been boring by any means. He definitely brings the action in that case. But the last most significant situation he had came off of his offense.
Yes, that's right. The duck was the initiation that led to that takedown.
Nice front headlock. Tried to shuck him by and go behind. Has a grip behind the leg. Almost was going to maybe look at coming to a cradle.
One thing that Adilov does really well is, not in that sequence, but he'll reshoot and counterattack off those sequences as well. When the guy comes in on him, he'll calmly defend, and then he'll initiate something of his own.
You can hear Roberto's corner. I think that was Kynan who said, make sure you're using the feints and the fakes. And that's something we saw Pedro Marinho doing really well earlier. And it allows you to get in on the legs and in on those shots without having to have those tie-ups and those connections, which can be dangerous when you're with someone like Murad, because like the ducks and the 2-on and the drag-bys and things that he's looking for, he needs those close connections. So with the distance shots, typically the way to get in is to feint, which is like faking a shot. You drop, you reach for the legs. You cause your opponent to have a real reaction. So it has to be like a really deep attempt. But then you can either, you can go to the head after that typically because they shoot their legs back, and a lot of things could show up for Roberto.
And just the gas tank required to compete in a 3-round wrestling match like this.
it's a lot. It's a lot different than, I mean, I'm not saying that the passing and guard play doesn't exhaust you. It absolutely will. But
wrestling is just a different energy, right?
15 minutes on the feet, especially when you have 2 guys like this who are both super scrappy, and you can never like rest in any position because they're always going for it and trying out funky things. So another single leg from Roberto. There we are again, and back to the wizard defense from Murad.
Framing and moving away is Adilov.
Man, just 1 minute left here. Roberto would need to put something on the board to even this out. Otherwise, Murad's going to come away with the win because he won the only round that there was a score in.
There's only 40 seconds left now in this third and final round. As we said, it is a formality. The Kasai team have punched their ticket through into the finals. Of course, Adilov does not want to take an L for his team. Oh,
wow!
Such a quick shot, and he's got Roberto's back now.
That was a big double attempt from Murad. I think it was timed off something Roberto was going for. I couldn't tell exactly, but it seemed odd the way the timing worked out there.
No 2 because he didn't get Roberto's
Roberto
back
answering back as well. What a match between these guys. Oh my gosh.
So your winner by points is Murad Adilov of Universal Fighters, making it 4-3 the final result between those two teams.
Both of the semis, right? Both the semis went the full distance of 4-3. Very close matchups.
Rounds we go to points for your winner, representing Universal Fighters, Murad Abdulratipov.
Well, let's take a look at some of the best moments from this match right here, Kendall. I know you're a big fan of the wrestling, but anybody can appreciate a beautiful takedown like that.
Man, that was incredible, this last minute sequence, and he didn't score off it, but it was a nice way for Murad to go out after a little bit more dominant action, because it was actually Roberto who was really offensive, I think, in those first 2 rounds, even though Murad came out with the score in the second round. Man,
the way he turned the corner on that shot.
Amazing.
And then the near back take as well. Here it is one more time.
And the timing on that was amazing. I think Roberto was going for something, I can't really tell what, but his movement and then the way that Murad timed the shot, it was very, very difficult to defend. Big win for Murad. Really, really big win over Roberto Jimenez.
And an absolute case study of how high-level wrestling can be applied in a jiu-jitsu grappling context. And now it's just a case of making this official between the two teams. And we'll have some highlights from the best moments. Back with more action.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 7 contests, the scores are now 4-3 in favor of your winners. Let's hear it for Kasai! And let's hear for your runners-up, who will now enter the bronze medal match. One more time, Universal Fighters! I'd now like to invite both sets of fighters to shake hands in the center of the mats.
So here are some of the replays from the matches in this series between Universal Fighters and Kasai. Junny Ocasio winning by points against Temeev Magomedbek. Pedro Marinho, very hard match against Eldar Adilov, also winning by points. Not for lack of trying.
Man, that was a brutal guillotine, and he escaped this guillotine, and that had really fired Pedro up. That was crazy.
That was such a physical match. Absolute knockdown, drag-out grappling match. Ruslan Abdullayev with the big upset decision win against Kaiden Duat.
Yeah, that was a huge win for him, that last-minute armbar attempt. Man, that was a big win for Ruslan, and as a reminder, he's been calling for Gordon Ryan, so he made me feel more justified in calling for that match after this.
One step closer to getting it.
Taza with a beautiful heel hook finish here. That was amazing. So deep. It was very tough up until that point, but man, that was a brutal extension. You can see
interesting grip, the way that Pato uses his right hand over the heel, reinforces it with his left arm. That was the moment that kind of kicked off the squabble between the two teams. Elijah Dorsey against Kazamagomed taking that one by judge's decision in a very close match. It really could have gone either way, Kendall.
I would call that a controversial decision, personally. I think that was a really, really tough one, but yeah, that was a big win.
The silhouette stretch from Fabricio Andre.
Brutal, oh my goodness. Brutal, painful to watch even, crazy. And that was the second time he had gone for it. He escaped, I couldn't believe that he escaped the first one. It was insane.
Fired up, Roberto Jimenez versus Murad Abdulatipov. What an amazing showcase of high-level wrestling technique.
Man, this is a match. If you're interested in improving your takedowns and your standing, go rewatch and study this match. That match was a masterclass. Amazing, amazing. Offensively and defensively. A lot to be learned from that. And that's gonna do it. Sai is moving forward into the finals after that amazing win. And then, of course, we've got third and fourth to be decided later, too. So it's gonna be a great day ahead.
We'll be back in a minute with more action. Don't go anywhere. The third place match between Team Alioni and Universal Fighters. And then, of course, the final, Williams Elite Team and Kasai. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this.
Chop! Who there? Aha! Ian Daube, that wouldn't get me. Pultalanning erkekseren. Peace, рахмет, ассалаумалейкум. Қазір сахнаға төлеген ағамыз шақырамыз. Да? Қазір финалға дайындық. Сол.
Баршаларыңызға рахмет. Қалай AIGA қызықты өтіп жатыр ма сіздер үшін?
Төлеген, сізде микрофонға.
And we continue on to the finals. I'd like to welcome our special guests onto the mat. Please welcome Rich Byrne, Eddie Bravo, and Leo Vieira onto the mat. And I would also like to invite the 4 managers of today's teams. From Kasai, Mateus Luccas. From Universal, Mohamed Abdul Kadirov. From Williams Elite, Giancarlo Bodoni. And from Al Leone, Valerie Kruglov onto the mats. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome the owner and founder of AIGA Global. Let's make some noise for Tolligan Vorst Kumaral!
The strongest will win.
Ladies and gentlemen, take it on! Take it on! Dante Poshumi!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for our bronze medal playoff. And it will be fought between the teams of Al Leone and Universal Fighters. Let's welcome your first team to the mat. In the red corner, they are Al Leone in the 60-kilogram division, Daiki, Yonekura. In the 65-kilogram division, Gianni Grippo. In the 70-kilogram division, Deandre Corbe. In the 76-kilogram division, Jeremy Skinner. In the 83-kilogram division, PJ Barch. In the under 91-kilogram division, Kaya Rudolph. And in the plus 91-kilogram division, Daniel Schwartz. And now let's welcome their team manager, Valerie Kruglov. And together, ladies and gentlemen, they are Team Al Leone. It is now time to meet their opponents who will be fighting in the blue corner. And they are Universal Fighters. First in the 60-kilogram division, Magomedbek Temeev. In the 65-kilogram division, Kashimugard Takayev. And in the 70-kilogram division, Zahur Hamedov. And in the 76-kilogram division, Gazi Magomed Gaziev. And in the 83-kilogram division, Ruslan Rizvanov. And in the under 91-kilogram division, Eldar Adilov. And in the plus 91-kilogram division, Abdurrahman Bilarov. let's welcome their team manager, Mohamed Abdulkadirov. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite both team managers to the center of the mats and your head official, Oljas Doshanov, for the official bronze medal playoff draw. The first bout will be fought in the under 60 kilogram division. The next bout will be fought in the under 65 kilogram division. The next bout will be in the plus 91 kilogram division. The next bout will be in the under 91 kilogram division. Following that, the under 70 kilogram division. Your penultimate bout will be in the 83 kilogram division, and your final match will take place under 76 kilograms. I now invite both sets of athletes to meet in the center of the mat and greet each other and shake each other's hands. So as both groups of fighters make their way to the back, please can your under 60 kilogram athletes stay on the mat. So introducing first in the red corner, representing Leone. Jack Stapleton. And his opponent in the blue corner, representing Universal Fighters, Magomedbek Temeev.
All right, so this is for the bronze medal match, third place. We have in the under 60 kilogram division, getting things started, Jack Stapleton, first appearance here this weekend, representing Leone, going up against Magomedbek Temeev of Universal Fighters. Immediately pulling guard is Jack Stapleton, and a penalty for doing so with no grips.
Really got to be careful with that, especially early on in the match. Jack looking for some wrist control and looking to stay seated, but forced supine there for a moment. And that underhook on the top leg can be super frustrating to me. He's doing a great job with his left arm controlling the hamstring there. Makes it very difficult to have any effective knee shield or any kind of action with that right leg or the topside leg.
Well, this is the third time that we've seen Magomedbek Temeev in action here this weekend. He had a win over Joey Deal yesterday against when they went up against Universal Fighters versus Battle Force, and then they fought earlier. Temeev Magomedbek lost on points to Junny Ocasio. Now he's back for his third match this weekend, and one thing we know about Temeev, extremely strong on top, Kendall.
Yeah,
really hard to get anything going on him.
Yeah, it is. He has been on top, you know, primarily throughout the weekend. Don't see that changing or slowing down now. But he's notoriously very difficult to score on, like you said, how he's not only, you know, knows when to move in and out of the guard and be aggressive and kind of back out when he feels in danger, but he also, like, even multiple times his opponents have had a bite on something that looked seemingly deep, and he's able to, like, explode, but explode's not even the right, it's like he evaporates out of whatever situation he's in. It's kind of baffling, actually. I don't know if he just, the intuition he has from feeling it so early on before it's even connected, he's kind of already on his way out. I'm not really sure, but yeah, it does a great job of being very evasive on top. And it makes it very difficult for Jack in this position too, because when you have a top player that's very evasive like that and not very insistent on the pass and not always aggressive in forward motion, but you're down by a point, man, that's going to make your life a lot harder because there really isn't any pressure on Temeev right now. As I say that, though, we see, you know, quite a bit of aggression coming in there. He's trying to jump all the way over the guard. He does kind of like tucks his knees together. He has an inside control on the hip on his right side, and then tries to jump over, and now tries to actually go over under pass side to side, and tried one on each side there. Jack sitting back up here. One of the things we're noticing about Temeev is he doesn't really move forward into an aggressive pass unless the person is supine or on their back. So a big part of his game is elevating the ankles to get someone to lay down. So Jack sitting up here and then looking to attack the arms, I think, is a very smart approach. Man, double unders now here from Temeev. Throws those legs to the side, but look at the hip escape defense from Jack and that beautiful guard recovery. Double butterfly now, and he has two overhooks and moves to the close guard.
Very difficult to affect any meaningful offense against Magomedbek Temeev. Joey Deal tried his hardest from the close guard, couldn't really get anything going. Junny Ocasio had his most success kind of playing that very good half guard stroke leg attacks that he has. Temeev is a very, very difficult opponent for anybody in this weight class because he appears to be extremely physically strong. Pound for pound. I mean, I don't know, I'll ask his opponents, but you know, sometimes guys, like the guys, they have that really wiry kind of strength, right? And he's really difficult to move. But hanging out in this close guard like this, he could get put on the stalling block if he's not careful.
Jack had a little bit of a look, maybe had a bump sweep there. Tried to open his guard and set out. It's difficult for him here with Temeev because Temeev, again, being up by that 1 point, he's not going to be very motivated. I mean, now he's standing up. He's not going to be very motivated to try to open the guard and pass, but he doesn't have to. Of course, right as I said that, he's diving his knee in the middle, but up until that point, kind of stays low and anchored into that close guard. So it's very difficult to get much action going when you have someone so cagey on top in the close guard position.
End of the first round.
All right, so the end of the first 5-minute round. There's going to be a 1-minute break here. And as we know, there are 3 5-minute rounds in these matches. So it's a total of potential 15 minutes, 1 minute in between each. And it's a best out of 3 style. So if there are points scored, then that person takes that round. And they're not cumulative, they don't roll over into the next round and restart 0-0 on the feet, which is one of the things we love about the rule set here at AIGA, because sometimes you do see similar patterns repeat, but you also, of course, get to see quite a few different versions of matchups. People try something, it doesn't work out so well, they come back, they reset, maybe they stand instead of pull, or whatever the case is for them. And so we get to see a lot of different dynamics play out. So it's a best 2 out of 3, so if one person gets ahead the first round, the next person the second, then of course goes to the third. But if it's 0-0 all the way through, which you've seen a couple of these, or split 1-1 round with a 0-0 third round, then it goes to ref's decision.
All right, start of the second round here now in this under 60 kilogram match. The first match to get us started here in this bronze medal series. 7 matches total. There's a shot. And look at that. That was close to being a clean takedown. Temeev had managed to get around the leg, but Stapleton lands in the guard. Early 2 for Temeev.
Double control here from Stapleton on that cross-side arm. Looking for an underhook with his right arm. And then actually a little bit of a look at the leg as well. We oftentimes do see our talented guard players kind of move between the two. They'll move between the leg and the arm back and forth here, kind of a dual threat. When one gets defended, the other one gets open. So if you reach for someone's leg to underhook it and they sprawl back, then you can go to the arm or the head, and vice versa. You reach for the arm, they pull back, and go to the leg. So definitely think that with someone like Temeev, who is very difficult to move around on top and somewhat cagey. Oh, wow. He uses the underhook attempt of Stapleton to actually bring in a crossface himself. Stapleton able to create quite a bit of space there and reset. Oh, wow, jumps around the guard. Oh, my gosh.
Not in the points period, though, unfortunately.
Has settled in, though, to a really nice side control here. Jumps through the guard. We saw him attempt that a couple of times in the first round, shoving both knees by and jumping over. And there are no points, like you said, however this could be. It's not, but it could be, I was going to say, something that leads him maybe to knee on belly or some submission attempts there.
Yeah, good work there for Stapleton in recovering guard. Going high now with a little bit of rubber guard action right there. But he's not able to keep the posture broken of Magomedbek Temeev.
Yeah, this is something we saw play out a couple of times, including in the match with Junny, that Temeev was be in the close guard, and he was very picky about when he decides to try to stand up and open or anything like that. Typically waits for the person on bottom to open their guard first. Although we did see one time in the first round of this match, actually he brought his knee in the middle, so definitely has those options. Dives that left knee over, tries to staple the bottom leg of Jack. Jack was able to use his right hand on the ankle and his knee to kind of tilt that back open and reset. And there again, we see that underhook with the left hand. Very common that we're seeing that from Temeev, whether it's to stop the offense or to initiate a double under. Knee cuts through. Again on that arm drag, playing between the arm and the leg over and over. But that topside arm now, to me, instead of having it underhooked on the thigh, oh wow, he's running around to the other side. Big kick there from Jack in order to be able to sit back up. And looks like he may be potentially looking to wrestle up. I think Temeev answering that with picking up that ankle is very smart.
You know, one thing that I'm so impressed about with Temeev is he's obviously a very experienced grappler. There's a decent bite.
That's the deepest that we've seen Jack.
Yeah, finally getting a meaningful grab of the leg. But what I was going to say about Temeev, he's obviously a veteran. He has a lot of experience competing in UWW rules. He's a multiple-time champion in UWW grappling tournaments, gi and no gi. He's got great mat IQ. And that is just something that you develop through years and years of competing. And you can be good at jiu-jitsu, Kendall, but sometimes it's not about who's the best technician. Oh, beautiful guard pass. It's about who's the better competitor on the day.
Especially in high-pressure situations like this, we've talked about with a dual meet setting and also where there's money on the line and they're fighting now for 3rd and 4th place, which there's a pretty big financial difference there. Obviously pride as well and wanting to win their own individual matches, but definitely an added sense of pressure.
I could be wrong, but I believe it's $500,000 for the winners, 300 for 2nd place, 150 for 3rd, and 50 grand for the 4th place team. So nobody goes home empty-handed. But still, there's a big difference between $50,000 and $150,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's $100 grand difference there. It's pretty motivating. So Temeev has now won the first 2 rounds, right? So this puts Jack in a pretty sticky spot. We need a submission here in the 3rd round in order to come out with the win.
Oh, it looked like Jack, yeah. I think Jack saw the match with Junny earlier and he was thinking he could possibly do the same thing, but Temeev was hip to it, and here's the guard pass. So he ends that round 5-0. The first round was 0-0 draw.
There's that 1 point in the opening round.
Oh, the negative one, you're right.
Yes,
yeah, you're right, yeah.
Yeah, so Jack is actually behind now by 2 rounds, so he would need to submit in this round in order to move forward, or in order to put the win on the board.
Your 3rd and final round.
Straight to a pole there for Jack. It looked like Temeev looked up and wondered if that was 2 based on initiating and grabbing the legs, but
the referee did actually say to the judges' table, yep, he confirmed it was 2.
Wow.
Temeev with a very early lead. And in a match like this, that early 2-point lead is huge, because
it is.
You not only got to sweep your guy, you've got to score a position on him.
Well, especially for Jack. I mean, honestly, for Jack at this point, it actually doesn't matter too much because he has to submit to win in general, right? So maybe if they were tied, but because he's losing the rounds, yeah, need a submission to win here. Big jump over again from Temeev.
Temeev seems a lot more active in this match compared to...
He really does.
Yeah, some
I
of
was
his
thinking
early
that.
ones.
Yeah, I was thinking he's been much more aggressive in this match than the others.
But he's warm. You know, he just came off the mats not too long ago. He had that match with Junny, and it's always the first match of any tournament is a bit rough, right? You know, it's the second win was usually kind of like where your best performances come.
I think it depends on the athlete, to be honest. Yeah, I really do. I think it depends on the athlete. But another thing that plays into it, that definitely could be it for him for sure. But also I think the thing that plays into it is there's a bit of some big snaps to the head there. I think that there is a big difference sometimes in the pressure and the feeling of another big knee cut attempt that people have in the semis versus the medal rounds, like 3rd and 4th place. Because yes, there's still pressure to, oh, he has a look at a guillotine for a moment. To me, it's great posture that was able to pop his head out. Because yes, there's the pressure of wanting to take 3rd, but sometimes, and this may not be the case for him, but for many people perform better in the repassage rounds when they're pulled back in than they do in the actual higher pressure rounds. And it's a mental thing, right? It's the way that we perform mentally based on what's on the line. So everyone handles that differently. I think one of the really exciting things to see, and kind of the mark of someone with a lot of experience, but also a lot of mental strength, and someone who spent a lot of time really elevating that part of themselves, is someone who has consistent performances throughout, right, and doesn't necessarily change too much based on the repassage, or based on the wins or losses of pressure.
Jack getting frustrated, I think, with how elusive that Temeev is proven to be. He's in and out. It was almost like he was asking for a stalling call. He kind of opened his guard a little bit earlier and signaled like he's not doing anything. And then he's kind of calling him back in when he disengages, like, come on, do something. And it is, it's proving very difficult for Jack to get a hold of this guy.
Temeev really insisted on keeping Jack down, keeping him on his back. Every time Jack tries to sit up and get more active in the seated position, he kind of gets driven back down, which is really smart strategy from Temeev because, you know, there isn't really much pressure on him at this point. The only thing that could beat him is a submission, even if he loses by points. So he can put just enough pressure to stay in the game and to keep the lead, but not have to really drive the ship too much.
Oh, nice knee cut there.
Oh, gosh. Man, Jack right back up to his knees. That was great.
Yeah, it was a good recovery.
Jack trying to shove the face away and just keep some space in between, trying to sit back up here. Every time he sits back up, Temeev is really insistent. Another jump over.
That was nice. Jack doesn't concede the guard pass, though. Nice turnout.
It's really interesting how consistent Temeev is with this pass. He takes his hands, whether it's on the shins, the ankles, or the knees, and he pushes both feet down, and he kind of tuck jumps over the top. It's actually, funny enough, something we teach in kids class often, but we don't always see at the highest levels. But the reason that's funny to me is because sometimes you get, like the Dagestan guys, we talked a lot about their experience with wrestling and MMA and in different combat sports, and they bring in like their own unique flavor to things. And so it may not be the typical style that you see in a grappling tournament, but it can be proven, like we're seeing right now, to be very effective all the same.
Just over 20 seconds remaining now in this third and final round. Magomedbek Temeev, 2-point lead. Having won the first match due to Stapleton's -1. Second round, he won 5-0. And it looks like he's very comfortably going to win this match on points. One last attempt to pass the guard. There's the end of the round. Points win for Universal Fighters in this first match against Leone.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, your winner on points. In the blue corner, representing Universal Fighters, Magomedbek Temeev.
And there you have it, first round down. The Universal Fighters here in this battle for 3rd and 4th place. Here's some of the highlights of this match. One of those early shots right into the scissor defense there from Jack. Wasn't able to get anything off of it. Did score 2 points there for Temeev. And another one of his jump over passes.
Such a simple guard pass, but so effective. Well timed. I think that's the key for me. It's not like it's any mind-blowing technique. It's a very simple thing. Like you said, it's a fundamental part of jiu-jitsu. Just clearing that leg and jumping over.
Yeah, 3 matches for Temeev so far, and we'll move forward into our next one.
We'll now move on to the next contest. After Universal Fighters pick up the first win, we now go to the 83-kilogram division. In the red corner, representing Leone, PJ Barch. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, the 65-kilogram division, Gianni Grippo. And now would you please welcome his opponent into the blue corner. Representing Universal Fighters, Gaji Magomed Tagayev.
Okay, so we move on now into the 65-kilogram division. In this match between Leone's Gianni Grippo going up against Gazimagomed Tagayev in the red, representing Universal Fighters. Gianni Grippo 1-1 this weekend. Had a leg lock win in his quarterfinal round against Nathaniel Jackson Fernandez, and then losing via knee bar Dominic Mejia. So I think that Gianni is going to be extra fired up to get one back here, because you don't want to go home on a loss, right?
No, and Johnny, he's a very
competitive,
passionate,
yes.
fiery fighter in a great way. I mean, that's a compliment. He's super fun to watch. He's always super energized, and definitely safe to say that after that knee bar, I'm sure he's coming out hot. Not to mention big potential financial upside, right, for winning these matches.
Tagayev, he won via judge's decision against Beksat Kapashov, Battle Force, in the quarterfinal yesterday, and then lost via leg lock against Diego Pato of Kasai team in the semi-final match earlier today. So both these guys coming off a submission loss in their last match. Extra fire, as we said, to get things done here.
Still 40 seconds away from points here, so Gianni could come up, you know, once the points are on for 2, but I think right now definitely going to be content either looking at the legs or attacking the back. Gianni, you know, his game is pretty well known for, obviously plays on bottom a lot, he's a guard player, but he's a Berimbolo king, like you called him earlier. He's always finding his way to the back. I feel like almost any Gianni Grippo match I have commentated, there is some sequence of events where he is standing, jumping on someone's back. Whether he gets the hooks in or not, he still finds himself. He's flying through the air.
What's he got here? Looks like he's got a shoulder crunch. I couldn't quite see on the far side.
Yeah, points are on here. Hiva.
It's kind of what we expect from Gianni Grippo, is that De La Hiva. He's just got such a good game from there.
And I think Taza's smart too. As soon as he felt that De La Hiva, you know, most people get really insistent on killing the De La Hiva, especially by, you know, driving the knee down and turning your knee pointing out to kill that hook. But Taza actually controlled the top leg. So you can see he's doing it right now. His left hand is on the ankle. Same sequence again. He's trying to push that foot down.
Oh, nice kiss on the dragon from Gianni.
Gianni counters, right? He's like, he pushes that foot down and actually kind of gives him momentum to come the other way.
And that's the key with the combining the Berimbolo with the kiss of the dragon. You can go both ways. That's exactly what Gianni did. But he's quite far away from the hips. Taza sitting on the mat, trying to close the door. There's a nice wrestle-up attempt from Gianni Grippo. Points are active, so if he is able to come up on top from here, he would score for a sweep, but there's another inside spin. Control Gianni has. I'd be interested to see if he tries to come up and take the 2 here or not. Because with 1:30 left, it definitely is a good opportunity to win this round, right? Because they're going to reset after anyway. So being insistent about a particular control might not be the best move, and I think Gianni knows that. Look at this.
He has that right hook in, but he may not be too insistent on taking the back. He may opt to just come up and take the 2 if he has the chance. He's got to be a little careful there, though. Almost found himself in bottom side control.
Taza did a good job there of turning back in towards the legs to kill the back take. Gianni had a brief moment of back exposure, but wasn't able to get his hips out far enough. Another stalling call against Taza. He's got 20 seconds to try and affect some kind of technique.
I think Gianni might be trying to wrestle up here, but wow, look at that escape. Although there's 4 seconds left on this, this might be called back. Yeah, I think he called that back just in time for Taza not to get that -1 against him.
Can't say it enough how much I love that 20 seconds stalling clock.
Oh my gosh, it's my favorite. I went up to the organizers and I was like, you guys, this 20-second rule, this is my favorite thing I've ever seen.
We need more of it. There it is again.
You know what, the stalling clock, though, is 1 second behind the official clock, so I don't know if it could potentially even be a point now the time's up. I think there was a buzzer earlier we were hearing. We didn't hear it that round, but the referee called it to an end.
End of the first round. 0-0.
Gianni Grippo getting some coaching from his corner over here. Got Devhonte Johnson now getting toweled down a little bit. Yeah,
Same thing happening in the Universal Fighters corner.
Yeah, and you were mentioning too how it is pretty hot in here, and
yeah,
I think the fanning of the towels, like, I know that it may look like, oh, it's just supposed to feel good, but I actually do think that the aim is to drop the temperature of the human by like 1 or 2 degrees if possible, because They're heating up quite a bit in here.
I'm going to ask if they can come over and fan me. I'm pretty hot. I could really, really
do. You want them to throw water on you as well?
No, just the fan, just a towel.
Dump some water on your head. I think my single most favorite moment of AIGA so far. Oh, and there we go. Yeah, Gianni's, his strategy to shoot in and then pull in these first couple of seconds, which I've seen him do maybe 3 times now, I think is really smart because...
What was your favorite moment? I want to know. Go back to what you were saying. What's your favorite moment of AIGA so far?
It's not jiu-jitsu related, but...
Was it the brawl? Was it the fight between Universal Fighters and Kasai?
No, it was not the brawl. And if you don't know what we're talking about, go to the AIGA Global Instagram.
Anaconda.
Oh my gosh.
Look at this. Gianni Grippo has got the figure 4 locked up from bottom.
And he has a butterfly hook with his left foot, and his right foot is also threaded inside, so...
We talked a lot about how good these guys are at defending from these kind of front head attacks, guillotine attacks, and there it is. You can see Gianni lets go of the grip. Not quite tight enough. Favorite moment, please. You still haven't said it. I'm intrigued.
Well, if you need to see the brawl, for those listening, go to the AIGA Global Instagram and swipe through their carousel. It was pretty spicy in here, but it wasn't that either. Oh, over the top here. Look at that control on the ankle from Tagayev. I can't tell. Oh, he has a crotch lift. Gianni Grippo has a crotch lift grip around, high up on the thigh. Oh, there we go. He's trying to thread that left leg through. Man.
Changed into a leg entry.
But look at that control from Tagayev. He, in response to that, did such an amazing job controlling Gianni Grippo's left foot. He is still on an ankle lock there. He's still got a bite on that foot, but he almost threaded through completely on a cross-ashi, but he packed that heel out.
Not out of danger completely. Gianni's still got a grip with the foot and the ankle. Now it's out.
Okay, favorite moment. So there was a moment, I can't remember what match it was, but it was definitely the Universal Fighters, and we flashed to their corner, and one of the coaches took a big swig of water and spit it all over the athlete to spray him with water, which I've seen that many times before. It didn't shock me, but I noticed it in Howell's face. Pure, I don't know if it was disgust or shock. That was my favorite moment by AIGA.
Let's call it surprise.
Surprise.
I was not expecting to see that.
Surprise. You don't want that to cool you off? I'm sure it would help. I'm sure they would do it.
I'll pass, thanks.
Okay, so we're here 50-50.
Gianni Grippo's got a great game from here, and there is an opportunity to attack the leg as well, but they're going to roll out of bounds, but they'll get reset in the same position.
And we saw a live heel hook reset earlier with Elijah Dorsey. He was on the heel, had the
active submission threat,
Yeah, that was a crazy reset, wasn't it?
Gianni's got a kind of a straight footlock grip around the lower leg. Could use this to come up on top here. Rolls through. That should be 2 for Gianni now.
I'm wondering.
No points for that.
Yeah, I'm wondering why it hasn't been awarded. Oh wow, here we go.
Back exposure.
Gianni has that left leg in. He's got one hook inside. Look at how tight the other side is, though. He brings him over to the side of the hook. That's going to be much more secure.
Trying to open it up, that other hook.
And he also has the neck. Oh, he almost got that hook, and he's probably going to try to bring him over to the left side if he can, so he can be on the side of the hook, because he doesn't want the hips sliding out.
That is tight around the neck. Gianni squeezing, he's got the gable grip.
Starts to hip over the top. Wow.
Nice escape there from Tagayev. These guys are so hard to choke, Kenta. We've seen it again and again this week. They do not tap easily. And look at the turn. Tagayev turning towards the legs in that transition, coming up on top here. No points for any of that sequence. But Gianni came the closest to finishing this match at any other point with that beautiful back take and the rear naked choke attempt.
I think they are pausing the match to take a look at the replay, which I thought might happen because there weren't any points awarded for Gianni, and then there were also not any points awarded for Tagayev, but they both exchanged top and bottom position.
Well, Tagayev came on top having escaped from the guard, I don't think you would call it a sweep. But I definitely thought that Gianni Grippo deserved the 2 from that 50-50 because he put Tagaev down before he moved to the back because he had to free his leg and then was attacking the back. I feel like it possibly should be 2 for Grippo there. I think this is the position they possibly landed in.
And Tagaev really insistent on that top hook, and that's what ended up allowing him to come back up to his knees and kind of roll through. But
so actually, no, they're looking at it as if it was a reversal for Tagaev. They're looking to see whether Tagaev deserves points for exactly what you said, Kendall. I think they're considering whether it should be a sweep. I think Gianni will be upset if he does concede 2 for that.
I mean, I would be upset. I'm upset anytime I concede 2. I don't care if it's the clearest 2 you've ever seen.
Or maybe they're looking at Gianni's sweep because he came on top there and then Tagaev came back.
Well, we're going to see now. So 2 was just awarded to Tagaev, I think solely.
Wow, okay, so that's a 2-point lead for the Universal Fighters here with 1 minute remaining in this match now. So Gianni Grippo coming out on the back here. Oh, that is as clear a sweep as you could hope for. And once again now he's looking for the back here.
They put 2 on the board for Gianni Grippo. He's been awarded 2, so now
he scored back fast.
So they're even now, but because they're even looking, he had that choke on for a second. That head and arm from the back or from like the side back that you can finish either way.
Looking for back points, got 1 hook in.
In 26 seconds here, Gianni trying to get that foot over the top. The arm's in the way.
The right hook is in deep, but the left hook is over the top of the arm.
Not able to get that left foot inside the hamstring just yet. Just 10 seconds here. He might try to go to an arm here or a triangle. He might try to switch off. Oh.
Time will run out. Gianni Grippo ends in a great position, but that round will end 2-2. So it's a draw so far, Kendall. First round 0-0, second round 2-2.
It was a tight one for sure. This is one of those things, I know we've said it before, but it's really fun to see the Universal Fighters go against some of the more household names in Jiu-Jitsu because you may not know a lot of these guys, man, that was deep for a second there, but right here, the hips were able to pop over. It looks like Gianni originally was trying to bring him back over to the hook side, but then tried to switch over the top, but he actually recovered guard in that moment and lost position completely.
This is, I think, the back take here. He gets his head underneath the arm, and that claw grip with the right hand manages to connect his hands, shift his hips out, and he sweeps first, lands on top. That was where he scored 2. Third round.
Gianni's going to be probably looking to shoot into the pole again. He's going to have to be careful not to pull off of the shot. I think he disconnected before he re-pulled there, so there won't be 2 awarded. Gianni really aggressive here on this 2-on-1 grip on the far wrist.
Gianni's had some great moments in this match. It really is, you know, a showcase of his sort of technical arsenal. He's got a great toolkit. And against a really, really tough opponent in Tagaev. Tagaev's been so defensively sound the whole time. Hasn't really had any moments of offense. But he did score 2 earlier from that kind of reversal of position.
Here's stalling clock put on Tagaev.
Grippo, that's that kiss of the dragon once again. Gotta be careful though, there's a straight footlock there from Tagaev. Going for the outside heel now. Gianni comes on top. Again. Seatbelt here now. No points. Points won't be active for another 23 seconds.
His corner's telling him to wait to put the hooks in, but that's a tough one as well with someone like Taza, because if you do wait, you may lose the opportunity to take the back by the time he escapes. So that can be a really tough call. It's a strategy that totally makes sense, but sometimes you pay the price for it too.
Now he's looking for the back. He's got a seatbelt, but a little high. One hook in.
Switches his underhook to the top side.
Yeah, if he can punch that second hook in, then he'll score 3 for the back, but it's not easy. They're very, very good at defending one hook. They really close that space between the knee and the elbow.
Jumps up to try to sit him back over the top maybe, but look at the
Gianni could go head and arm here.
Yeah, Taza was really driving his shoulders into the mat, kind of peel his back away from Gianni, but you're right, Gianni has a great arm triangle, and he finishes it not only from top, but also from the side and the back. Here we see him. So this is the same finish he ended with earlier before he could lock it up. He had that rear triangle.
If you can get that right arm, right leg crossed, there is the triangle, getting a little bit tighter. Could get the back triangle here.
Taza was controlling the foot for a minute there, but
he's got a full 2 minutes to work from this position and gets the submission. Gianni Grippo with the submission from the back triangle in the 3rd round.
Ladies and gentlemen, the referee will stop the contest during the 3rd round for your winner by triangle. Representing Leone, Gianni Grippo!
great win there for Gianni Grippo. Submission victory, definitely pumped up.
And that's 1-1 now.
He's definitely looking,
even.
Definitely looking to elevate the energy of the team too. He's telling everyone to get up and get moving, and that's one of those things that can really change the tide of the energy of the team when you have a big win like that from your teammate, even it out 1-1.
Look at the way that he breaks the grips. Took a little while, but he was able to get the arm extended. A lot of pressure through the arm, the shoulder, and of course there's the squeeze of the triangle as well. It's a very difficult position to escape from. We talked about how resilient these Dagestanis are. The Universal Fighter team don't tap easily. It goes to show how tight that position was.
For sure.
Another look at there. Gianni breaks the grip. A lot of pressure through that shoulder. Checkmate.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 contests, the scores are now tied with 1 point each. We now move on to the plus 91 kilogram division. Please welcome first, in the red corner representing Leone, Daniel Schwartz. Please welcome his opponent into the blue corner representing Universal Fighters, Abdulrahman Bilharon.
So we're into match number 3 in this 7-match series. In the over 91 kilogram heavyweight division. The first time that we've seen both of these competitors, today, the first time we've seen both these competitors. Dan Schwartz of Leone in the white and blue, Abdulrahman Bilharov in the red. Dan Schwartz had an absolutely savage heel hook finish in less than 90 seconds against Felipe Andrew of Acai Republic in the opening round yesterday. He is a leg lock finisher, that is for sure. He has multiple submission wins here in AIGA Champions League. Competed in the Asian qualifiers in December in Astana. And Abdulrahman Bilarov is one of the most experienced high-level black belts out of Dagestan. He's an 80cc veteran, competed all the way back in 2017.
Oh, right there on the head.
Had a great match, absolutely destroyed Jake Shields in their match, and then lost to Felipe Pena in what was a competitive match. That was the year, of course, that Felipe Pena won the absolute. Dan Schwartz hit it a perfectly timed takedown.
Man, that was beautiful.
And look at the position that he's landed in, Kendall.
See Bilarov try to connect his hands for a moment, now trying to switch to underhooking the near side leg. Man, such a beautifully timed takedown. He had the, I'm blanking on the Japanese name right now, but because he has a lateral throw with the foot sweep included. I can't remember the name at the moment, but yeah, so beautiful. We get to see that well done.
Stepping over, still in kind of a half guard, but with that arm trapped on the far side, there's an opportunity for a submission here. If he can get extension on that arm, it's like a reverse arm lock.
We definitely have to deal with the explosion of Bilarov on the way to that victory with the far arm, but he's definitely
he's in deep half now, but with that underhook, the arm is still compromised. Dan Schwartz is a black belt in the Lachlan Giles, based in Melbourne, Australia, where he's got his own gym. He's basically one of the current generation of high-level Australian black belt competitors, really been making a name for himself.
Man, he sprawled that left leg back and then switched to that knee cut. Looked like he was going to knee cut into side control first and then switched it to more of a mount control. This is one of those positions, because he's locking up an arm triangle here. He's starting to get his head in position. This is one of those positions, you know, I remember Rafael Lovato Jr. talking about this position, saying, no, it's not quarter guard, it's 3/4 mount. Like, you should just act as it, I mean, with the hand included, it's a little bit different, but when the hand's out, he's like, just act like you're in mount already. You could do the same submission, same chokes. And I remember that totally changed the way I thought about things. And so you can kind of see it's different now because the right hand got re-included into the equation. But when that hand is not included, there's so much that you can do to attack that position that oftentimes forces the person to defend the submission by releasing the foot, and then you land in full mount. Oh, there we go. Bilarov back in action here. He might have to look at the right leg. This is double outside position here.
I don't quite see if he's got the ankle locker. I don't think he does.
He's looking, I think he's looking for...
He's looking for the straight ankle. He does have his hands clasped around it now. Dan Schwartz with the seatbelt.
I think Dan Schwartz able...
Now the hands are broken from Bilarov.
Yeah. I think he was able to sprawl just enough, even though his foot was still included in the position because of the leg drag type sprawl that he has. It's smashing the hips down. What it does is it really kills Bilarov's opportunity to extend his hips, and he needs to extend the hips to break the foot, right? So it kind of turns it into a path for Schwartz versus an attack for Bilarov. Look at the hip pressure there from Schwartz too. I mean, yeah,
that foot's not in the equation anymore. He's basically got like a wrestling style Turk, right, where he's got that one bottom leg trapped. He's got back exposure. Bilarov pretty much face down on the mat at this point. Now Schwartz is looking. He's got both hooks in. And pulling up on the neck.
Look at that sprawl, belly down. The worst position you can find yourself in jiu-jitsu is this right here. And
switches to grips.
I think he's underneath. He's going to get the tap.
Dan Schwartz with the first round. Rear naked choke submission. Big win. Makes it 2 in a row for Alioni.
Alioni picking up their energy, that's for sure. 2 submission victories in a row for them. Brings the team score to 2-1.
4 minutes and 22 seconds of the very first round, and Dan Schwartz wins by a rear naked choke. Abdulrahman, all you can see, so disappointed with himself there.
He had a couple really tough matches in a row.
The referee calls up the contest during the first round for you. Winner by rear naked choke, representing Al Leon, Daniel Schwartz.
A clash of generations in that match. The veteran getting taken out by the up-and-comer. Dan Schwartz really just had such great momentum and has really shone here on the AIGA Champions League stage. Going back to celebrate with his Al Leone team. That takes them to 2-1 against Universal Fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the contest, Al Leone leads with a score of 2-1 over Universal Fighters.
Let's see the replay now.
Match.
Dan Schwartz, look at the takedown, Kendall.
Here's this early throw. Look at that left foot come into play. Such a beautiful takedown. I wish I remember the name right now.
Yeah, that little foot block with the...
Man, here's that rear naked choke. He pulled up the face with the left arm and then dug in with that right hand, palm to palm, short choke finish. So brutal. Oh my gosh, if you've ever been in this position, it is so brutal to be right there. Palm to palm, the forearm really just goes right into the trachea. Whew. Tough finish there.
In the blue corner, representing Universal Fighters, Eldar Adilov.
All right, so match number 4 in the white and blue. Kaya Rudolph. In the red is Murad Abdulatipov. And we're going to have a real stylistic clash here because Abdulatipov, we know how great a wrestler he is. We saw it against Ali Bjarsbæk. We saw it against Roberto Jimenez in a match that he won. Well, Kaya Rudolph is a very good guard player, extremely flexible, and definitely a submission hunter. First time we've seen him in action here this weekend. Kaya Rudolph, hailing from New Zealand, bit of a nomad. He trains all over the world, spends extended periods of time training in B-Team in Austin, Texas, and in Australia, Bali, MMA in Indonesia. Never seems to stay in one place for too long. In a sort of global odyssey to improve his jiu-jitsu, and returns actually to AIGA. He has competed here before. Abdulatipov, will be interesting to see how he approaches this, because Marinho was trying to wrestle up from that kind of half guard, coyote guard style yesterday, and of course Roberto and Abdulatipov earlier. I mean, that was just an amazing display of wrestling from both guys.
Yeah, that was some of the best wrestling I've seen throughout the tournament, for sure. If you missed that match, go back and watch Abdulatipov. That is hard for me to say.
And not just this tournament, some of the best wrestling,
yes,
full stop, we've seen in jiu-jitsu, right?
For sure, yeah, it was beautiful against Roberto. I think one of the things that made it so interesting is that Roberto started off as definitely the aggressor and more offensive in chaining his wrestling together, but Murad's defense made it so interesting because it's very, very high-level counter wrestling. And then as the match went on, I think his confidence built and he started firing off more of his offense himself. It was just really great. So I don't know if we'll see too much of that in this match, though, since, you know, obviously Kaya pulled fairly early and points are on now. So let's see if there's any change in pace here from either of these guys to put something on the board.
The one thing that I can say about Kaya Rudolph is that he is insanely flexible. His hip flexibility, but not just that, his rotational flexibility in his knees. Like, he can get put in like just fully locked on heel hooks, and his foot will turn 180 degrees and he doesn't tap. He has just got rubber legs, this guy. Not sure what the little restart was there for a second. There was a brief conversation with the official, but action continues.
Murad keeping that right knee in the middle.
Kaya showing no signs of attempting to wrestle up, definitely looking for those leg entries.
Yeah, notice how it looked like Kaya maybe shot up to potentially try to close the guard or just to bait him to come in and enter the legs, and the knee came in the middle to defend from Murad. But now look at this.
There's that flexibility I was talking about.
Yeah, look at this. He had 2 arms wrapped around this leg. Yeah, his style, Kaya's, the way that he flows through some of these positions is pretty unique, actually. It's not, usually when you see people that have strong leg attacks, it's not hard to predict like where they're going, like step 1, step 2, step 3, because we see the same patterns over and over. But, oh wow, there was like a dive to a knee cut, but answered by Kaya. I thought he was going to come up for the 2, but he's actually diving now for the back.
Yeah, he had that waist grip.
He had his hands locked together for just a moment. Maybe a footlock for Murad. But yeah, Kaya doesn't have like the typical, he's looking to attack this left leg.
He's got a straight ankle grip. He's going to have a lateral side or a lateral angle of it. It is possible to hit submissions from there. It's becoming increasingly popular, actually. There's been a lot of development in the leg lock attacks this last year or so. A lot more angles of the straight footlock. A lot of development of what people are calling the Aoki locks, the Woj locks, the reverse Woj locks. There's so much going on in the leg lock development. But you want to tap a guy out, you got to grab hold of the guy and keep hold of him, and that's not easy against somebody like Abdulatipov.
Just 10 seconds left here. Looks like this match potentially is going to go to a draw for the first round of the 5. Another knee cut in from Murad. He comes into these knee cuts consistently, but he doesn't like dive to the head. He kind of dives with his lower body, and then he's kind of met with resistance and backs out.
0-0 for the first round in that match.
Yeah, it was interesting, you know, watching Kaya. His leg lock positions or the way he flows through things don't seem that predictable to me as usual. Usually when I'm watching, I can kind of know where, just I watch so much jiu-jitsu, I kind of know which things lead to the next, but he's very creative the way that he moves through things. It's a little unorthodox.
That was a nice roll through from Abdulatipov there, you know. Kaya had that nice tight waist grip.
You know, I was surprised in that position, though, that Kaya didn't opt to try to take top position. I think that's an interesting thing, especially with this rule set, because the time was quite short. So he potentially, you know, may have tried to stay on top and win the round, but he wanted the back, went for the back. So.
Look for Kaya to pull here.
Being careful to make a good connection first before Murad's able to shoot in. That's some of the timing, and right as I say that, shoots in on a single. Kaya's on the head, though. You can't totally see it from our angle, but he is on the head for sure. That's why the 2 has not been awarded yet.
Yeah, there's an arm and guillotine at play here. Oh, Rudolph's got a decent angle on this as well. He's got his chest on top of the head and the neck. You can see him shifting his hips out. Doesn't seem to have a tight grip though. You can see his right hand, the choking hand, on top of his.
Maybe able to use it to defend long enough to not get scored on though, but wow. Oh my gosh, Murad is really working to put those hips on the mat, but Kaya doing a great job, almost staying like a crab position there, like maybe crab walks in the warm-ups. Puts his hips down, he scores 2.
Kaya goes close guard. So from the time of the shot to actually getting the 2 points, it took a while for Abdulatipov to score, but he was persistent. Antolantopov just postured up there briefly. Now manages to get a leg up and scoots out and away. Interesting, no, Kaya wastes no energy like chasing him down or anything. I think he knows how difficult it would be to wrestle this guy back down, so insisting on playing this guard.
Kaya had two grips for a second there on the back of the triceps. And now Murad maybe trying to. Oh, Kaya's starting to spin underneath here. His right leg threaded back in through. I can't see if his left leg is inside or out. Oh, and switches. He's not. We saw something similar like this from Gianni Grippo earlier. It's like a.
Kaya's looking for a reverse close guard entry. That's what he wants.
Yeah,
but it's the wrong way round, right?
Yeah, that's why I was like,
oh, now he's
no, but he's trying to bring the, yeah. It's like hard to talk through because you don't really know where he's going to go, but he looks like he's trying to bring his right leg over the top and threaded in for like a cross ashi position, but because Murad is so compressed with his butt to his heel, he doesn't have the space. Now he's controlling the top ankle as well, so that makes it really hard for that right leg to come over the top of the hamstring and underneath the other. But
you're right. The positions that Kaya finds himself in almost defy description.
It's so funny, you know, through, of course, like training, competing, and commentating jiu-jitsu for so long. Usually, when you watch enough jiu-jitsu and you compete enough jiu-jitsu, you start to predict things. But with Kaya, it's almost like I find myself tongue twisted because I'm like, I think this is happening, and then he goes a completely opposite, different direction. Because earlier we saw, you know, Gianni had such a cool entry when he. Oh wow! Here we go.
Look at that. From the ankle pick, he does chase after him. He's got one hook in.
He has a seatbelt grip. He's kind of falling off here though, but look at the follow. That was an amazing follow through.
That was really good work from Kaya Rudolph though. Doesn't get the second hook in.
Really smartly switched to double unders so they didn't fall off again because I think it was the seatbelt that kind of killed him before. I don't know if he had an option though. It was kind of the only thing he could grab at the moment, but super smart to switch to the double unders here. But even so, he's starting to fall off the top here.
And
hard to stay centered.
They are so good at defending that second hook. Such amazing defense there from Antolantopov. And that was as close as Kaya has come to taking his back.
30 seconds and he's down by 2. He's almost scored a couple of times here, but Kaya having a really hard time getting the finish to get some points on the board.
20 seconds, 19 seconds remaining now in this round, second round.
Yeah, earlier we saw Gianni, that's what it reminded me of. He was on bottom, was playing guard, and he jumped over the top and went for a like crotch lift grip around the hamstring, and then rolled like behind and over the top, and then found himself into that cross heel hook, and that's what finished the match, right? That was crazy. It was such an interesting entry, and so I thought that's what Kaya was going for, but it's kind of like you said, he was on the wrong side. He tried to get that, I think it was his right leg, threaded through. Was it his right leg?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it was right leg, threaded through, but, and you know what, he almost had a look at it, but Murad did a great job of not only compressing his butt to his heels and keeping his base low so there wasn't space, but he also took the hand on the ankle and shoved that foot down to detangle the situation. There was that early takedown, those 2 points.
Oh, here's the ankle pick to the back take.
Man, that was such a cool sequence. Almost scored off of it too. Very close. Slipped off a little bit here, but look at the follow through. When he rolls through, that's very impressive. Look at that.
Yeah. But just couldn't get that second hook in. Look, even
So
Antolantopov strips it there.
So close.
And then closes the door by jamming his elbow to his knee. Kaya pulls guard, no 2 points conceded this time.
Murad controlling that topside foot. It's a really common thing we've been seeing with universal fighters is They have a, I mean, now he switched to the inside hip control, but, oh no, he is threaded behind the back leg. Yeah, they do a great job at controlling the top foot. They'll go an underhook or they'll grab the ankle itself.
Kakai with the arm drag
here. Yeah, that control of the bottom leg, though, from Murad's going to be difficult because it prevents Rudolph from being able to come up.
And his right arm is inside the guard as well, so Kaya can't pass it across the center line to come around up onto the back. So even though he had the elbow.
Oh, this changes things, though. Oh, I thought he had a chest up, but he actually went over the top. With that right leg, though, punching Kaya's legs down to clear the knee.
Great awareness of these leg attacks. Shut them down so early. These guys are hard to submit.
Just heard Devhonte Johnson tell Kaya to keep attacking leg locks over and over and over for at least the next minute because points go on in 30 seconds. And he said he's just defending, so you got to keep working him, you got to keep pushing him because the leg locks, they obviously can lead to the finish, but they also oftentimes lead to those back exposures and the sweeps that come up.
He's not wrong, he is only defending in this round so far. But he scored in the second round, and as the first round was 0-0, and the second round was 2-0 in favor of Abdulatipov. If this round's end a draw, then the win will go to Universal Fighters.
This is one of those times too, you know, I mentioned earlier in the beginning of or the end of the first round, when Kaya jumped for the back instead of taking the two. That's the kind of stuff where I was thinking, I was like, man, you know what, this match is gonna be tough, it's gonna be close. It may have just been something he didn't think about in the moment because he's wired to go for the kill, which is admirable for many reasons, but of course the strategy also matters, especially in short rounds like this with 5 minutes. You have to take the opportunity to score when you can. And so now the pressure's really on. He needs to win this round to even be in the race for a referee's decision. Devhonte Johnson calling for stalling. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the stalling clock up for Murad pretty soon here.
Yeah, he's not advancing position. And now he's back away.
Stalling clock just got put on. He's gonna have to be careful with the backing up because 3, 2, and 1.
Yeah,
here.
they just took it away right at the end.
Man.
As he started getting busy with his footwork.
He's put right back on again.
And took it away again. But oh, what do we got here? Choi bar entry.
Oh yeah, it's pretty deep on the shoulder. Has that crank on the head as well from the hamstring, the left hamstring, keeping the posture down on Murad.
He could go target plotter if he can get that arm a little bit further out.
Just 1:20 here.
Really trying to dig that underhook to look for the Choi bar. The arm is buried deep though. There it is.
Yeah, he almost switched to that rear naked choke grip.
Abdulatipov staying very heavy in the face of this submission threat.
Kaya trying to bring his hips up by using that left leg as an anchor to elevate his hips over.
There he's going target plata. But the elbow is also buried deep. He needs the elbow out to be able to get that.
It's inched out just a little bit, but not quite. Like you said, how it's still stuck behind the knee.
They're saying that Kaya to hip over. Switches the grip back to the underhook. Trying to get the Choi bar.
Oh, he almost peeled the elbow out right there. We saw it a little bit.
Abdulatipov, so defensively solid. Does not concede that one bit. And as we only have 15 seconds left in this round, as it is 0-0, this is very likely going to go to the very end. And it will be Abdulatipov who wins on points. Well, it is now 2 apiece. Alioni and Universal Fighters.
Rounds of action, Your winner on points. In the blue corner, representing Universal Fighters, Murad Abdulhatipov.
Big win here for Murad. That's going to move the team score 2-2. It's going to even them out. We've got 3 more matches between these two teams. As a reminder, they're fighting for the 3rd place spot, which I believe is a difference of about 100 grand split between the teams in the cash prizes. Here was one of those entries there from Kaya. Led him to this back attack he had. I believe that was the 1st round. And then right here, Murad had put him down after that takedown. And man, that was some great defense from Kaya, but it was the 2 points scored once the hips were flat. That was what won in the 2nd round. And here we also saw that ankle pick lead to that back take. Didn't quite get the hooks in, wasn't able to score, but had some great follow-through moments. There's a moment right here, Murad rolls through. And Kaya just so brilliantly inverted and rolled with him and wasn't quite able to get the hook in and score. And in the end, it was Murad that took the victory to push the team score to 2-2.
Gentlemen, after 4 contests, the scores are now level. 2 apiece to Leone and Universal Fighters. We now move on to the 5th contest, which will be fought in the under 70 kilogram division. Introducing first in the red corner, representing Leone, Deandre Corbe. His opponent in the blue corner, representing Universal Fighters, Zaur Ahmedov.
All right, here we go now in the 70 kilogram division. This is match number 5. It is 2 apiece for Universal Fighters and Leone. In the white and blue, Deandre Corbe. In the red, Zaur Ahmedov. Deandre Corbe on fire this weekend, actually. I mean, he's
Man, he's been looking so good.
An amazing armbar win against Chris Han in the quarterfinal, and then had a really great match with Dante Leon, went to judge's decision. And a few people actually thought that Deandre had a real case for winning that match, which could have changed it completely. It could have put Leone in the final, as it was 4-3 against Williams' elite team. But we're here in this 3rd place match between Leone and Universal Fighters. And Deandre Corbe in on the legs.
Woo. Man, this guy's quick.
Zaur Ahmedov.
Oh, he's pretty
We
deep
saw
here.
him, yeah, we saw him in action earlier. He tapped to that Suluev stretch against Fabricio Andre.
Gosh, that was so brutal, that stretch. And it was a 2nd attempt. He had the most insane escape on the 1st one. I couldn't even believe it. And then Andre was able to complete it again.
Look at the way that Andre crosses. So he's actually got to cross Ashi, and now he's going possibly straight ankle on the opposite leg.
Yeah, Ahmedov was almost able to unlock the figure 4 position, but he's lost control of that foot now.
There's a heel hook.
Wow.
Less than 90 seconds. Oh, excuse me. 1 minute 33 is the official time for the heel hook win for Deandre Corbe.
Tough matches for Ahmedov, man, coming in with these killers and having to deal with some really tricky positions. Looked great otherwise, but it is Corbe.
We're going to start the contest here in the 1st round for your winner by heel hook, representing Leone, Deandre Corbe.
Deandre Corbe on fire this weekend. He's looked so good in that super competitive match against Dante Leon. The submission in his opening round, and then this the submission win against Zawa Akhmedov.
You know, Corbe is another person. We were talking about Elijah Dorsey earlier. Corbe is another person who, really in the last 2 years, has just excelled and jumped up. Every time we see him, he looks sharper, he looks more complete, he looks more intense, more focused.
Yeah, these guys, they are the next gen American black belts coming through, making waves on the international scene, right? And just have been picking up so much momentum in the last couple of years. And
man, Akhmedov almost unlocked figure 4 here. Yeah. He did unlock it completely, but then Corbe was able to re-lock this up after he controlled the second leg and went back to that initial heel here.
Only one hand finish as well on the heel hook, I believe.
Yeah, just finished with the one handy.
Oh no, goes over to the second hand.
You're right.
No, that was it.
As soon as he connected. Yep.
That was tight. That was really tight. Checkmate for sure. Zawa wasn't able to grit his teeth and try and power out of that one, that's for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 bouts, Leone lead over Universal Fighters with 3 points to 2. We now go on to our 6th contest. Please welcome firstly into the red corner representing Leone, PJ Barch. And his opponents in the blue corner, representing Universal Fighters, Rizvanov.
So, this match could be the decider. Leone are currently 3 matches to 2 against Universal Fighters. Rizvanov of Universal Fighters going up against PJ Barch in the 83 kilogram division. PJ in the blue and white, Rizvanov in the red. And PJ, I got a feeling he's going to wrestle here, Kendall.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, like the early foot sweep.
And I feel like Rizvanov would welcome that because PJ is one of the best wrestlers on the American Jiu-Jitsu scene, there's no doubt. He originally from Pennsylvania and is a 10th planet black belt, but that wrestling pedigree has served him so well. But look at the head positioning here from Rizvanov.
Yeah, Rizvanov bringing his head to the ear.
Aggressive hand fighting, wow.
Yeah, it was awesome. Him bringing the head into the ear is really, really telling of his awareness of where he's at wrestling-wise. So, you know, PJ, he out-wrestles most people in jiu-jitsu, that is for sure, but going up against this level of wrestler is a different story, right? He's gonna have a different challenge on his hands.
Absolutely, yeah. PJ Barch is a very well-known competitor on the international scene, ADCC veteran, and he doesn't meet many guys who can out-wrestle him, that's the truth. Going up against somebody from Dagestan, different story. Rizvanov, head positioning, really making it difficult for PJ to get meaningful injuries.
Rizvanov also, one thing we're noticing, we just saw a little bit from PJ as well, he's very, very heavy on the head. And similar to PJ, I mean, they, to be honest, I mean, so far, at least in the first minute and a half, they've got somewhat of a similar style.
Oh, wow, that was a palm strike right there.
Yeah, that definitely was.
First time we've seen both of these men in action. PJ was scheduled to compete yesterday against Jonatas Gracie of Team Asai Republic, and Jonatas, for unknown reasons that have still not really been clarified, just decided that he wasn't going to compete. Came all the way to Kazakhstan, lined up on the stage opposite PJ Barch, and yet when it came to call his name, didn't move out of his chair. There's PJ on the back row.
Man, that was actually initiated, I believe, from Rizvanov's attack, but PJ found some back exposure here. Now, he's on the wrong side as far as the hook. That makes it difficult, but that cross grip he has on the cross shoulder makes all the difference. He steps over.
That's going to be takedown point, surely. That's a great position of control right here.
They haven't awarded the 2 yet. I'm wondering if they are saying it's due to the back attack still being in motion. Well, fighting back up is Rizvanov. Oh my goodness.
Almost off the stage and into the camera. PJ a little bit upset by that. Where are the 2 points? Yeah, PJ holds his hands up with the 2 fingers, like asking, where are those points?
Man.
I thought that was a clear takedown.
I wonder if it has something to do with the initiation from Rizvanov.
Because the back wasn't on the floor?
Yeah, I think it has to do, well, we need to see the replay. It's kind of hard to say, so much is happening. But now we're getting another single right on the edge of the mat here.
Wow, look how high he got the leg on that single. That was right up on his shoulder, Kendall.
It tells you a lot about Rizvanov's wrestling. That immediately when he gets the single, he's going to tabletop them, right? So a lot of times jiu-jitsu guys and girls, they will bring the single up and kind of hold it in their like belly or their armpit. But a lot of these really high-level wrestlers, especially from certain regions, oh wow, they're going to reset.
With the leg on the shoulder?
With this tabletop.
Okay, that is, that's a tough position to get restarted in. PJ, I don't think he wants to accept it. Little conference at the judges' table between the referee.
Yeah, let's see where they put him. But yeah, with certain regions of wrestlers. Oh.
Neutral restart.
I see. Yeah, certain regions of these high-level wrestlers, they immediately go to tabletop the foot on top of the ankle.
That's a good shot. That's a good shot.
Beautiful double. Wow, and then runs the pipe back the other way. But PJ's got the head here, so there's not going to be 2 points until he frees his head. Looking to go to the back now, controlling the waist, and maybe try to sit him down with the waist control. But man, look at the defense from PJ as well.
Rizvanov, one hand around the waist, can't see. Oh yeah, it looks like he's got his hands locked now.
No score yet. Look at the reach back for the wizard there from PJ.
Face first into the mat.
2 points just awarded for Rizvanov here. PJ trying to go top. Wow. Almost had to look at like a fireman style takedown there. Trying to come through to the guard. PJ rolls through. We've got less than 50 seconds on the clock. Man, what a crazy opening couple of minutes from these guys.
This is a very physical match as well. I think that Rizvanov, he's an intense competitor. Oh, look at the Kimura grab here. PJ now on the neck for Rizvanov. Oh, that is a decent guillotine. Pops his head out.
Man, one thing to mention too, you know, there's 20 seconds left or 15 seconds left almost. The intensity and the expenditure in this 5 minutes, oh, it goes to cover the mouth. In this first 5 minutes, they're about to do this again.
And possibly again, yeah.
Yeah, man, that is a sprint of a 5-minute round, that is for sure. Yeah,
there are not many people who can bully PJ Botch on the mat.
For sure.
Rizvanov showing that he is a very, very gritty competitor indeed. Let's take a look at some of the
I wonder if we get to
here.
see this is the end of that scramble. I wanted to see the beginning of this scramble because I think it had to do with Rizvanov initiating the takedown. Like he shot in on a double and then PJ ended up on top, I think, but I would need to see it to be sure.
This was the single that when they went out of bounds with the leg right up on the shoulder, hitting the camera in the process.
Yeah, because that was the question at the beginning. Everyone was kind of wondering why PJ didn't get 2 points. And here's
the mat return.
Towards the end, man, that mat return is brutal. Super powerful. Yeah, the word bully is like such a good word for Rizvanov. I mean, he is just brutal.
Very physical.
Almost came back up on top with like, it kind of reached for a fireman, lost control, but.
Here's another look at that mat return. Ouch.
All right, here we go, another 5 minutes of action. As a reminder to you, said it early, Howell, but we are nearing the end of this.
Oh, nice drag. Look at that, early arm drag, and he's got it down.
He puts 2 points on the board there for PJ.
That's significant. That's a good start for PJ Barch.
He's going to try to get him over to the hook side. And Rizvanov really trying to go to the right side where the hook is not in yet, so he can try to escape his hips out onto the mat. PJ desperately trying to bring him over to the left, and he does. But now the roll-through timing here from Rizvanov is really strong.
PJ briefly slid his arm across the neck, looking for the rear naked. But these guys are so good at defending this kind of position. Imagine, you train in a room at Universal Fighters with all these guys with such a strong wrestling pedigree. They're great at defending the front head, but they're equally as good at defending their neck from back exposure too, right?
For sure. Had a little bit of a look at half there. PJ put in a half Nelson to try to turn him, but oh no, he's lost both hooks now. Still has control of the waist, double unders. But Rizvanov's ability to remove these hooks and stay safe is really impressive.
PJ riding the position here. Slips that hook back in again.
He's going to try to bring him over to the left now.
Second hook goes in, but it won't score because we're still in the first 2 minutes.
Well, he also could be looking for a submission here with that arm trap. This is a really great opportunity for him to try to get under the neck with the right arm trapped.
This is better for PJ Barch, and now he's trying to slide the arm underneath the chin, looking for the rear naked.
Might try to bring him over to the right side, which is the side of the choking arm. A little bit easier to get a squeeze on that side. I think he has his palms together. No.
It's wrist to wrist.
And he gets the finish.
Under 2 minutes of the second round. PJ Barch gets the rear naked choke, and that confirms Al Leone are the bronze medalists here at the AIGA Champions League final.
What a match.
It was a very tough match. It was a hard-fought round and a half. And in less than 2 minutes of the second round, PJ Barch wins by rear naked choke.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee can't stop the contest during the second round for your winner by a rear naked choke for Al Leone, PJ Barch.
Rear naked choke finish for PJ Barch, and like you said, Howell confirmed the bronze medal finish for Team Al Leone, which is a big difference in that cash prize. They're going to walk away with quite a bit more than if they had fallen to fourth.
Yeah, it's a nice consolation prize, let's put it that way.
Absolutely.
It's a lot more than most people make at jiu-jitsu tournaments, that's for sure. Here's a look at the finish, the rear naked choke.
Yeah, he had the choke on the so-called wrong side, the non-choking side. You can still finish it from there, but it's a lot more difficult to get the rotation that you need. When he was able to switch him over towards this side, is really when he was able to get that rotation and that finish.
It was a curious kind of wrist-to-wrist grip. It wasn't like the traditional Mataleao rear naked choke grip.
Yeah, he had originally the palm-to-palm, and then he had that wrist-to-wrist.
Yeah, the hand fighting, you see that he tried to strip the grip. Rizvanov tried to pull down on the secondary hand, but PJ went like wrist to wrist and still managed to get the finish. An orthodox kind of grip configuration, but it's obviously effective. And that confirms it. And very interesting to note as well that of the 4 matches that Al Leone won, 4 of them were by submission.
Gentlemen, after 6 contests, Al Leone lead over Universal Fighters with a score of 4-2 and have now secured the bronze medal. But there's still one bout left, and it will be fought under 76 kilograms. Please welcome first to the red corner, representing Al Leone, Jeremy Skinner! And his opponent in the blue corner, representing Universal Fighters, Kaji Magomedbek.
It looks like we might have a forfeit actually here, Kendall. It looks like there may not be a 7th match here. Gazimagomedov, Gaziev. I think he's elected not to compete.
I don't think Jeremy knew either, and then realized, and he was like, oh, okay.
So it's confirmed that Universal Fighters have forfeited the final match. So Jeremy Skinner does not get to compete this weekend, unfortunately.
Ladies and gentlemen, in your final bout, your winner by a forfeit for Al Leone, Jeremy Skinner.
And that will do it for your bronze medal match. Team Alioni walking away with the bronze medal finish. A nice cash prize. Also a cash prize for the 4th place team. So of course, Universal Fighters, they'll walk away awarded as well for making it to the semis and then fighting for 3rd. But you guys, the main event is coming up. Do not go anywhere. We've got the finals of AIGA Champions League 2025 coming up shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 7 bouts, Al Leone defeated Universal Fighters with a score of 5-2. And they are now your bronze medalists. Let's hear it one more time, Al Leone! And in 4th place, they have been amazing. Let's hear one more time, Universal Fighters! I now invite both teams to shake hands in the center of the mat.
Highlights from this last bronze medal match. That early guard pass there.
Temeev was able to shut down Jack Stapleton, winning that one on points. And just an interesting thing, you know, apart from the last forfeit match between Jeremy Skinner and what would have been Gaziev, Al Leone won every match by submission.
Wow.
Gianni Grippo with this amazing back triangle.
Yeah, turned it into the armbar. That was a tough match. Great win for him here.
Murad Abdulatipov was able to outlast Kaya Rudolph, winning that one on points.
And man, this heel hook from Deandre Corbe, brutal. He had that double control, and once he got those hands locked together, it was over so quickly. He looked so good all weekend, man.
Really did.
Really
very sharp indeed. PJ Bosch, probably the toughest match he's had in a very long time against Rizvanov.
Man, the first 5 minutes of that match were war.
Oh,
I mean,
God,
it was
yeah.
so brutal.
Really
and then really came in much more dominantly in round 2 after he made some adjustments. And yeah, that was a great match and good win for PJ. And that's what cinched in the win, right? Because that was the 4th match that Leone won. And then, of course, last match didn't take place. Here you see our 3rd place team celebrating their win. And we'll be back shortly because we've got our finals coming up. We're going to see who the AIGA Champion League final champions are very soon. Coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for the AIGA Global Champions League Grand Final. 2 teams have battled hard to get here, and they are Kasai and Williams Elite Team. I'd like to welcome the first team into the red corner. They are Kasai. In the 60-kilogram division, we have Junny Ocasio. In the 65-kilogram division, Dorian Olivares. And in the 70-kilogram division, Fabricio Andre. And fighting at 76 kilograms, Diego Pato. In the 83-kilogram division, Pedro Marinho! fighting under 91 kilograms, Roberto Jimenez. And fighting at plus 91 kilograms, Kainan Duarte. And on behalf of the team, welcome their manager, Rich Byrne. Almaty, Kazakhstan, make some noise for Kasai! It is now time to meet their opponents, who will be fighting in the blue corner. They are Williams Elite Team. Introducing first, fighting under 60 kilograms, Felipe Machado. And fighting under 65 kilograms, Dominic Mejia. And fighting under 70 kilograms, Dante Leon. And fighting under 76 kilograms, Jason North. Under 83 kilograms, Izaak Michell. And introducing the team manager, who was also competing under 91 kilograms, Giancarlo Botoni. And finally, in the plus 91 kilogram division, Daniel Manasoiu. And ladies and gentlemen, combined, they are Williams Elite Team! Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like now to invite your head official, Oljas Doshjanov, to the center along with both team managers for the official draw. The first bout will be fought in the under 76 kilogram division. The next bout under 70 kilograms. The next bout under 65 kilograms. The next bout under 91 kilograms. Your next bout plus 91 kilograms. Your next bout under 83 kilograms. And your final bout will be fought under 60 kilograms. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our matchups. I'd like to invite both sets of fighters to meet in the middle of the mat and shake each other's hands. As all the fighters make their way to the back, please can the under 76 kilograms fighters stay on the mat.
All right, so the draws have been made. We now know the order of matches for this, the final of the AIGA Champions League. This year-and-a-half-long process all comes down to this. Kasai versus Williams Elite Team.
So, ladies and gentlemen, your first final fought under 76 kilograms. Representing Kasai in the red corner, Diego Pato! And in the blue corner, representing Williams Elite Team, Jason North!
So there you have it, the first two representatives of Kasai and Williams Elite Team. Diego Pato in the black and red going up against Jason North in the green. And we saw North, he had a fantastic match in the quarterfinal going up against Jed Hugh, winning that one on points, 2 rounds to 1. Jason, still very new in his jiu-jitsu career.
Look at Pato early on.
Look at Pato.
And he's glued in tight here. Oh, drops. A little bit of slam there, which is legal off of the submissions.
Yep. And Pato's actually gone up in weight for this match. His second time actually going up in weight here this weekend. Pato's first match in the quarterfinal was in the 70 kilogram division. He went to his regular weight in the semifinal at 65. Competing against Gaziev Gazamagomedov, against Tagayev Gazamagomedov. And now he's going up to 76. That's 3 weight classes that he'll compete in this weekend. MVP if he can win this one.
Well, he is known as a multi-weight class champion, right? So not super surprising. Not sure what happened there. Oh, I think Pato's scratch is bleeding, so I'm going to get cleaned up.
Yeah, I think it was a little eye poke or a scratch. I think it was a scratch on the face. Pato has 2 submission wins so far this weekend. Scored a choke against Temeev Idris of Checkmat team. And then a 3rd round heel hook against Gazamagomed Tagayev. Had that early look at the triangle. There's a replay of the slam from Jason North. Look at how high he picks up.
He flew up there with him too. I mean, he was glued on really well.
I mean, there's the obviously the size difference, you know, competing at 76 kilograms. Jason North didn't cut a lot of weight. He was only a very few pounds over the weight limit. Said that he's not a big weight cutter, prefers to compete closer to his walk-around weight, whereas Pato going up from 65, he weighed in on a Friday morning, coming up to 76 to go against Jason North. It's a big difference, 11 kilos, that's 22, 25 pounds. Pato getting just treated for that little scratch on his face, blood stoppage here. Nothing too serious, luckily, not an open cut or anything. Of course, we need to get that bleeding stopped before they continue. Match number 1 of 7 total matches. And I think the smart money, people were kind of expecting this as the final, right, Kendall? You know, Williams Elite Team, they were the champions when they were branded as the Modolfo team in 2023. Kasai were the breakout stars of the qualifiers, the South American qualifiers, where they had a clean sweep. They didn't drop a single match in that entire run. And in fact, in AIGA competition, Kasai have only actually lost 3 matches in a total of 35 matches. Can you believe?
And they all came in their semifinal match.
Correct.
Today.
Against Universal Fighters.
Earlier this morning.
Yeah.
or this evening, not morning.
That's right. So back to the action now. Still in the no points period.
Two really strong 2-on-1 grip from Pato. He does so well from that position, controlling the wrist with two hands at the same time and luring that arm in. He has so many attacks from there, but
Nolf is very physical, right? Look at the way he dives in with his head like that.
Yeah, I was going to say diving in, but it looked a little dangerous to me for a second. I thought one of his arms might have been out. On the legs here, Pato. Jason's freed his knee line, but it doesn't mean that it can't be recaptured because look at how tight Pato is here. He could also use this to come up to the back, or points are on, he could come up to take two.
Yeah, he's kind of switched that leg trap that he had. Kind of got what looks like the beginnings of a crab ride. Jason changes the leg configuration. They're 50-50 now. Pato's going to look for that inside heel. Jason is super open about the fact that he is still very much a novice in jiu-jitsu.
Man, I don't know if you can say that after this weekend.
Well, no, he says he's a novice in jiu-jitsu. He's only been doing it competitively for a year. He's got about 6 matches on his resume, and yet they're against some of the best guys in the world. He's going against guys like Renato Canuto. He's going against guys like Andrew Tackett, Tyro Otolo, and now Diego Pato. So, in at the deep end for sure. The former Penn State wrestler. And competed at the very highest level in international wrestling as well, right, Kendall?
Yeah, and it's a pretty... Oh, he's covering the mouth of Pato now, and the nose, which is an interesting tactic because if it covers the mouth and the nose and the airway and he can't breathe, then Pato could be forced to remove one of his hands to kind of peel that hand off so that he can breathe.
Pato definitely doesn't like it. Look at the way he's reacting to that smother.
I think he's just trying, I was going to say, trying to avoid having to release his grips to move the hand, but then he ended up doing that anyway and nothing really changed. So he's really secure with his right grip, so his left grip being removed wasn't too big of a deal.
The way that Pato's legs are configured, his left leg is looped all the way across the top. Oh, look at that. Nolf is actually pinching Pato's nose closed, and the referee took his hand away for that. But Pato's leg, his left leg, is passed all the way over the top of the knee line. And it's like a short Achilles that you can do from there. Pato has won with that submission in the past.
You can see his hands are in a figure 4 configuration now. Jason does have control of the top hand, but the grip is still in place. Yeah, Jason has to be very careful here.
Oh,
wow,
he manages
steps
to
out.
rip out, yeah. That's good for Jason, and there's less than a minute remaining now. Nolf going back in.
It has a grip on Pato. Yeah, potential Estima. Pato switches to the back leg though off of that. Oh, he might come over on a knee bar here. Oh, look at that. He threaded the... Man, that was crazy. I thought he had his leg threaded all the way through. Jason now diving into the guard of Pato.
It looks like there was some big contact, actually. And, you know, in jiu-jitsu, I think a lot of people are unaccustomed to that, but in wrestling, you go in head first. It's part of the game, right? Those wrestling instincts. It wasn't obviously an intentional headbutt, it's just the head is a tool like any other part of the body. Here's a look at some of the moments. Here's the triangle.
Man, early triangle here. So high off the ground, too. Wasn't able to switch the grip he wanted, so he released it and started to come back to the guard, and we saw a little bit of a slam out of that triangle.
It's a good thing this mat is sprung to an elevated stage with a bit of give to it, so Pato, not too much of an impact, but he bounces off the mat, as you can see.
Had a little bit of torque on there. You know, this position was so interesting because Jason's knee line was cleared, but at the same time, Pato had such a tight bite on the ankle that he couldn't release the foot, and I thought it was, you know, potentially tighten that back up, but Jason did a great job of releasing himself. He came through one more time here. Originally, I thought it was a knee bar, but then he actually crossed the leg all the way through. And here we go, round 2.
Round 2.
Just as a reminder, these are best 2 out of 3 rounds. They have 3 rounds of 5 minutes with a 1-minute break in between. And the points are not cumulative. They don't carry over. Big Shirley shot there from Nolf.
Yeah, the first round was 0-0.
Yeah, Batista was able to stop the action there a little bit and then pull off of that position.
And there we see it again, that just kind of holding his hand in front of his eyes like that to obscure his vision.
He did that yesterday,
He did it against Jed Hugh, it's true.
Yeah, he had a great win against Jed Hugh. I mean, Nolf looked excellent in that match.
Jed's a really dangerous submission hunter himself. You know, obviously, Diego Pato is the more credentialed of the two, but Jed is a top European black belt competitor.
Pato sits back up here.
One thing Jason Taft's going to be careful of here is that he doesn't get called for stalling. He has to engage, has to move forward. The responsibility is of the guard passer to engage.
Yeah, we hear the Kasai team corner calling for a stalling against Jason Nolf. Nothing has been awarded. He hasn't been put on the clock yet. Under, almost had a double underlook there for a moment.
Decent stack here.
Oh, potential second triangle was a look at that, but Jason did a great job of opening his elbows back up and bringing both hands inside. Definitely the general rule of thumb is both arms in or both arms out. You don't want one arm inside. It's definitely a place of trouble to be. Something we teach in the very beginning when people come in. And Jason, I guess with the at least year of professional grappling, has got that one under control. It is crazy, you know, I understand, of course, the reason why he describes himself as a novice jiu-jitsu competitor, but with the intense background, like, we're not talking about a guy who wrestled in high school. We're talking about one of the best people in the world competing in combat sports. It's a totally different level. Not just, oh, mirror lock here on the left side. Pato had a deep bite on the arm there for a moment. Back to that leg one more time. Yeah, not just the physical prowess or the actual skills, but the conditioning, the way he handles competing, and of course the mindset and just the handling the pressure kind of stuff. It's different level, different level. He did get put on the stalling clock there for a moment, but it got called back.
Yeah, as soon as he dived in with those double unders to go for this stack pass, the stalling clock was waved off. Jason Nolf relocated to Austin, Texas, where he's now living. He's training with John Danaher and the crew there. Part of what was known as New Wave and what will be rebranded as Kingsway. Training with, obviously, some of the very best in the world, and half of them are here today in Almaty, Kazakhstan. Giancarlo Bodoni, Oliver Taza, Big Dan Manasoiu, and more. And if they felt that Jason was a good addition to the Williams team, I mean, that says so much for their belief in his ability as a grappler, right?
Absolutely. Now here's a different look for Pato. He's a couple times tried to climb his guard pretty high, especially as Nolf's been driving forward. Nolf's gonna have to be careful here not to get called for stalling, and I think in response to that clock, he does stand all the way up.
Walking him over towards the Williams Elite Team corner.
Gets called back.
Now that is not legal. That's an immediate disqualification for Jason Nolf. You can only slam to escape submissions. You can't slam by picking somebody up from close guard and dropping them to the mat.
Yeah, that's interesting, though. I mean, Nolf is saying, and this is actually what I thought when I saw it, that he dropped to his. I didn't see him like hold Pato and slam his upper body to the floor. I'd need to see a replay, though. Of course,
well, I mean, that was a pretty big impact if it was just dropping to his knees, but they are checking the video replay.
Yeah, I'd like to see the replay because in here we're going to have it. I didn't think he pushed his upper body to the floor. I thought he just dropped to his own knees. Let's see. Yeah, because Pato is hugging this clinch position here, so I think it was right about here.
That was pretty forceful. That was pretty forceful. The DQ will stand. So your winner by disqualification is Diego Pato.
We'll start the contest for your winner by disqualification.
Right now. It's hard to
Diego Pato!
What a strange opening to our team tournament here. I mean, that's the way it happens sometimes, but yeah, definitely not expected. But, you know, here we are.
I think that is the biggest telltale sign that Jason Nolf is not a super experienced competitor in the jiu-jitsu world, because I think anybody else would know that's a pretty much an immediate disqualification.
and
he protested it, you know, but the replay was clear.
Yeah, I think by his experience, you know, you can tell he was confused, right? It wasn't malicious. I don't think he was trying to like hurt Pato or be crazy. He just, you know, yeah, that's a tough one right here. Yeah, he does. I think he has his hand like on his shoulder when he drops down, kind of push that shoulder down to try to disconnect Pato's grips. Because Pato still had the clinch, I believe, when he released his arm out. He was probably trying to disconnect that grip around his back.
Here it is, another look from the other angle. I'd like to see the faces of New Wave. Look, you could even say Taza, almost like saying, don't slam. Oh, but actually they were a little bit upset about the DQ
I was going to say,
well.
I think they looked confused to me also, to be honest. But honestly, even I thought it was kind of strange until I saw the replay. It's hard to see if it's not in slow motion. It happens so fast.
Ladies and gentlemen, after one contest, Kasai lead over Williams' elite team with 1 point to nothing. We now move on to the 70-kilogram division. Please welcome firstly into the red corner, representing Kasai, Fabricio Andre. His opponents in the blue corner, representing Williams' elite team, Dante Leon!
All right, here we go. Fabricio Andre powering up, the crowd going wild. Got a lot of fans here in Almaty.
He does have a lot of fans. They really like the Hokage. And you know what? This match right here, Kendall, this is one of the biggest matches I think that we could see here this weekend. Fabricio Andre against Dante Leon. This is like major super fight potential right here. And we're seeing it at the AIGA Champions League. Two of the very best grapplers in the world going at it in the final. In the final of the AIGA Champions League.
Oh, early Kimura entry here for Fabricio Andre. He has a figure four locked
He's
up.
cleared the guard.
Oh my gosh, look at Dante Leon. He's trying to bring his legs back inside. He's trying to bring his tricep to the ground. And he clears it, wow.
Fabricio Andre snagged that out of nowhere and just teleported through Dante Leon's guard.
And Dante did a great job. I mean, you know, it's very telling. He released the, you see a lot of the get distracted because the Kazakh fans are cheering for Fabricio Andre by his nickname Hokage. But yeah, you know, Dante released the position of his legs in order to defend the Kimura, gave up the pass, and then he was able to bring his tricep to the floor. That's really what saved him. Andre was trying to keep him on his side so he could rip that Kimura up and over, maybe step over into an armbar. So it was really smart for Dante to turn towards him and bring his tricep to the ground.
But you know, Dante really favors the reverse Delahiva on this side, like he's playing right now. And I think that means he's going to be extra careful where he puts his left hand right now, because if Hokage can snatch that Kimura grip like he did, it's a clear sign that Fabricio Andre is a serious threat.
About 17 seconds till points are in play here.
Fabricio Andre really is one of the most exciting grapplers in the world, whether it is gi or no gi, and that I think is why he has so many fans. Dante Leon, one of the most, I think, universally respected grapplers, because he's competed in so many different weight classes. He's competed in so many different formats, gi and no gi. He's made pretty much a full transition to no gi these last couple of years, where he has excelled, and he has some major wins on his resume as well. Never heard anybody say anything bad about Dante's jiu-jitsu. Just, I think, you know, like I say, universally respected for his toughness, for his discipline, for his focus, and his ability to win.
His style is so well-rounded, it makes him really fun to watch because he can be aggressive from anywhere. And here we see him now almost looked like he was coming up with that leg, but look at the rotation from Fabricio Andre. I think there may have been maybe an eye poke here.
Eye poke, yeah. Inadvertent, but...
Man, Dante had a really tight grip on the upper thigh of Fabricio Andre's. I think it was his left leg. And it almost was like Fabricio Andre started like surfing around the guard. It was like break dancing over the top of Dante Leon's guard. We saw Dante play with that position quite a bit earlier in the semifinals match and score from there as well. Fabricio, if you notice, when he's approaching this passes, he's got obviously his right leg, this knee cup position in here, but his left leg, he's starting to keep it further back than he was in the beginning. He kind of walks that left leg back to keep Dante from underhooking it. Oh, but now Dante actually reached for the other leg. Yeah, Fabricio is walking that leg back, using it as a post, but not getting it too close to where Dante can reach. Stepping through the card, Fabricio Andre. I think he had double unders there from when it jumps to the other side, but look at that retention. He's relentless, though, here, running towards the head.
Driving forward, controlling the inside leg. Dante closes the right leg over the top rope.
And 1 more minute here. It's just the opening round of 5.
Fabricio Andre just pausing for a second, take a quick look at the clock. 40 seconds left in this first round. And I've heard actually from people who have competed against Fabricio Andre that he has some of the most insanely strong grips in this weight division. And when Dante has to literally punch off the grip of his wrist with his free hand, it says a lot. But then look at the size of Fabricio's arms. It's not really a surprise.
It's funny you say that, how it's actually something I thought about before, like proportionally, like his biceps and his forearms, like they're massive.
He's got the biggest arms in jiu-jitsu in this weight class. 100%.
I was gonna say jiu-jitsu maybe, but it was stretch. But yeah, in his weight class for sure.
It looked like somebody's transplanted the arms of an 88-kilo guy and put them on a featherweight. And Dante, pound for pound, we know he trains at the Westside Barbell Club there in Ohio, and is well known for being incredibly physically strong.
Oh, for sure. That's another thing I was going to say.
So he's struggling with Hokage's grips. It
tells you a lot.
Right?
Tells you a lot, yeah. Dante's one of those guys, I know we talked about this yesterday, and we got the towels in effect over here with the Kasai. We've got double team towels going on, and the ice pack on the chest. Drop that temperature down a little bit if you can in between that minute. The thing is, there's not much actual like respiratory recovery that happens in a minute. I mean, for high-level athletes, it does. You know, your heart rate does slow down a little bit. But it's actually the temperature drop that makes a big difference. That's why they bring the ice, the water, it's not really for comfort. It's actually to get the body to release some of that heat.
All right, second round now. Remember, only takedown points score in the first 2 minutes of each round. Oh, but Dante sits briefly with no grips, but comes back up before incurring the penalty.
See the Kasai team getting a little spicy about that one as well, urging for the negative. But it's hard when
he pulls with the grips.
Yeah, I was gonna say when they come back up, they usually don't incur that in that negative point.
Dante Leon, his opening match, scored a heel hook in the first round against Marcus Phelan, and then he competed earlier against the Al Leone team with a winning via judges' decision after a draw with Deandre Corbe in what was a really, really tough match.
Yeah, that was a great match. We've got a draw in the first round here in the finals, so 0-0 in the round 1. Now they're in round 2. It's a best 2 out of 3 situation that we're looking for. Of course, if it goes 0-0-0 like it did with him and Deandre Corbe earlier, then we would see a referee's decision as well. Yeah. Again, here on Dante's favorite side, like you said, he plays this reverse Hiva so well with the knee shield. Fabricio Andre keeping that left leg back, kind of walking that back. He does a great job with his right hand of controlling he kind of switches between controlling the top arm, like we just saw there, potentially another Kimura.
And he's over the top of the guard as well. Dante's managed to get his leg up and over the top.
Yeah, Dante's right leg was key there. He swung his right leg back inside, was able to get inside position and extend there. And it's not necessarily that that's what broke the grip, but I think Fabricio Andre knew better than to continue to force something that wasn't there, right?
Yeah.
So didn't keep going for the Kimura, released that, and came back on top. One thing I wouldn't be surprised to see also is if Dante starts playing between the arms and the head. He is really great with these arm drags and head control from bottom, snap on those guillotines, and arm drags here, 2-on-1 wrist control. So he does a great job switching between attacking the lower and the upper body, which is imperative with someone like Fabricio Andre. It's going to be difficult to get like a one-line attack going. You often have to threaten something to open something else up. So wouldn't be surprised if we see that. And it's very similar with Fabricio Andre, right? He's switching between submission attacks and guard pass attacks to open one, and he did that successfully earlier. He attacked the Kimura, which opened up the guard pass, although there weren't points at that time. So
just to note as well that both of these men will be competing at CJI2, the team tournament in August. And Fabricio Andre has been selected as the 66-kilogram wild card for the Australian Misfits team, or Australasian Misfits team. And Dante Leon will be representing Pedigo submission fighting at 77 kilograms. There's a chance that we could see them go up against each other again, depending on how the bracket works out, because it's quintet style, not doing it like it is here.
Looking to come up, almost had an opportunity to wrestle up there.
Just a nice high step out of that grip right there. This is really the year of Team Jiu-Jitsu 2025, with the AIGA Champions League final, with Polaris running squads events at every one of their shows, and with CJI2 and the quintet style when it stays on. Team Jiu-Jitsu is just such an exciting element. I'm a huge supporter of Team Jiu-Jitsu, and I think that the rest of the community are really starting to appreciate how exciting it can be.
I love it. It's a different energy, totally different energy. Man, we saw a minute ago, Hokage was like flying, attempting to fly through the guard of Dante Leon. Dove head first.
Just under a minute and a half remaining in this second round. Still 0-0, as was the first round. Dante, you're in a wrestling up now.
He's coming up again. And he has that shin to shin there.
Oh, that's better for Dante.
Man, now you have to finish Fabricio Andre, and that's a tall task. Trying to cut him back. Oh, might find some back exposure here. Andre with that hook on the right foot saved him for a moment. He's trying to potentially reach for that whizzer. He has some great throws, you know, he has beautiful judo. There's 1 minute remaining here.
Dante's tight waist here. Oh, jumps up. No hooks, and goes up the top. And side control position
here for Fabricio Andre.
Now, it won't be points for that because it is a pin and not a guard pass. But that's significant because there's 42 seconds left and Fabricio is in a very strong control. A tight side control as well. Good old-fashioned underhook crossface. Oh, no crossface. Switches it to the block in the near side hip.
I love when I see this. I love blocking the hip right here. This is so smart. A lot of times we have the urge to grab the far arm, but blocking the hip keeps Dante's right knee from coming into the middle, but able to recover the guard regardless. Yeah,
Fabricio briefly went knee on belly there for a moment, but not long enough to secure the points. And with 15 seconds or so remaining.
Fully squats down and then comes up and pushes Dante, forces him to his back here, rather than allowing him to play a seated guard, because he did wrestle up a couple of times there. Otherwise, keep him on his back at this point with the dying seconds.
I mean, Dante, that look that he had at the back, maybe a little overzealous in jumping up without the hooks. But this is now the second round, 0-0, so we'll go into the third, and really a question of whether it's even going to be possible for either of these guys to score. And if it isn't, it would have to go to a judge's decision. I mean, I don't see a clear winner so far, Kendo. I'm really not sure.
No, I think they are pretty fairly met at this point due to the back attack here and then landing in side control, right? So those were like the two most significant moments. Of course, in the first round, we also have Fabricio Andre with that early Kimura to pass that didn't score any points, and that's got to be in the judge's mind too. But still, it's 0-0 all the way around. So the next 5 minutes are really going to make or break the match. Dante back in the center early, ready to go. Fabricio Andre still getting fanned down with the towels over there.
Yeah, taking every second of that rest period, but back on his feet.
See some fun energy exchange between these guys.
Third and final round.
Dante looking to pull. You could see just by the way that he was lowering his base, and there he does.
Deandre did get a grip on the legs right there, but Dante was able to disconnect the grip before pulling. So it will not be 2 points.
You see that Fabricio kind of stepped his foot over the shin to kill that reverse De La Riva. Now Dante's being Michelled.
A very classic exchange you've seen here. And you know what I noticed too, actually, how is earlier Dante had one thumb taped, like I'm noticing the duct tape, but he actually taped the other thumb as well. So I'm not sure if maybe something happened in between or what. We got the duct tape and the regular tape. Deandre does a great job with that right arm, always kind of switching between the hip and the knee is great control. He also will reach to the top side arm too, but always kind of monitoring where the hips are and where that arm is. Sometimes you'll see him use that right hand to shove that knee by as well and kind of either knee cut through or just force half guard. Still 45 seconds till points are on. See Fabricio really getting aggressive with his head, driving his head under the chin.
Yeah, circling his head to try and remove it from that grip that was blocking it. We talk so much about patterns and about how these grapplers can fall into the same kind of sequence of moves each round, and the stuff that we're seeing here. Dante obviously favors the guard on a particular side. Fabricio seems more than happy to enter into it. Pinning both feet to the mat briefly there.
Flies into the guard for Deandre. And he's super fast. Like, it's amazing how much ground he can cover so quickly. I think a lot of it has to do with speed, but it also has to do with fearlessness. Like, a lot of people just don't run into the guard like that. There's that top arm and dives the head back in.
Trying to win the battle for that inside space, inside position. There it is again. Just feels a little bit more physical now, right?
For sure, and you know, this is where, you know, Deandre uses that right arm on the hip a lot. Earlier in the match, he was using the right arm to control the wrist a lot, but now it looks like, oh wow,
Dante's got close guard. First time we've seen this.
Might be attacking the right arm with Fabricio. We can't see from our angle, but it looks like he's all the way over the top of that shoulder. I'm not sure if he has an overhook.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
no.
He does.
Oh,
Williams
no, he's
guard.
behind the leg, yeah.
He's got Williams guard right now.
Man, this is such a beautiful way to set up omoplatas. There's a lot of other attacks that come from it as well, but the most common we see is omoplatas, horse triangles too.
Really hard for Fabricio to make posture here. The way that Dante has locked his arms underneath the leg and on top of the shoulder basically means that Fabricio is carrying Dante's entire body weight through his upper body.
They're gonna put Fabricio and Dante, yes. Removes them both at the same time because they were a bit stalemated there, even though Dante was attacking. Another knee cut coming in from Deandre, but not able to cover much ground.
Less than a minute and a half remaining in this final round, 0-0 each round.
Look at the way Fabricio steps around the guard. Every time like Dante tries to use his foot to hook on the ankle or push into shin, he just like steps over the foot. It's really well timed. And again on the knee cut here. Underneath for Dante. Might be able
Dante
to come up
tries to come up on top, but
yeah, walking those feet out. Some big intensity coming from the Kasai corner.
yeah, they're really calling for Fabricio to accelerate and to attempt to pass that guard. Dante looking to go underneath with the kiss of the dragon, but didn't have the grips necessary to finish it. Almost every single one of the Kasai team is out of their seat for this match. You can see them there in the background. Diego Pato slamming the mat. That's what you can hear. Urging Fabricio Andre.
If you heard drums, that's what it was. Man, 12 seconds here. Looks like they're going to probably end the second round in a draw. Oh, third round, excuse me, third round. Last chance to put something on the board or put something in the mind of the referees.
It's the end of the match. We will go to a judge's decision. Wow. It's pretty obvious who the Kasai team think won. Well, he's got the Hokage headband on.
Man, what an intense match. There were some crazy moments through that match. Dante back in the center. We're going to get our official referees call here.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. For your winner by decision in the red corner, representing Kasai, Fabricio Andre.
And it is Fabricio Andre that's going to put the second win on the board for Team Kasai. Man, a really tough match against Dante Leon. Went the distance, 0-0 all the way through. 15 minutes of action. Gets the referee's decision. Man, the crowd here, not just the Kasai team, but the local crowd going crazy for Hokage throughout.
Yeah, they really love this guy. Dante Leon, as you can see, strips the tape. Obviously very disappointed with that result. That's now 2 in a row for Team Kasai. Let's take a look at some of the best moments here.
Yeah, but a couple near looks at some passes for Andre where he was able to open up some chest-to-chest connection. He jumps over, switches sides here at a quick look, but Dante's recovery here was so impressive. Almost looked like he was gonna attack the arm himself, but look at the relentlessness of Andre here. This was a big moment for Dante as well when he found his way to the back. He jumped on, he ended up falling off here, but had a quick look that came off of his wrestle up, I believe. Missed that right hook and went to the seatbelt grip. Hard to stay on when you're over one of the arms. Falls off here. And that was a big moment. Of course, that wasn't a score because it wasn't a guard pass, but it was still a big moment of moving to a dominant position. And
it's a statement the judges had to consider, right?
And all in all, man, through those 3 rounds of 0-0.
Look at the intensity that Fabricio Andre brings.
Contest, which will be fought at 65 kilograms. In the red corner, representing Kasai, Torian Olivares. His opponent in the blue corner, representing Williams Elite Team, Dominic Mejia.
All right, so this is an intriguing match because Kasai versus Williams' team. But we actually have 2 training partners and teammates going against each other here because Dorian Olivares in the black and red representing Kasai and Dominic Mejia in the green from Williams' Elite Team trained together at the New Wave under the supervision of John Danaher. But I think they can put aside that association for the next, well, potentially 15 minutes because there's a lot more on the line than just coming from the same training room, right?
For sure. I mean, I don't think that is a question at all, whether they can go at it. I think what's an interesting thing to consider is probably how well they know each other's games. Competing against training partners is a totally different thing. You know someone inside and out in a different way. He has a body on the head here.
I mean, everybody knows Dorian's game. It's wrestle first, it's attack the neck, it's relentless pressure from top. It is high pace from start to finish. And he already cleared the legs. Dominic just about traps like a low half guard here, but Dorian is putting on serious pressure. Very, very deep underhook crossface. Shallow half guard for Dominic Mejia, and there Olivares passes into side control, but no points as the only takedown score in the first 2 minutes of each round.
Yeah, Dorian did a great job of ensuring that Dominic's right shoulder stayed on the ground. And he also avoided the recovery of those butterfly grips. But look at the kidney escape there. He pushed on that armpit and the hip escaped out. Man, great recovery for Dominic Mejia. And now we're at 3:25. 25 seconds until points are on.
Dorian, I've said this before, I'll say it again, he is a headhunter. You know, you look at his guard passing style, he'll basically just relentlessly pressure the guy until their head comes within reach. He snags that front headlock or guillotine style grip, and then he passes, usually using that head control. With his wrestling background, he really does have a very, very formidable front headlock attack series. He's got great anacondas, got great guillotines, great north-south, and it all just blends together seamlessly.
One thing interesting about Dominic as well is he has a great top game. He has great takedowns, but I think opting to pull against Dorian is really, really telling. But that's a big part of his game too.
Oh,
Maybe not in this match.
though.
Oh, wow.
Choi bar entry. Dominic Mejia had a good look at that, but there was no real extension of the arm through the elbow. So more of an entry than an actual attack. Goes to show that he's not, by any means, a walkover. He's here for a reason. Again, he was selected to compete on the Williams Elite team for a good reason. Team manager Giancarlo Bodoni would have selected him knowing that he can hang at this high level.
Yeah, we heard Dorian's corner yelling to him to watch that arm, and for good reason. He had a tight look in the beginning, and we're seeing Dominic's kind of chasing that left arm of Dorian again and again. He has that double hand grip he reaches over. We saw it in some of his earlier matches as well.
Don't forget that Dominic Mejia had a huge win earlier today with that knee bar against Gianni Grippo, which was a real, not necessarily an upset, but just a sign that Dominic Mejia is top tier for sure.
I would say it could qualify as an upset if you haven't watched a lot of Dom.
Right.
You know, if you know Dom or if you saw his close match with Gianni at the trials a while back, then you may have a clue. But otherwise, you know, people know the name of Johnny Grippo. Dominic's a new up-and-comer. But man, this kid is super, super tough. He's taken out some really big names, including now Johnny Grippo with that leg lock and around to the head.
Dorian does this a lot. He often forces this kind of you know, turtle front headlock position from his guard passes because he's so comfortable controlling people from here. I mean, this is his bread and butter.
He has his hands connected. I wasn't sure there for a moment, but you know what he does so well is thread between attacking the neck on its own and attacking the arm and the head together.
He's in for the turnover. This is such a great position to end it through the DOS choke, but with less than, or just over 10 seconds remaining. Oh, he goes high wrist, briefly there. Chin strap.
Dom doing a great job fighting the hands here, always kind of finding the hands just in time of Dorian so that he's not able to lock anything meaningful up, but still a high pressure situation to be under.
0-0 draw in that first round.
Just saw Dominic say, "I'm good," to his corner. You got Taza, Puya, his entire team there, and of course Dorian Olivares here in Team Kasai's corner. Here's some of the replays. That was pretty meaningful
nice.
here,
Yeah.
this initial Choi bar that Dominic got locked on. Man, Dorian sprawling all the way back, so smart, and then sliding around before he could release that arm and come back up.
Yeah, he did a great job of just rotating his arm at the right moment to kind of turn it almost into like an omoplata. There is the roll, the gator roll, front headlock.
They're going to come back in here for round 2 of a potential 3 rounds of 5 minutes. I heard the Kasai corner telling Dorian to get his points, trying to time that shot before Dominic was able to pull, but Dominic did get the pull here, so he's in bottom position. Just as a reminder, there is a -1 for pulling after the initial 2 minutes of the match, but in the first 2 minutes, the only thing that can score is a takedown, so no other points really exist.
And you'll only be penalized if you were to pull without grips.
That is the only other way, yes, technically.
Yeah. But I think that Mejia knew that.
Man.
As soon as he made contact.
And Dom actually had a good look at a single there. I wouldn't be surprised if a big part of his game plan is to wrestle up here. He may feel he has a better chance to come up on top there, wrestle up from the bottom than he does from standing with someone like Dorian. And then also had a grip on that arm.
It must be so hard to try and wrestle up against Dorian Olivares.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can't imagine. Dorian pins that bottom leg as he tries to jump around. He sees left hand on the shin here. You know, he does the same, it's a pretty classic, like Tornado, like Nogi Tornado style pass when you pin that bottom shin with your hand to go around. But one of the things that I really love about Dorian's passing is he so seamlessly switches side to side. He almost doesn't even wait for the reaction. He kind of goes before the reaction even comes. So by the time the person is even defending and turning towards them, he's already moving to the other side. Now we see this is very meaningful here, coming into this deep passing position in the half guard. Now, Dom's doing a good job trying to stay on his side here. He's going to try to keep his left shoulder off the mat if he can and bring his right elbow inside and try to connect his right knee to his elbow. He's able to do it.
Dorian Olivares using that left hand core grip over the shoulder and his forearm, almost like a pry bar. It is such a strong lever to put your opponent back flat on the mat. And once again, forces this turtle front headlock position. Looks like he's got a cradle here. Can't quite see if they know the hands weren't linked, but you can actually hear them saying that he's not going to go to your back because they know that Dorian favors that front headlock attack series so much. He's not going to risk running around to the back and losing position here.
Yeah, and as he starts to come through, you can see why he really favors the head, especially with someone like Dominic. His Granby rolls and rolling back to the guard, he is very, very smart here and just has a lot of positional awareness. So it makes sense that Dorian's, #1 priority here is staying on that. Look at the step over there from Dominic Mejia.
He's still on it though. He's still got that potential turnover into the DAS.
Yeah, there's a lot of names for that position. One of them is the ball and chain. Knocking somebody over, shoving their head down. Oh my gosh.
Oh, look at that. Nelson.
I think he has a quarter Nelson. Yeah, he does a quarter Nelson now. Switched off to that.
So difficult. I mean, Mejia is hand fighting really well. He's stripping those grips. Dorian is relentless. Once he makes contact, it's so difficult to get him off. But Mejia doesn't have very many options as to where to go. Look at the way that Dorian keeps his head on the mat like that.
Yeah, and one of the things we saw a couple times right now is Dorian was actually looking at a go behind. He was looking at a knee block go behind. He was driving his left knee behind the tricep of Dom and trying to go behind him that way. And that can lead to the back. It can also do crucifix positions. But Dom is doing a great job of replacing the space each time with his elbow. Oh, potential front headlock ankle pick there.
Now he's got the cradle.
Could be a cradle. Turns him over. So this is a wrestling pin. Obviously, he's not going to score anything in jiu-jitsu, but can open up passes and submissions. 55 seconds here in round 2. And we're still 0-0. So even though Dorian has had more of the dominant offense, there hasn't been anything on the board. Back up to this quad pie position here, Dominic Mejia.
Every time Olivares kind of runs around to the back, Mejia threatens the roll through, and Olivares, why wisely kind of gives it up.
21 seconds.
And just a word on the points. I mean, I've seen a few comments about how these matches are ending 0-0. It's really hard to score in a 5-minute match, and I think,
well, especially because the first two can only score with takedowns.
Yeah, and we've barely seen any matches where a round has had, I think, more than about 5 points, 6 points scored. It's really, really tough to get a high-scoring match under this rule system. But it's not like there isn't action.
No, I mean, it's non-stop, but keep in mind, it's a 5-minute match, like you said. It's hard to score in 5 minutes in general for a lot of high-level people going against each other. But the first 2 minutes, the only way to score is through either a penalty from not gripping or when you pull or takedown, right? So you really have 3 regular minutes of trying to score. Wow, look at the pressure.
Great defense from Mejia, the way he threw his right leg over the back, almost and put a hook in.
Super creative.
Very.
Yeah.
But Deandre's like a dog on a, excuse me, Dorian's like a dog on a bone when he gets to this front headlock position.
And again, just noting, like, as training partners, this has got to change the dynamic of this position as well, because how often do they end up here in training? How well do they know exactly what they're looking for? You know, we saw those moments of Dorian almost backing up. He did keep pressure on the back of the neck, kind of baiting Dominic to open up and start to defend a little bit differently. Oh, Dominic shoots in.
Dorian.
Dorian shoots in. Dominic countered, and Dorian was kind of forced to release it there because I think it's likely he was not wanting Dom to be able to pull. And so he had decided to back out completely. Instead, he shoots in. Dorian goes to the front head, and Dom jumps over again. Could have a look at the arm here, potentially.
Oh,
or
into the legs.
It may be him who comes up on top. Dom, oh my goodness. Man, Dorian's rolling out, but Dom follows through to the back. Dorian rolling again.
Wow, what a sequence. Dorian lands right back into that front head, but Mejia had him on the run for a moment there.
That was crazy. Man, these guys, it's not like we talk about speed a lot, but I think it's really important to give the credit to the way that they fight is really with a lot of courage. Like, they are really just going for it and taking chances. And it's really, really fun to see. It makes for such exciting matches. Look at this. Oh, he almost has, oh wow, Dom was able to open his right elbow to create enough space so that the full anaconda grip wasn't able to be locked.
Now Dorian's in more of a top riding position. He's been so insistent on the head and neck over the last 2 rounds. This is the first time we're really seeing him in almost like a top position control. No points, of course. It's not a mount. But if he can get that right leg free when the points are active, he could score.
And he has that head and arm controlled, and he's starting to bring that left foot in now. There's 20 seconds until points, so you can hear the Kasai team kind of coaching him through that, giving him the heads up on when to try to finish the score. Difficult to do, though, because he's almost scored on Dom multiple times, and Dom's able to...
Oh, he passes. Right before the points come active, though. 5 seconds before he could get the points for that, he lands into the side control.
One leg back inside here.
You can hear them saying, let's get these points, Dorian. That's his father, Mike Olivares, in the corner.
Wow. Look at Dominic Mejia now up on his own single leg looking to score.
Oh, they run out of space, and they're off the edge of the stage. It's the first time all weekend we've actually seen somebody go right off the edge.
Man, that's crazy. There's a pretty big gap between the edge of the mat and the edge of the stage. It's kept our athletes pretty protected. Oh, wow, the reset position is going to be very interesting. They're definitely going to be... I was going to say they're definitely going to be checking the video here, but it's hard when people are trying to do a reset, because as soon as one person is trying to inch forward, then the other one is also going to try to inch forward as well, because they don't want to be out restarted. And it's a natural thing.
Well,
like,
there's a lot of gamesmanship in that reset position, right? You know, it's like you always want to just improve your grip a little bit, get into a slightly more advantageous position.
And to be honest, like, that definitely is happening. That definitely is happening. But to be honest, as someone who's been in situations like that before, sometimes you literally do not remember the little details. So when you reset, of course, you're going to have like the positive memory, the most positive memory you can. Like, oh, yeah, okay, here's where we're going to be.
And this is why the VAR is so important. That
I love the video replay
here it is. So you can see when they go off the mats exactly what grip Dominic Mejia had. Here we go, starting from this single leg position now. A little easier for Dorian to defend.
Oh wow, sets him back, cuts him back, but look at Dorian's defense, grabs Dom's ankle.
That was nice. Breaks Dominic, takes down.
Oh, Dom's still on the head though, following through, throws him by.
And he's landed into the top position.
Man, Dom trying to go.
Gets two for the takedown. And another two. 4 points for Dorian Olivares.
I think they're counting as a clean takedown.
Yeah, because he went past the guard. I thought he got snagged in half guard for a moment and then passed. I could have thought it was 5, but now he goes into the mount.
Man,
that's another 3.
Dorian really picking up some steam here now, looking for the underhook on the left side. Also covering the mouth here. Oftentimes
Excuse me, it's only 2 for mount, just 3 for back in this rule system.
I see.
6 points.
Wow, out
0.
again, Dominic Mejia. Amazing, amazing that he was able to come out of the mount of Dorian Olivares. Now, Dorian was using that, a lot of times we use like the mount cover to force people to release their hands and come up and fight the arms, open up submissions. But then there was that big explosion. Dominic came through. 1 minute and 37 seconds here. Now, the first 2 rounds were a draw. This third round is looking like it may go Dorian's way, and if it does, that will be a win for Dorian. That will put the 3rd win on the board for the Kasai team. Looking for maybe a potential back take here, trying to pass that.
Looks like he's going to go gift wrap.
I think he's trying to pass that arm through for a gift wrap, but he's losing the arm, and Dominic's trying to pull his right elbow back if he can. And he hooks that top leg. See his right arm threaded through. 55 seconds.
Could still score here. Could potentially go for the back.
Passes the gift wrap through, and he has it locked up now. Probably gonna sit him up and over to the right side. Try to fight that left hook in. He has a body triangle here.
No points. No, he got the points. 9 points to 0 now. That back triangle scored.
You can hear Dorian's coach is telling him to drive his hips down, and it keeps sprawling into Dom. Dom trying to keep his arms and his neck safe at this point. 5 seconds left.
Wow, that is now 3 wins for Team Kasai. 9-0 in that final round. That is the highest score we've seen in any round. And I think actually it's the highest cumulative score we've seen in any match.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 3 rounds over 5 points. Representing Kasai in the red corner, Dorian Olivares.
Wow, that punches Kasai 3-0. This is a pretty intense moment now. We've got Roberto Jimenez and Giancarlo Bodoni coming up, and there's a lot of pressure on Giancarlo Bodoni. He will have to win this match to keep them in the race.
Yeah, Kasai now only need 1 more win to take home that $500,000 cash prize. Here's some of the best moments of this match. Dorian scored 2 for this. The throw by, and then landed in the side control. I did think there was a brief moment when, oh, I see, it wasn't quite as long as I thought. But Dorian landed in side control. That's a 4-point takedown, as opposed to 2. Shortly after, just added points to that by getting the mount, getting the back. Dominic was in it from start to finish, though.
Oh my gosh. he was throwing the kitchen sink at him. And I think that's why we saw some of the higher score at the end. Like, to Dom's credit, you know, he was in it, he was going for it, he was taking risks, taking chances, and that's one of the reasons, man.
I know, I love Dorian's wrestling instincts.
So
I'm going to put this guy's back on the mat.
Absolutely.
You know, he had that super deep underhook and just turned his opponent over. And a lot of jiu-jitsu guys might lose sight of that sometimes.
It's one of the best examples of like wrestler to jiu-jitsu tropes that we see, right? He uses those skills so well and then capitalizes on them, but it grows past that, and it's just really, really great to see. I love that style. I'm a little biased, but I love that style of jiu-jitsu.
We can all appreciate it, that's for sure. Big win, Dorian Olivares.
Three contests, Kasai now lead 3-0. We move on to the fourth contest, which will be fought in the under 91 kilogram division. In the red corner, representing Kasai, Roberto Jimenez. And his opponent in the blue corner, representing Williams' elite team, Giancarlo Botoni.
All right, here we go. Roberto Jimenez and Giancarlo Botoni. Match number 4
this is
in our finals here.
This is a banger right here.
This is a banger, even if it wasn't for determining if the if the team was going to win.
Yeah, I mean, just purely the chance to see Roberto Jimenez and Giancarlo Botoni under any circumstances, but especially here in the AIGA Champions League final. Team Kasai going against Williams' elite team. Roberto in the red and black, Giancarlo in the green.
There's going to be 7 matches total. They need 4 out of 7 to win, and Kasai currently has 3 wins to Williams' 0. So a lot of pressure here on Giancarlo to keep him in the game. But man, they have looked so good so far this weekend. We had such a fun match with Jimenez and Gabriel Almeida, for example. That was one of the most exciting matches, and ended in submission for Roberto.
Then Roberto had that knockdown, drag-out wrestling match with Murad Abdulatipov that actually Abdulatipov won that one via points.
That was a
scoring a takedown, but it was just, it goes to show that Roberto is pretty fearless in choosing to wrestle a guy from Dagestan, go head-to-head with him.
For sure, and you know, but talking about wrestling, right, Giancarlo is so good on the feet. We just saw a great snap in misdirection there. Wasn't able to score on it, but it just kind of shows you his technical and, you know, power, his prowess power-wise, but specifically technically, Giancarlo has some of the best timing on the feet I have seen. He does such a great job. And on a single there is Roberto just for a moment reaching for it, and Giancarlo kicking out. But
when you see Giancarlo wrestle, you rarely see him shoot for the legs. You might snatch a single, but he's really, really good with those foot sweeps from the tie-ups, right?
Yes, and he doesn't make mistakes. That's the thing about Giancarlo. Like, you know, Roberto, he is a different style of wrestling because he takes a lot of chances. He does open himself up, though, in the process because he, you know, he goes forward and takes a lot of chances. Very fearless that way.
Yeah, I'd never call Roberto reckless, but he's definitely a wild man.
You know what?
He's
occasionally,
a wild man.
occasionally maybe, but in a good way that we love.
Yeah, but I mean, high risk, high reward, right?
Yes.
That's the thing with Roberto. There's a deep shot.
Oh, but the underhook counter from Giancarlo
stuffs it now.
But Giancarlo has the unique ability that not a lot of people in jiu-jitsu have, where he has very aggressive forward-fighting wrestling, constantly attacking, but not really opening himself up in ways where he is taking unnecessary risks. He had almost a look there at a cradle and switched off to a single leg, but Roberto was able to kick out.
Not seeing any guard pulling so far in this match, and we're into the points period as well.
Snap, and so I think that was initiated by Giancarlo, and Roberto tried to grab a leg on the way down.
So a guard pull at any point now would actually be penalized by a -1.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see that here. Maybe in another round in the reset when they don't have the -1, but not here. I think it would be poor strategy at this point.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Roberto throw up a flying attack, though. I mean, that's definitely his style, but only if he really feels that it's there.
fighting for his left under here, Giancarlo. I can't see his right arm, but we do see him attack Wojcik. Oh, there it is. He scores quite a bit from the over-under, but he also scores a lot from all body lock positions in general. He can go double unders, double overs, but that's a big part of his game.
The way that Giancarlo stuffs that right elbow, the left elbow of Jimenez down and gets a snap in the process now.
That's a really good bite on the head there. Whether he's looking to finish or just snap him down. Roberto's left arm trying to stay up so that it doesn't get crossed underneath his chin.
Gets his head out, back into this under-over tie-up. High pacing so far in this match.
Just about a minute left. We've seen
So much
go ahead, sorry.
So much on the line here. I was just going to say, you know, that Giancarlo knows that this match is so crucial for Williams' elite team to stay in the game.
Rolling through. Look at that from Giancarlo. He's going to open up the back here.
That was a beautiful sequence from Pedro.
Man, he's got a crucifix here. Oh man, he has a figure 4 on the near side arm as well. Look at this position.
Not a scoring position, but Roberto could be in trouble here.
Roberto is really trying to bridge his hips up, driving off his feet, putting his back on top of Giancarlo. Always trying to turn into him, but Giancarlo comes out to the back, potentially on this arm.
Roberto, an opportunity here to counterattack.
And Giancarlo backs up with that wizard coming in, with that Uchimata.
There's a shot from Roberto. He's now looking to get the back. Huge big return from Roberto.
I don't think this is not gonna score though, because they have a hook in. Because now it's a back attack and the time runs out.
End of the first round, 0-0.
What a wild start to this match. Oh my gosh.
Some beautiful wrestling and counter wrestling so far from both of these men. Let's take a look at some of this, Kendall.
Yeah, Roberto's shot in quite a few times. There's that chest wrap where Giancarlo was able to spin underneath and use that to come up. This is where the crucifix started. You'll see his leg slide in just a moment to that arm, or I'm gonna get a replay of that now.
Yeah, this is the mat return.
Oh man.
High impact, but Giancarlo was able to turn away.
Super smart. He knew there was short time, right? So give up the back and fight the hooks out rather than give up the 2. So it was 0-0.
But 0-0, of course, the judges are going to have to try and choose who won that round.
Man, and that's a great question, right? Because Roberto had a big moment right there, but Giancarlo also had a great moment. He had the crucifix and he was in top position, so
yeah.
He also controlled, I would say, the majority of the other exchanges as well. He was on the head quite a bit. All right, get a reset here in the following 5 minutes.
You can see in the background there the big 3-0 on the massive LED screens that we have. Just reminding everybody that Kasai currently have a very substantial lead over Williams' elite team, which means that they would need to win the next 4 matches in succession to go home with the $500,000 cash prize.
Wow, another double leg is Roberto. That is how he looked to score in this last one during that back exchange. And he did score the 2, and he scored the 2 points.
Okay, that's a good lead for Roberto now. And there, an uncharacteristic shot. You don't often see Giancarlo shoot from distance like that. Gets caught in his front head.
This head control is really dangerous. I think Roberto might be waiting for a reset. It's a little bit hard to tell. Oh no, he reaches that right arm through, might be looking to lock.
A DAS possibly? When somebody punches their right hand through like that, usually means they're looking for a DAS choke.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to reach for the leg or the cradle, but I wondered if he might be hesitating due to being on the edge of the mat, but...
Spins around looking for the back now. Roberto does have incredible back-taking ability from just every position. One hook in, across the body as well. He got the body triangle. He does have the body triangle. No points will be awarded for that. They'll get reset in the center, but he's in a very dominant position now.
Man. So 3:36, you have 36 seconds before the points go into effect.
But Roberto's body triangle now in this position, that is significant.
We're seeing the Williams elite team argue the 2 points and asking for a video replay. And we actually just saw Giancarlo wave. I think he waved him off, like, oh, whatever. Yeah. I think that's what happened.
He's got more pressing things on his mind. Smother from...
We've seen a ton of that this tournament, more than usual.
From many different positions as well. It's actually banned in some federations, but it's becoming increasingly common as a tactic, kind of like open the chin up and slide the arm in for the rear naked, right?
Yeah, because it forces the person to bring their hands up. It doesn't necessarily force it just because they don't like it, especially if you just cover the mouth. But if you cover the nose and the mouth together, then you can get to the point where you can't breathe and you have to bring your hands up to peel the hand off, and then your neck can open up. But look at this, Giancarlo still in the game. I mean, he almost looked like he was escaping there, and now back.
Oh, now
that's
going to
be
that
points.
triangle. That's scoring. That's 3.
Roberto looking to come over the top side arm with his right heel and attacking the far arm, or the near side arm now with his own arms.
Back triangle here. Good isolation arm, switching for the armbar possibly. He's got options here. Back triangle.
Oh wow, Giancarlo escapes.
Not out of danger, but at least out of that submission threat. Roberto riding a really big points lead now. We're well past the halfway mark in this round.
Giancarlo now.
And the match.
Giancarlo now on the... Oh, I thought he was on the ankle, but then Roberto was able to bring his figure 4 together.
Yeah, that's a sweep for Giancarlo.
This will score him 2 points. I think Roberto is looking to enter the legs here. I can't really see the position, but it looks like his right leg is threaded through. But Giancarlo now sitting back on his heel, keeping that compressed so that his heel can't be plucked out. And he also has now figure 4'd his own legs, so it's gonna be hard to undo. But Roberto getting some extension here, trying to knock Giancarlo over to his seated position.
Roberto finds his way back to his feet.
Giancarlo trying to sit him down here, has a good grip on the head, maybe switching to an underhook. With the right hand, yep, switches to an underhook here. 124 left.
That's good work from Bogdoni in returning Jimenez down to the mat. It looks like Jimenez there for a second was going to be able to build height and get back to his feet, but Giancarlo just didn't give him that space, and now going to hang it out in like this headquarters position.
Yeah, pinning the left leg with his right shin here, and then sitting on the top of that shin of Roberto's right leg, but now backs out, maybe to look to outside passing.
J-point pass. Tries to clear the bottom leg.
There's 1 minute left here. He could put some points on the board and, of course, take the round for himself. But I think the more relevant thing here, because it's not super likely that he does, is that as they move forward into the 3rd round, he has the opportunity to win that round and even it out, or potentially look for a submission. So Giancarlo proving that he's very much still in this fight. Not many people get their...
Roberto on the stalling clock. Oh, both men on the stalling clock.
Big extension there from Roberto.
Just 25 seconds remaining now in this round. Jimenez 5 points to 2. Very unlikely that Giancarlo will score back, but he is on a single as we're into the final 10 seconds now. All right, so first round was a draw, second round goes to Jimenez.
Man.
Let's take a look at some of that. This was the shot from Roberto.
Crazy round.
And he scored 2, and the Williams elite team were a little bit, well, they were protesting about that too. They don't necessarily feel that he established control long enough to score that, but it was immaterial because he attacked the back, put the body triangle on, and then got it again once the points were in effect.
Yeah, really some dominant showing here from Roberto Jimenez. Had a look at this arm as well. But Giancarlo, actually very similar to Kynan Duarte earlier when he escaped that armbar, similar movement, comes up and then was able to put 2 points on the board from a sweep and was very much still on offense. Both these guys gotta feel pretty fatigued coming into the next 5 minutes of this match.
Yeah.
Now it's best 2 out of 3. The first round was a draw, second round was Roberto. Third round.
Oh, Giancarlo pulls.
Wow.
First time we've seen that in this match. Spinning underneath. if there is any weakness of Roberto Jimenez, we know that it is his legs. He has numerous submission losses via leg lock, and Giancarlo has fantastic leg attacks. So the problem is he's actually spun himself into a cross action.
I was going to say, which is funny because I know that that's true, but Roberto Jimenez is actually in the more offensive position here. But if you look at Giancarlo, it's interesting to see that he doesn't look worried, and he's actually coaching Roberto and telling him to turn the other direction.
Roberto's kind of got double trouble here.
And he's got to be careful, though. I think we did see someone called and get a -1 for talking to their opponent.
It's true.
Earlier. Not all organizations will do that, but we did see it. So just being careful there. 1 minute down here.
See Roberto exits from that leg entanglement, comes back on top in this passing position.
I'd be interested to know what's going through Giancarlo's mind, because he is, of course, going to be looking to win the round, but at that point that it goes to the referee's decision, if they're 1 round apiece, if that does end up being the way that it is, we don't know who won the first round, so he's got to do it in pretty dominant fashion, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But if this round ends 0-0,
it'll be Roberto.
It'll be Roberto.
Roberto on the front headlock here. Jumps through, arm included.
Giancarlo has the half guard.
Yeah, and Roberto has a lot of weight on his left knee. Typically, when we see this, it does open up some sweeping opportunities there from the half guard, but he actually omits, or that's the right word. He actually releases, it's a better word, the front headlock and backs out.
Roberto disengages from that to try to pass once again. Oh, there's a good leg entry. Single leg X for Giancarlo Cordoni.
And he switches up to X here.
And notice how he's keeping Roberto's right foot off the mat. That is kind of what you need when you're looking for any attack of that single leg X entry for either straight ankle or heel hook. You need their feet to be light. The more weight they have on the mat, the more difficult it is to try and attack. Now he's going, knocking Roberto down the other direction. Could be going straight ankle, trying to backstep into the opposite leg.
Roberto threaded his left leg through, and that really kept that ankle lock at bay, it seemed.
Giancarlo's still on it though. Still got a pretty good grip. Now he gives it up. Giancarlo passes the top leg across. Looking for the heel hook. The knee line seems to be clear.
Oh man, Roberto spins through here and pops his knee out and is back on the back attacks.
And points are very much active, so if Roberto can set both hooks, which he does, Giancarlo strips it, but Roberto goes for the body triangle. That's going to be 3. So Roberto now has a clear points lead in this final round in a very dominant position from which to attack. Team Kasai are just over 1 minute away from claiming the grand prize here. 3 matches in a row. Roberto Jimenez is en route to making it 4.
And you hear Kasai's corner urging Roberto just to go for it, just to work for the finish. Giancarlo definitely had a look of frustration on his face once the back points came on. He's now reaching back to Roberto's face as well. Oh, and I don't know if he meant to put his finger in his nose or if that was an accident. Hard to say. Can't really see behind
Can't
him,
see
to
from
be
there,
fair.
exactly, yeah. Roberto using that smother, Giancarlo stripping it. And 30-something seconds left. Giancarlo rolls through. Exits the body triangle.
Talk about timing. Giancarlo timed that so well. Comes up on top for a last-minute attempt here with 28 seconds on the board.
Will we see Roberto just run down the clock, or will we see him go for one last big effort? Sprawls on Giancarlo's shot.
Looking to wrestle up here in the last seconds. Giancarlo has the grip on that leg, but
goes to the Iranian.
Oh man, here we go. The last 5 seconds. What a moment here.
League winners and take the $500,000 prize. That is a massive, massive win. 4 wins in a row. And Roberto Jimenez makes it undeniable. Kasai are the champions. Jubilant scenes here on the mat. Almost a face of relief on Roberto Jimenez. He had a tough task, but he completed his mission nearly perfectly, Kendall. First round was 0-0, second round was 5-2, and then the third round 3-0. So you'll win it by points. Roberto Jimenez.
Your winner by points, representing Kasai, Roberto Jimenez.
Oh, a huge win for Roberto Jimenez over two-time ADCC champion Giancarlo Bordoni. He goes over to pay his respects to the Williams Elite team. And look at the face of the guys in the Kasai team. Oh, they just draped team manager Rich Byrne.
We're watching the replays, I know, but they just drenched the team manager Rich Byrne on the stage here, dumped a bunch of water on him. Oh my gosh, and there was that big mat return. That was really an interesting point in the match because I think it showed the direction it was going early on. Roberto was here to be as dominant as possible. Big moment for him to get that big mat return. And a lot of great looks from Giancarlo as well, but this back take really made a big difference in Roberto's advancement forward as well.
Every time he was able to get the back, he stuck on that body triangle. And here was a really solid submission attack in the second round. Giancarlo Bordoni, extremely resilient in finding his way out, but it was a great match from both men, it really was. Giancarlo so solid, so technical, not without his own attacks, but it was the leg attack there, Kendall, the heel hook entry from Giancarlo Bordoni that offered Roberto the path to the back, to the body triangle, and the ultimate victory for Team Kasai. We do still have 3 more matches to come. Looking forward to some of those, some big matches.
You know, it'd be so interesting too how if Williams Elite was able to come away with 3 of those wins and show just how close these teams are, because they sure are close.
Absolutely.
The full bout, Kasai win the gold medal with 4-0 so far. But now 3 bouts still left with only pride on the line. We now enter the 5th contest. In the red corner representing Kasai, Kainan Duarte.
Well, it looks like Kainan Duarte has forfeited his match against Big Dan Manasoiu.
Yeah, we've got 3 more matches that are technically set to be had to finish out the 7.
It's a formality at this point, and it does look like Kainan Duarte has said, well, we've already won, so I'm not going to step up to compete against Dan Manasoiu.
Well, and it's hard to say too, people have their reasons, they may have injuries or different things, but you know, we'll probably go through the list and see who is going to compete. You see Isaac Michell.
Isaac Michel's ready to go against Pedro Marinho.
And he is ready to go, but we're going to have to get some yeses from the Kasai team and
even
see.
Pedro Marinho is at Matt's side. I could see kind of saying like, oh, I'm good. So we could potentially have 2 forfeits. Maybe we'll see Junny Ocasio versus Felipe Machado. Maybe we won't.
Yeah, well, let's see. We haven't had any official calls yet, so hard to say.
Michell waiting for his opportunity to step on the mat. He wants to get a win back against Pedro Marinho. They had a match who's #1, with Pedro winning that one. But it looks like the Kasai have said,
yeah, there's some arguing going on this side as well with a couple different people, but Izaak is really warming up and urging everyone to compete, and we're hearing some booing as well from the crowd now. Yeah, we haven't had any final decisions yet.
Waiting to find out what will happen.
I mean, Izaak's really, you know, he's already at the center of the mat ready to go, but there is some arguing going on with the Kasai team here. So we did see Kainan actually just jump up onto the mat. I'm not sure if that means that he is fighting or not.
Yeah, I think that the organizers said no fighting, no money. So I think Kainan realizes that he actually has to come up and compete against Big Dan Manasoiu.
You know, it's interesting because we did see one forfeit earlier, I think due to injury. And so if there is an injury forfeit, there's an injury forfeit. But like I said, we don't have any official reports yet, so we'll let you know as we know. But there's a lot of debates happening, that is for sure.
And now welcome to the mat, his opponent in the blue corner representing Williams Elite, Daniel Manasoiu.
All right, after some moment of confusion there, it does look like the match between Kainan Duarte and Big Dan Manasoiu will go ahead. Big Dan Manasoiu looking extremely focused. And Kainan Duarte originally said that he didn't want to compete, that he wasn't going to step in, that he's going to forfeit the match. Dan Manasoiu, he was ready to go, waiting in the wings backstage, and after some persuasion and a little reminder that if you don't compete, if you forfeit matches, you're going to lose the money. So the team has to compete the remainder of these matches, even though they have already gone 4-0. Look at the size of Big Dan compared to Kainan Duarte, really.
Yeah, Kainan had a big battle earlier as well, and actually lost a very close decision. Yes, he did in the semifinals.
I'm not sure it was close, to be honest. I think Ruslan won it pretty convincingly.
I think it was hard because he had that early almost mount, right? He had some really early strong attacks, Kainan did. So at the end of the day, they both had some close moments. But yeah, at the end was attacking submissions and almost looking at the back.
Big Dan stalking down Kainan Duarte, pumping that head, pushing him across the mat. And Dan Manasoiu looks absolutely steely focused. The mean mug getting Kainan.
I was gonna say, because he's facing us right now, is like the eye contact is very intense, very focused here. You know, and it's interesting because Kasai has that positive momentum going forward of winning, but the Williams Elite team, they have probably this sense of a little bit of vengeance. Like, no one wants to go out with a clean sweep, right? 4-0, that's not a good feeling. So, of course, they're going to be coming in and looking to put some points on the board and, you know, assert their dominance a little bit more than they were able to maybe in those first 4 matches.
So there's only 5 seconds left until the points are active. A guard pull after that points period will be penalized by a negative. No takedown attempts yet from either man. Big Dan really weighing heavily on the back of Kainan Duarte's neck. Look at that, 2 hands on the head. Aggressive collar tie. Head to head in this collar and elbow position. Standing meal lock there briefly from Big Dan Manasoiu. I mean, he is so much taller. Oh, look at that. Nice self-throw there from Big Dan. But that's the thing, against a shorter opponent, because Big Dan is taller than pretty much everybody he's ever faced. It's pretty natural that Kainen's probably going to get an underhook, and that big strong arm of Dan Manasoiu and that overhook wrap, that near lock, standing near lock that could be waiting. I think Kainen will think twice about trying to get an underhook against him. Still no real takedown attempt so far. Just about a minute and a half remaining now.
You can see Kainen looking for that underhook on the left-hand side, but
You have to be careful with it.
Yeah.
Forehead to forehead.
Just 1 minute left here. Haven't seen too many big exchanges yet. There's been some pushing and some big motion, but nothing close to a score yet. Man, but the intensity of Dan has not wavered. If you notice the way that he's looking at Kainen and stalking him forward.
Yeah, he's stone-faced. And a win over Kainen would be huge, absolutely huge for him in his career. That's another reason, I'm sure, why Dan wants this match so much. If he can take out the current ADCC absolute champion, three-time ADCC champion, actually, Kainen Duat, two-time division champion, and... Oh, wait. Three-time division champion and absolute champion, right? 2019, so. 2022, 2024, and absolute champion, excuse me, four-time absolute ADCC champion is Kainen Duat.
They're going to go to their 1 minute break.
Not a lot of action to replay in that first round. Kainen's back out into the mat with less than half of the rest period. Big Dan Manasoiu getting a talking to from Puya Ramani, his Williams Elite teammate. Puya actually spent the last couple of weeks training in Dubai with Kainen. It's a small world of jiu-jitsu. Yeah, it's a small world of jiu-jitsu, Will, but if anybody's going to have some wrestling tips for Big Dan, it's going to be Puya, the Iranian wrestler based in Dubai. And straight forward is Manasoiu.
There's not many people that would make Kainen look small, right?
No. Considering they're both heavyweights, Dan looks just like entirely weight classes above him.
You know, I'd be interested to see, it would probably only happen in the first 2 minutes of the match, but I would be interested to see if Kainen pulls, because Kainen did pull in his match
Ruslan.
earlier against Ruslan, against someone who has great takedowns and is big and strong like this, right? And also, you know, I was thinking about a match, because I was trying to think when the last time I saw Big Dan lose was, and he didn't lose a match to Victor Hugo from Victor Hugo pulling and playing on bottom. So there could be a potential approach there from Kainen, but at the same time, it's a big ask to want to be underneath the passing of Dan. So
wow, big slap on the back of the head.
yeah, big collar ties making a lot of noise.
You know, Dan is definitely an elite level competitor. Another student of John Danaher out of that gym, out of that incredible training room that they have there in Austin, Texas. Dan's had a couple of big wins, but he's not been able to take out any of the top tier guys yet, having lost to Victor Hugo, having lost to Nicky Rod. I think a win over Kainan would kind of prove that he is right up there, top 5 ranking in the world, potentially. Kainan kind of getting a little bit loose now.
"15 seconds until we head into the points period." Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some stalling calls sometime soon for these guys, or stalling warnings we put on the 20-second clock. Because there just hasn't been a ton of meaningful movement forward. There's movement around, there's pushing around, some heavy hand fighting and collar ties, but not any deep attacks.
Yeah, not yet. No real takedown attempts from either man. Kainan with a double inside position. Almost like a tie clinch style.
You know, we do see that from quite a few people out of autos. They go to that double collar tie, and there's a couple things that can come from it. One, it can just frustrate your opponent so much that they start to open up and make some mistakes, but you can snap off it as well if you have the right angle and the right timing.
Yeah, the Atos guys are just really well known for that kind of collar tie where they pump the head down, 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 and then attack from that. Andre Galvao really wrote the playbook on that one. Because of the height difference, it's going to be really hard for Dan to level change sufficiently to attack the legs of Kainan Duarte with a shoot. And we do know that Kainan has an absolutely incredible guillotine choke waiting as well. Kainan's not risking anything by getting stuck underneath the big man either. There's a trip attempt from Manasoiu.
Wow, did get some elevation there with Kainan's leg. Oftentimes you'll see people reach with their leg like that and actually pick the leg up with their hands and kind of use it to scoop the leg up, but it's risky as well, extending your leg like that. Just 1 minute left here in round 2. Another double collar tie here from Kainan Duarte. I gotta admit, I'm a little surprised to not see the stalling calls here. They've been called pretty quickly and effectively so far throughout the entire event, but this match, not so much. About 20 seconds here. It's likely it's gonna run down in the same fashion. And it looks like we're gonna have a draw in round 1 as well as round 2, and move forward into the final 5 minutes of this match for round 3 after they get a 1 minute break.
10 minutes of hand fighting so far. If this does go to a decision.
And here,
Gianni, are people downstairs?
No, guys are scattered here.
I might be here by myself.
all right, here we go. Final 5 minutes of Kainan and Big Dan.
Let's see if there'll be any kind of game plan change from both these guys here. Will we see Dan pull? Certainly not out of the realm of possibility. I mean, he's pulled in many of his matches in the past. He does have a great active guard.
Yeah, we saw some of his guard play earlier, right?
Absolutely, really good at getting in on legs, and he's got absolutely devastating leg locks, but not pulling once so far in this match.
Some big collar ties from these guys, and you got to imagine that's a lot of power coming from those collar ties from either of these guys. They're very strong, powerful athletes. That's some big impact, but at the same time,
big hands, big impact. Yeah.
But at the same time, because they fight in this division all the time, it's not like they're not used to it or not accustomed. They don't even flinch, to be honest. They don't have any reaction at all. Seeing a little bit of level changing now from Kainan.
Yeah, Kainan's getting a little bit looser.
You know, with 30 seconds left, I'm really surprised that we're not going to see somebody pull, because I will be surprised if we don't, because
this is their last chance to do so.
Well, yes, and not only that, but neither of them have even gotten close or in on anything. Like, not one close attack. So if someone was continuously getting close, then it would make sense to stay persistent on that route. But if that's not the case, then I don't understand why they wouldn't be looking to change it up a bit. Yeah,
seems a little bit of a strange strategy from Big Dan to insist on this hand fighting and not try and pull. You know, we know how good his bottom game is. Kind of makes sense why he wouldn't want to get stuck underneath the gargantuan figure of Big Dan Manasoiu. But definitely not the match I was kind of expecting to see.
You know, it's interesting when we were hearing the Kasai guys talking about how they were going to forfeit the 3 matches because they'd already won, so they weren't going to, you know, fight the rest of the matches. I wonder if there was anybody who was injured or had like a real reason why they didn't want to. That could potentially be it after a long weekend of multiple matches, and a lot of these guys are fighting back to back. So I'd be interested to ask specifically with Kainan, because I've never really seen him fight like this ever. I'm not trying to make excuses, it might not be the case, but I'm curious about it. If he didn't want to fight, I wonder if that's why.
Yeah, if there's maybe something that is preventing him from doing what he usually does.
Right. Yeah, because for all, you know, for all intents and purposes, Kainan would definitely be the favorite. I wouldn't see him as like being afraid to go into this match. So, yeah, it's really hard to say, but either way, you know, 145 is going to be a really weird ref's decision to call.
Oh,
I wonder.
How do you decide?
I mean, it's like a total draw, honestly. There was never one time anything that was significant or even severely offensive, and both of them have done a similar job at controlling the mat space as well. So there's not one clear lead. I wonder, though, as time goes down, you know, I was going to say we might see a little more offensiveness from one of them in the last minute or so. We saw Kainan go in on a deeper underhook than we've seen, and then back out as Dan clamped on that wizard. Here we go, finally 60 seconds. Let's see if things are going to turn up at all. It's been quite a strange 14 minutes so far. I will say, though, that Pedro Marinho and Izaak Michell are looking pretty spicy in the warm-up areas, and Izaak was pumped. He was like urging the crowd to get stoked, and he wanted this fight. He really wanted to go after this match. Oh, here, Dan pulls with 30 seconds.
Eats a negative.
And eats the -1, which puts Kainan in the lead. And you've got to ask yourself maybe why Dan didn't want to pull in the first 2 minutes.
When he could have done so and had plenty of time to work and attack.
Yeah, Kainan's going to probably ride down this 10 seconds here.
Well, there is the end of the match, and we will go. I actually know that's going to be a win for Kainan based on the negative point against Big Dan Manasoiu.
And your winner by points, Kainan Duarte. Kasai.
All right, Wojcik will take the win, moving Kasai to a 5-0.
Yeah, as we said, it's a formality at this point.
You know,
the next match coming up, well, Pedro versus Izaak. I think we're going to see a very different match.
I was going to say,
we saw earlier.
Formality or not, man, I am excited for this next match. It's going to be a good one.
Our next match will take place in the 83-kilogram division. In the red corner, representing Kasai, Pedro Marinho. And out of the blue corner, representing Williams Elite Team, please welcome Izaak Michell.
All right, here we go. Izaak Michell, Pedro Marinho here. Your second to last match of the event. Izaak looking to maybe put one on the board for Williams Elite. And Pedro on the head early here. Look at that grip.
Nice shuck from Izaak in stripping that grip. Very different pace in this match, aggressive hand fighting. That's what we know. Oh, look at the shot from Izaak Michell. Can't keep Pedro down. Pedro with that big smile on his face.
I'm not sure what Izaak was pointing at, but they all ended up laughing, including the referee, so maybe sure something harmless. Some snaps here from Izaak.
As I mentioned, these guys got history. Izaak dropped a decision to Pedro Marinho, who's #1. So he wants that match back for multiple reasons. We mentioned about the vengeance, going home with your head held high for Williams Elite Team. But of course, on a personal level as well, this is a match he wants back.
There. Oh man, that's...
No, Pedro Marinho was on the guillotine, but the referee had already called time. But the question is, if they get reset in that same position.
I mean, man, that's super tough because to me, and we'd have to see the replay, but to me, it looked like the referee kind of like put his hands on Pedro to stop the takedown before the guillotine really got jumped on.
Right.
So, yeah, that's tough. And the reset at this point.
Oh, that's
man,
tough.
I don't. Oh my gosh.
That is a tough reset position.
I wonder if they're going to do a video check here because...
Yeah, potentially.
I'm not totally sure when the referee called a stop because his hands were on Pedro to prevent him from going off the mat, like to stop the double of Izaak, the momentum. But I don't know exactly when he called stop.
I think it would just be fair to start them in a neutral restart here, back on their feet, rather than try to negotiate the restart position.
And I can see Izaak actually just told the referee, you know, you called stop before the guillotine.
That is rough.
I would imagine that they'll do a video check at this point. Now, both Izaak and Pedro are arguing here because Pedro is saying that Izaak did not have a grip on his wrist.
This is actually kind of ridiculous now.
Yeah, I really think
the referee, I feel, has lost a little bit of control here in this match, and we're not even a minute in.
Yeah, and a lot of intensity here as well, just in general with the situation of potentially forfeiting the match and having the match. I mean, woo, big foot sweep attempt there off the front headlock from Pedro.
Izaak talking to his corner. I feel like he needs to stay focused. He's got Pedro Marinho running after him.
Pedro fighting for inside position, had a look at a head pinch there. I think he does He had his hand connected for a moment, looked for the foot sweep, and Izaak actually returned foot sweep earlier as well. Oh, wow. You can hear Jason Nolf coaching Izaak to go straight to the body off of those underhooks. And now let's see what the agreement is on the reset. Just going to start them neutral, looks like, or...
Takedown, 2 points for Izaak Michell on top in half guard.
And a great half guard position with double unders here. Head on the floor.
Yeah, he's got him stapled now. Double underhooks from top half guard. See Izaak trying to put his foot and his instep into the thigh to try and pass that half guard.
Yeah, you can see...
Points now active.
Yeah, you can see Izaak's right foot here pressing on the inside of Pedro's thigh. Pedro, I think, has his hands connected here in order to prevent his arms from going over his head. So even though Izaak has the double unders, it's almost like an underhook versus a whizzer. His elbows are clamped down. Izaak not able to get past the guard of Pedro. Pedro almost looked like he was trying to close the guard there. He actually grabs both ankles and puts Izaak down. Izaak now reaching for the heel.
For Pedro as well. Look at this.
A little bit of a shootout here. It's very weird because they don't either of them does not have a total isolation of the leg. Pedro putting some pressure into this here.
He actually has the butterfly hook at all, but it slips out. Now Izaak's on the heel. Pedro's up and out.
2:10 left. You see Kynendorch in the corner telling Pedro to calm down, to calm his energy a little bit and be more precise, maybe.
It's not bad advice. You let emotions get the better of you in the middle of a match. You can lose focus and drop points just like he did.
It's so funny too, though. It's hard because sometimes that emotional moment, whoa, big takedown for Izaak.
That was really nice. The misdirection or the redirection from the tie-up. Caught the body lock.
Hands over the mouth here now.
Look how intense Izaak is.
Double unders, though, from Pedro. It could be, oh, he goes to the mouth as well.
They just can't afford to stall in this close guard position. Izaak needs to keep moving.
Both of them grinning. You know, I was going to say earlier, like, it's not bad advice to tell people to calm their emotions, but sometimes the emotion is what does it. Like Pedro he has a good time, he gets spicy, he goes for things, he's flowing, and a lot of times that wins in matches too. Oh, another double ankle sweep. We just saw this earlier. I think Izaak is looking for, oh, he has the heel a little bit. He doesn't have a good control of the hamstring or the hip line. Pedro controlling Izaak's right leg is really important because, oh, not quite. Because it prevents, of course there's a footlock potential, but it also just prevents Izaak from being able to use that foot to attack. But now there's some bigger pressure here, especially when he goes belly down.
Oh, look at that, smashes it on. Pedro's so intense with everything that he does.
And Pedro is likely to score 2 points here. Oh, but not if Izaak comes back up. Big pressure on that foot. He's trying to get that to work. There's only 12 seconds though. Now that Izaak's starting to clear. Oh, did not quite clear that foot off the hip, but he does grab Pedro's right ankle and sits back on it himself. And they are going to move in
Izaak
to
Michell wins that
2.
one, 4 points to 0. Look at Pedro going over, talking to the Williams elite team. Man, Pedro is fired up. Mad. Absolutely livid.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm not sure what he's angry about. Maybe something was said, or not totally sure. Look at some of these replays here. There was that restart off of the body lock. Izaak landed on top. That earned him the first 2 points of this match. He ended up in those double unders, wasn't able to pass, and Pedro recovered. Misdirection there from Izaak that led him to the second takedown that he hit.
That was huge.
Yeah, that was a really, really clean setup to that body lock. Time is up on this break here, this 1 minute break. They're gonna go to round 2. There was some big footlock action from both of these guys throughout.
End of the rest period.
Bit of a reset between these guys emotionally. They're clearly not taking any venom out of each other. I don't know what happened after that first round, but everything looks all good. And here we go into round 2. It's interesting too, the teams are still actually talking to each other. It's hard to see because it's in the background, but neither of the teams are coaching their athletes because they're arguing with each other. So there's definitely a little bit of drama going on. But back to the match here, we've got a lot of hand fighting in this first 30 seconds. Oh wow, throw by from Pedro, but it's Izaak who comes to the top. 2 points for Izaak Michell, 4:20 left here. It was actually off of Pedro's offense, and Izaak countered very well, now pinning down that bottom arm of Pedro. And again, both of them smiling. I mean, it's really like the most peculiar thing. And it is kind of a funny situation because, of course, like, this is a great match between 2 world-class guys, but because the Kasai team has already won, it's a different energy for sure. It's like there's a different set of consequences on the line.
Wow, Pedro going for a false reef setup here. Look at that. Izaak kicks off the top leg. Great passing position here. Doesn't have an underhook.
Yeah, Pedro still has that left arm threaded through, right? So just like you said, the underhook is going to make it, the lack of the underhook is going to make it hard for Izaak to put Pedro's left shoulder on the ground. That's really what he needs when he's looking for that pass.
Yeah.
Izaak tries to step through the guard of Pedro, but again...
He does so.
Yeah, again, Pedro's left arm coming through keeps him at bay. And he actually was controlling the wrist of Izaak, which was really nice, but it opens up his head in the process, and now he's here.
That's good. Forcing him to turtle like this.
Pedro is so strong from here, though, man. He's so, this is like his bread and butter from top, right? So he's so strong in the front headlocks that he's great at wrestling up and out, but Izaak's able to stay on top, and now we see...
Points are in effect now, so if Pedro can come on top, he could score 2.
Yeah, he's got Izaak's left leg over the shoulder, and you see Izaak putting a lot of weight down with his right knee, controlling that leg of Pedro with his right hand, super smart, pinning that ankle. Izaak trying to spin, trying to spin through, and jinx, and Pedro has that ankle with his right elbow, right? He's kind of keeping that secure, so Izaak can't kick that leg out. He has his left hand that's very smart to keep that there in front of the face so that if he were to kick the foot out, he would immediately have head control as well. Otherwise, oftentimes you spin out and you lose the person.
Just over 2 minutes remaining.
Pedro's going to try to come up here and see if he can wrestle up.
Izaak manages to split the legs. Sitting down on top of the thigh. He's got double ankle control. Now spins, rotates.
Getting a little slippy here.
Yeah. So less than 2 minutes remaining now in the second round.
Izaak with that inside position on the left side on the collar. Oh, looks for another throw by with that over tie. It was on the elbow.
Izaak really getting the better of these wrestling exchanges.
Yeah, and you know, in the first maybe, what, 2 minutes, 2-3 minutes, it actually completely opposite. Pedro was really on the offense, on the feet, and looked very dominant and in control of the positions, but Izaak really turned things around, especially after that, that body lock takedown.
Nice
takedown there.
Can't keep him down, but...
Man, Pedro pops right up to his feet, but what a I think it was a knee tap. I believe he had an underhook. I need to see a replay to know for sure, but you know, I've got laser eyes for those knee taps, my favorite. That's what it looked like to me. But Pedro popping up like a jack in the box, not even like 1 full second on the ground. Izaak really driving forward, controlling the center of the map, but Pedro answering as well. And Pedro pulls.
And he'll incur a penalty for that as well, so that's a negative against Pedro Marinho.
So Izaak's won the first round here. He's now winning by a total of 3 in this second round. But unless there's a submission, they'll still go through to the third round. And as we know, submission wins any time. So Pedro could still have the opportunity. But if without the submission, of course, that best 2 out of 3 would put Izaak in the lead, and he would take the match and put his first win on the board for the William Elite team.
It's time to get closer and closer is Izaak Michell to controlling the head and the upper body. He's got Pedro flat on the floor, tries to get that foot in the side, inside the thigh to release his trap leg.
That's one of those instances too, how where you can actually pass without the underhook, and you can
End
the time
of
runs
the
out.
second round.
I wasn't looking at the clock, and I was actually shocked. I was like, wait, what happened?
So I believe that was actually 5-0 from Izaak, right? Because 2 takedowns? Or 3-0. 2 in the negative?
It was 2 in the negative, yes, 3-0, that's correct. 3-0 for that round. It was 4-0 in the first round, I believe. There was that early takedown of round 2.
That's right, he didn't score the second knee tap takedown, but we'll take a look at it here.
Oh, there we go, that underhook to the knee tap. Oh, one of my favorites. Such a beautiful takedown, but Pedro insisting on staying on his feet.
Well, there was a little bit of separation when they landed, right?
Yes.
So Pedro just had enough space to pop back up to his feet. Whereas before, every time Izaak scored takedowns, he landed with really, really good control.
We go into one more round after 30 more seconds of this break. Potential 5 more minutes for these guys. And then we've got one last match coming at us.
Yeah, that'll be Junny Ocasio versus Felipe Machado in the under 60 kilogram division. Almost ready to go for round 3.
Again, with the energy. It's so funny how you can simultaneously have like the energy be negative between the guys in the corners, and then the guys are laughing on the mats, and man, that's jiu-jitsu for you. Izaak's still coming in hard here, level changes. Pedro with his patented foot sweep attempt still though. He does that often where he allows his whole body to continue to spin around. And I'm honestly sometimes surprised that people, whoa, body lock on the edge one more time. Pedro is saying, no, we're not resetting into body lock. I think they're gonna have a neutral restart here. Kynan told Pedro to pull guard again. Especially if he were to do in the first 2 minutes where he doesn't have a -1 incurred, of course. Oh, wow. Whoa. There's a potential slide by from Pedro that actually led Izaak to the body lock. Yeah, Izaak has found multiple body locks now from counters, and a big double there. Oh, is he in the head? That's the question.
Pedro did have a good grip, but Izaak manages to spin out.
That is a scary situation to find yourself in, let me tell you. Oh, no slide by there from Izaak.
That's the problem shooting on Pedro. That is the problem shooting double on Pedro.
It's one of those reasons that the body locks can be so effective in those slide bys and knee taps, right? Because you don't have to expose your head in the process. Pedro's gonna pull here and not have any negative on him, of course. Yeah.
Briefly, omoplata there.
I was gonna say. Knee
There's a
cut.
nice pass attempt from Izaak.
Yeah, I tried to jump through. I think it was knee cut. Toriano action here, trying to shove the knees down and walk towards the head. Tries to dive chest to chest here, and Pedro is exposed. He's still on his side.
Kind of conceded that, almost like allowed him to go down.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll try to turtle here, but he's so far just staying on his side completely. Izaak's got his left hand on tight waist now, so that's going to make it much more difficult for Pedro to turtle if he were to.
Points are in effect.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the timing here. I think that I'm not sure if they've even counted it as a pass yet due to Pedro not being on his back, but if they did, it happened before the points anyway, so. The top arm could be exposed here. Pedro's right arm, but instead of going for the arm, Izaak actually opts to go all the way around. He has a, looks like an S grip here behind Pedro's head, and not a full underhook, but he's under the elbow enough to be able to open that elbow up and keep the shoulder on the mat. Looks like these guys are talking to each other as well, like grinning over at us.
Oh, look at the way that Izaak just stepped his leg over. An interesting choice. Giving Pedro the opportunity to at least escape the position. No real leg lock threat here, but
I don't know if I've ever seen two guys be so giggly in a match together.
giggly and yet intense at the same time.
It's very, very cute.
It's not a flow roll, that's for sure.
No, it's not. But very cutesy.
Oh, there's a nice work trying to pass the guard by Izaak Michell. Nearly clears that leg. Great guard retention by Pedro Marinho here. And it's kind of rare to see him here. We don't often see him playing this kind of style. Could wrestle up here. The legs to go back. I feel like for Pedro, the pressure is off, right? He was pretty fired up in that first round, and he definitely was pretty mad at some point. But I almost feels like he's like, yeah, you know what? We're going home with that money. I don't need to win this match. We're 5-0 Kasai against Williams' elite team, so.
You can see Izaak's left hand kind of controlling the hips of Pedro until he had a better opportunity to control the upper arm, climbing his right arm deeper and deeper with that crossface, really turning Pedro away so that Pedro can't turn towards him to recover. He would need to turn to the side to be able to recover the guard. Again, more smiling and giggling. I don't know how to explain it. It's just what's happening. Left knee is driving down to the mat here. Izaak now a little bit deeper underneath that elbow. 13 seconds here. No points on the board, but Izaak did win the first 2 rounds. So it's looking like he is going to move forward with the win, putting the first win on the board for Williams Elite here in this final. Big win for Izaak Michell, avenging a previous loss and apparently having a lot of fun while doing it. We've got one more match coming up before we wrap up here tonight. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna get the official call for the winner in just a moment.
By points, representing Williams' elite team, Izaak Michell.
Last round win for Izaak. We've got one more match coming up. However, I hate to say this, guys, I'm going to be taking off before this match. It is past 2 a.m. here. My flight is at 4:20. I'm heading to the airport, but the ever-faithful, oh, a big backflip. Ever-faithful Howell T is going to take you out through the evening. He's not going anywhere.
I'll see you at the rest of the show.
Through this last match.
Kendall's bailing on us, but with a good reason. So it's been a pleasure to have you here, Kendall, and hopefully we'll get the opportunity to work again soon. But I hope you enjoyed your experience here at the AIGA Champions League. Absolutely.
Thanks, everyone, for being here. Stay tuned for this last match, and I'll catch you next time.
5 matches to Kasai, 1 match to Williams Elite Team. Our final match in this 7-match series will take place in the under 60 kilogram division. First to the mat, representing Kasai, Junny Ocasio. And representing Williams Elite Team, Felipe Machado. So this is the final match. Just a reminder, the current team scores: 5 matches for Kasai, 1 match for Williams Elite Team. So the overall victory has been secured for Williams, for Team Kasai. They are the 2025 AIGA Champions League winners. But of course, this last match still has to go ahead. Junny Ocasio in the black and red. Felipe Machado in the green. Felipe in on a good single here. Building height. Junny tries that cutback Kanibasami, but Felipe Machado lands on top. 2 points on the board for the Brazilian. Close guard now for Ocasio. Both these guys, very, very good submission hunters. But if you could say anything about them, Junny is obviously very focused on his leg attacks. He's one of the best leg lock exponents in the game across any weight class. Whereas Felipe Machado a little bit more unpredictable. He also has great leg attacks. He has really good ability to get the back, great chokes, great arm bars. Felipe Machado, in his quarterfinal match, was able to win on points against Nicolo Sanfilippo of Eurotrash, and then in the semi-final, won via judges' decision against, lost judges' decision to Daiki Yonekura from Alioni. So Felipe is 1-1, whereas Junny Ocasio actually won in both his matches this weekend. Got a submission over Nathaniel Hernandez by a leg lock in the first round, and then won on points against Temeev Magomedbek of Universal Fighters in the semi-final. Machado maintaining that grip there of the leg. He knows that if Junny wants to get in and into underneath, he needs to use his legs for leverage to elevate, to attack. And controlling those legs is definitely an important part, or the first line of defense against any such strategy. Junny briefly trying to look for a guillotine choke possibly, but Machado backs out and away. Machado staying at distance here, doing his best not to get drawn into Junny's butterfly guard, but if he does so and doesn't advance, then you could see him potentially get hit with a slowing warning, which is exactly what's happened. Clock is now running. He has 20 seconds to try and improve his position. Otherwise, gets hit with a negative, but there is Junny now. Trying to build height, controlling that leg, running after Machado. Draws him back. Will he look for the back or will he dive on the leg? Going to restart in the center.
maintaining this same position. Junny Ocasio with a really good grip of that leg here. Oh, picks up the second leg now as well and manages to grab that rear body lock. Tries to Granby his way out, and up to his feet is Felipe Machado, so does not concede any more points. So he's still maintaining that 2-point lead. Junny can't pull here now, as we are in the points period of this 5-minute round. Can't pull without incurring a penalty. He's already 2 points down. Junny picks up the single. The time will run down. End of the first round. Take a look at this shot here from Felipe Machado right at the beginning of the match. Big penetration in on that head inside single. You'll see Junny tries to put his right foot to the outside, jumps back for what looks like a kanibasami, but excuse me, keeps his right foot in the middle, tries to jump his left foot to the outside into directly to the legs, just like he did actually against Temeev Magomedbek in the semi-final match. So Felipe Machado takes the first round via points. Machado in with another shot, this time a big double leg. Manages to pick up and put Junny Ocasio down to the mat. That's a quick 2 points in the first 30 seconds of the round. Machado goes forward now, trying to thread his arm through, control the bottom leg, backs out. Junny trying to chase him down. Ocasio really favors this seated guard. Machado staying at distance, not really making any major efforts to engage with Junny's guard at this stage. Points now active. Junny with a little bit more upper body contact this time. Felipe again threads his arm through, punches it to the hip this time, controls that bottom leg. Trying to pin the bottom leg with his foot as well. Junny manages to underhook the left leg of Felipe Machado. Chases it up with a single. Got to be careful. Gets stuck in. Front head here. And in that sequence, ends up back in the guard, but doesn't get the negative for a pull. You can even hear the Kasai corner kind of saying he's just on his knees, he's just hand fighting. Seeing less forward progress from Machado at this point. He's got that 2-0 lead. Just over a minute and a half. Gianni with some upper body grips, but Machado in and out. Junny just simply unable to get underneath the hips of Felipe Machado. He's managed once or twice to underhook a leg. Had some success with it in the first round, but wasn't able to score the reversal points. Second time he came in on the leg, got caught in that front headlock. De La Riva now for Junny Ocasio. Less than 30 seconds to work though. Going to be hard to score. It's never easy to score, but certainly not much time for Junny Ocasio to off-balance his opponents and try and fight his way to top. Possibly looking to try and enter the false reap, but Felipe Machado falls back to his backside. And that is the end of the second round. Another round, 2-0 for Felipe Machado. Here's the takedown. Big double leg for Felipe Machado. He gets the grips. Both hands behind the knees. Manages to use his head to drive forward and to lift Junny Ocasio off the mat. You can see here, gets his shoulder into the abdomen. Picks up Junny Ocasio, puts him down. That was where the only score in that round came from.
Final round.
Again, Machado looking for that shot, but Junny a little bit more attentive now. Just managed to step out of range of the leg grab. Junny walks forward with the underhook, gets a nice snap there, but not able to keep Felipe Machado's posture broken. Of course, either man can pull here with no penalty in the first 2 minutes of the round. Only takedown score points. Good use of the collar tie, pumping the head of Junny Ocasio is Felipe Machado, breaking his balance. Now Ocasio sits. Machado kind of just testing the waters of which direction to go. Go now on the omoplata now is Ocasio, but he uses it for entry to the legs, goes X-guard, but look at this. Machado steps out of it. Ocasio back with that leg control, looking for the K-guard. Knocks Machado down, comes up on top. They run out of bounds, but still, no points scored for that. Not only did it land out of bounds, but also still in the first 2 minutes of this 5-minute round. So they get restarted with Junny on this single. He allows Machado to kind of come up and away. Junny can only pull again if it's in the next 2 seconds. Points now active. Guard pulling will be penalized with a negative. Nice arm drag attempt there from Felipe Machado. Over halfway through this final round now. Still 0-0 on the scoreboard. Felipe Andrew dropping his level. Going to try and catch what possibly would be a snatch single. Johnny looking for inside position. Machado walks him backwards to the edge of the boundary. Just over 1 minute remaining now in this third and final round of this 60-kilogram match. Felipe Machado walking forward, a little more aggressive with his collar ties and hand fighting. Haven't seen any meaningful takedown attempts from each or either of them just yet. Still a chance. Felipe Machado has 2 rounds in the bag already. The only way for Ocasio to win this for Team Kasai is by a submission. There's a leg grab from Felipe Machado, who kicks out the supporting leg, puts Ocasio down, and scores a final 2 points in the last 10 seconds of this match. Making it 3 rounds, won by points. He will be declared the winner in this final match. The final tally, 5 matches to 2 for Williams Elite Team. And your winner by points, representing Williams Elite Team, Felipe Machado.
And now we would like to invite all the participants of Kasai team and Williams Elite team to line up on the mat for the final presentation. After 7 matches, the final result: 5 matches to Kasai, 2 matches to Williams Elite Team, making the 2025 AIGA Champions League winners, Team Kasai! Congratulations to both teams for making it through into the finals. I would like to welcome AIGA President Tolagan Kumarov, to award the grand prize to Team Kasai. But please first, the 2 teams shake hands. The final standings in the 2025 AIGA Champions League. In 4th place, Universal Fighters. In 3rd place, Team Al Leone. In 2nd place, Williams Elite Team. And your champions, Kasai. As 2025 AIGA Champions League runners-up, $300,000. Before we crown our champions, I would like to invite Valery Kruglov of Al Leone to take the third place prize of $150,000. Fourth place prize of $50,000 to Universal Fighters. Silver medals and a $300,000 prize. One more time for Williams Elite Team. about to crown our grand champions, Kasai team. The 2025 AIGA Champions League winners, taking home $500,000, Kasai. One more time, congratulations to Kasai, the 2025 AIGA Champions League winners. And thank you to all of our competitors here in beautiful Almaty, Kazakhstan. Thank you to AIGA. Thank you everybody for watching the AIGA Champions League. We hope you enjoyed the show and we will see you again next year.